150 years ago or 200 years ago when the blacks were slaves. Did they ever go to Washington, D.C. and have a rally 200 years ago to protest against slavery? Did they? No. What did they do? Well, a lot of good people in the plantations would say, hey, it's wintertime. Let us help build a church for you, dear folks. And they loved them and taught them how to read so they can read the Bible. And here's what the blacks did about 150 years ago. They humbled themselves. They prayed. They sought God's face and they turned from their wicked ways. And God made slavery illegal through several white presidents, right? It worked, didn't it? They didn't protest.
Fanny.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side daddy shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quick that it ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was woofing first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Good Sunday morning. Good Sunday afternoon to most of y'all. Good Sunday afternoon. How y'all doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing fine. It's Sunday out here in sunny Los Angeles, man. We're out here doing our thing, and everything is everything out here, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me close my door so I can raise my voice a little bit louder. All right. Now I can get loose and loud because I ain't gonna bother other tenants. All right, y'all. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Brother Eric is what I'm saying, one of them dudes, man. Just got a good heart, man. He said, help me not relapse. You know what I'm saying? Dude, please, God, please, God, help me because I don't want to relapse, right? I don't want to go back and do stuff I was doing when I was, not so smart, right? Shout out to Brother Eric. Man. But go to his page, 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Check him out and see if that's the kind of content you like, man. If you with it, you with it, man. So subscribe to the brother. If you're not, that's okay too. You know what I'm saying? We thank the brother for even donating his money, his time, and efforts, and letting us use the song. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, that's Brother Eric, man. I'm pulling him down. All right, y'all. What's going on, man? What is going on out here, man? Well, before I even get to that, man, let me check everybody in that wants to be checked in, man. First of all, we got our resident sniper in the house, Risa Neal. You know what I mean? So now the trolls know, man, don't play games, man. Don't play games. And Risa's that one man that I just say, hey, man, whatever you got to do, you do it. I'll let them come crying to me. So Risa knows she got a free hand. So get into it. I'm telling you, you are not going to win. You get into it, Risa, you are not going to win, man. The best thing to do is if she give you some advice, take it. Just take it. Because if you are not going to win with Risa, man. You're definitely not going to win with me with Risa. So you're just not going to win. So just go ahead and just say, yes, ma'am, I'll stop. Or, just leave the page or whatever, man. Maybe there's some place where you can go that you control, and have a good time trolling, This is a serious spot sometimes, Most of the time we try to keep it lighthearted, man. But we're trying to give y'all some solutions, man, of how people can get out of it. And if one person can get out of something based on something we said, then hey, it's all worth it. It's all been worth it. But shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building, man? We got Von Bryant. Von Bryant is in the building, man. Von Bryant sent me all that stuff about Charleston, man. I was like, Not again, man. Yeah, not again. But you know, Charleston is a gift that keeps on giving. You know, and so I think he's just an idiot, man. And but you know, the people love him. Some people love him, I should say. I won't say the people. Some people love him. A lot of these younger people on YouTube, man, they love him. So for whatever reason, I think just because he's just an idiot, and they can relate to, you know, thinking, you know, in a squiggly line like that, you know. But anyway, man, he's at it again, man. I don't know why he's able to be running around on YouTube, but he is. So, and they paying him, so you're gonna get what you get when you sit down with Charleston. But thank you, Vaughn, for sending me that stuff, man. Shout out to Vaughn Bryan. Good to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. Who else in the building? Sister Annie. She said, "Excuse me, excuse me." Right? I'm coming up there. Excuse me. Right? Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. That's my tour sister, man. Y'all know I don't mess with Sister Annie, right? She tell me what time it is. Clarence, you know the clock is ticking, Clarence. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. I don't mess with Sister Annie. I don't know. I think Sister Annie's probably about 5 foot nothing, right? 4 foot almost. Well, you know, I still don't mess with her. Shout out to Sister Annie. Who else in the building? Who else in the building? Vaughn says, hey, Clarence, you was right about it was annoying to watch the sister continue to touch the lady every time. Oh my God, man. Vaughn, wasn't that a little scary, right? That was very scary, right? I'm looking at this sister, I'm looking at the sister, and she's touching her every time she talks. And she's always touching the sister. And I'm like, come on now. I don't even, man. I got a wife. I don't even touch my wife that much, right? Maybe a little bit. But I mean, golly, man, I sure don't touch her like that when I'm talking to her. Because I think she will focus on the touching instead of what I'm trying to tell her, right? Yeah, that's crazy, man. You know, nowadays, man, if you're going to touch people, you should get permission from other people, right? You should get permission from the other person, or it should be a person that you know really well. You don't know this person really well. Touching them might be an issue, right? So we gotta watch what we doing out here, man. We gotta watch what we doing out here. But yeah, man, go check those videos out. You'll see where this sister that was kind of on the other side of Charleston. They started out on the same page, and then something, you know, man, they kind of went off the rails when you know, they brought up the stuff about Charleston threatening to ARP those little girls. That's when it went off the rails. But yeah, man, I mean, a sister, I don't see what the big deal about her is. I think it's just the way she speaks, Vaughn. I don't think it's that she's saying anything, you know, super different or super incredible. I think she just, the way she talks, I think that's what people put her in high regard. But whatever. Hey, you know, long as she ain't beating nobody over the head and taking their money. She wrote 3-4 books, and you know, if that's what she's doing, that's how she getting money. She's getting money, right? Yeah, I don't like people touching me either, man, that don't know me. Now, you know me, you know, we got a relationship. You know, I'm gonna be in. I probably won't trip that much. You know what I mean? But if you keep touching me a lot while you talking, then I'm gonna think you're trying to tell me something with your hands. So I'm gonna take that's gonna take me off of what you're saying. And I don't know if that's what she was doing. I remember that people that try to convince you of stuff. I had a class in college was called persuasion. And when people try to persuade you, sometimes they have all these different kind of tactics to try to persuade you. So the people that touch you a lot while they're talking, they're trying to persuade you to something, right? I don't know, man, but that's weird, right? Especially you don't have no relationship with the person, man, and they keep on touching you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody I have a relationship with, they touch me, I wouldn't think it's no big deal. But anyway, That's a whole nother thing, y'all. We got a lot of stuff to get to today, man. We trying to find out if racism is the same, or is it has it lessened, right? Right. Fresh and Fit said, hey, racism is not an issue. It's not that big of an issue, right? Yeah, it's definitely not an issue for you, since we laid all the groundwork. We the one put the bodies under the ground so that you could come over here and get these loans, right? Yeah, it's not an issue. You can come over here and do what you couldn't do in Saudi Arabia, or what you couldn't do in wherever Myron is from. Same thing with Fresh. We're the ones that laid our lives down so you can just walk over here and do whatever you wanted to do. So no, you don't get to say nothing about what, because you owe. Too many of us in the ground. You owe. And what I mean you owe a debt of gratitude for us laying down our lives so that you could come over here from a whole nother country and win. If we hadn't laid our lives down, you wouldn't be able to come over here from another whole nother country and win. So you owe. That means you owe with respect. You owe with your language, the way you talking. You owe. Vaughn said, I had a coworker, they used to do that. I had to check them about it. I need 3 feet. Yeah, man. I mean, it's just weird, man. When you're touching somebody every time you're talking to them, that's weird, man. That's a weird situation. I think that's going to make the average person uncomfortable, right? You talking to them, and you keep touching them, they're going to be like, what the hell are you touching me for? What's the problem? And I don't know you. What's the problem? What's the issue? Anyway, y'all, we got to get to work. We got to get to work, because we got a lot of ground to cover today. We got a lot of ground to cover. I don't know what's going on with America, man. I don't know, especially certain parts of the church, man. Woo, ouch. All right, let's let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, man. Let's do the hit parade. Let's start with the hit parade, man, because hit parade is always an ugly situation, but it is what it is, man. Let's do it. Here we go. Bam, 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 bam. Oh man, it's an ugly one right here. This is not pretty. Okay. Here we go. Let me do this. Let me do that. All right. Here we go. Former Christian Academy coach indicted for various SEX misconduct crimes and moved to LMDC. Holy smokes. Louisville, Kentucky. The former Christian Academy coach, who was charged for several misconduct-related crimes, was moved to LMDC, whatever that is. 42-year-old Clarence Moore was originally being held at the Oldham County Detention Center, but was transferred to LMDC on Thursday. Moore is charged with 1 count of unlawful transaction with a minor in the first degree. Yikes. 4 counts of SEX abuse in the first degree. Yikes. 4 counts of SEX abuse in the third degree. Yikes. And 2 counts of ARP in the third degree, and 4 counts of sodomy. Yikes. In the third degree. Holy smokes. His bond is set at $50,000. He is scheduled to appear in court again for an arraignment on Monday, August 1st at 1 p.m. Ay. Now, a lot of people, a lot of y'all come to y'all will say, hey, Clarence, keep doing these hit parades, man. What is that about? No, you don't need to do the hit parade no more, Clarence. Yes, I do. I got to keep reminding us that these cats are everywhere. This is at a Christian academy. This is a Christian academy, Christian school, right? This dude was out there, he was off the hook with these kids, right? And so there's no excuse. There's no excuse. But man, Clarence, the kid looked good. Kid was talking right. I know, man, but this is. See, you can't even open your mind to the fact that this is a kid. So that's why we got to always keep our minds in rulership, governance, right? Because in governance, you got to think of what's best for the community, right? Is it good for the community to have this kid be victimized? That's not good. That's not good. We can't have that kind of mentality running around out here. So for the good of the community, those of y'all that's sensitive to that, you got to stop it. Period. And if you can't stop yourself, we have to step in as a community and stop you. But the reason why I bring this up, man, because these guys are everywhere. This is a Christian academy. This ain't no regular LAUSD person. This is a Christian school. Coach caught up. Watch yourself out here, men. Watch yourself out here. If you got an issue with, you got some type of issue that you having trouble dealing with as far as an attraction to something other than a woman, a grown person, then you should go and get help right away. When I mean help, I mean you should go see a therapist. Go get a therapist. Go get a, counselor. Go get some help. There's nothing wrong with, in a wicked world like this, any one of us can get caught up, right? That don't necessarily mean you're a bad person. So go on and get you some help. Because if you don't, this is where you're going to end up at. You're going to end up on the front page of some newspaper or on the internet, some clown like me talking about how dumb you were to do what you did. All right? Resources out here. I don't got no money, Clarence. No, there's free resources out here. You can get it. You're a man. They'll pay for you to have therapy. They just won't pay for you to have room and board, right? They ain't gonna give you a place to stay, but they're definitely gonna pay for you to have therapy. Definitely, for sure. All right, let's move on. That's the hit parade, man. Watch out there, man. Watch out for these grown men that's out here perpetrating the fraud. All right, let's move on, y'all. Let's move on. We're doing good on time here. Let's move on. Hey, y'all, can we say some black boys? Can we say some black boys? Let's say some black boys. Let's rescue some black boys. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, man. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. Oh man, here's another one that's ugly too. Not one 8th grade student from LeBron James I Promise School has passed a math test since 2020. It's 2023, right? All right. Now I'm talking to you. Now I'm gonna assume that his academy is probably predominantly black students, right? It says students from LeBron James I Promise School seem to be struggling academically. The 8th grade class hasn't passed a math test in 3 years. School board members from Akron, Ohio, are concerned about the results. One of LeBron James' greatest facets is his philanthropic nature. James has made a conscious effort to give back to his community. Perhaps his most important project is the I Promise School, which provides education for underprivileged children from minority communities. Okay, sound like us. But a recent story revealed some concerns about the school. A recent report revealed that the students from the 8th grade of the I Promise School have not passed the Ohio State math test in several years. One board member questioned how that could be possible, as it is highly unusual for children in their age group to have such poor results. It is not highly unusual. Maybe I need to. Well, I already did this, man. I already showed you guys the government numbers of black young men. They're last in mathematics and science starting in the 4th grade. 4th grade, they're last. 8th grade, they're last. 12th grade, they're last. They are dead last in standardized testing in those grades. Now, I say that one of the reasons why is we snuff them out. As parents, we tell them, don't ask me no questions. So they go to school where they should be asking questions, and they don't ask no questions. And then when they do ask questions, the teacher will tell them, hey, a lot of these teachers, female teachers, would take it like it's disrespect. Like like they're being questioned as they shouldn't even be questioned, right? So it's a lot of stuff going on with these black boys, but it's the boys in particular, right? Okay, let's see. Not 1 in 3 years is discouraging. Okay. It should be noted that the school's goal is to serve as an intervention for the lowest performing students in the state, but this result is unusual. On top of that, some of the largest demographics in their school are performing far below state levels. Akron, Ohio Public Schools Board president shared his concern too. For me, as a board member, I just think about all the resources that we're providing, and I'm just disappointed in that. I just don't think it doesn't appear like we're seeing the kind of change we would expect to see. All right, I think I'm just taking a look at it real quick. Yeah. Okay. So I keep telling y'all, man, black boys are in trouble. Black boys are in trouble. They are being pushed out of the academic world, but at the same time, there ain't enough grunt jobs left out there for them. And a lot of the grunt jobs, the Latino brothers and sisters, man, they own it. They're on top of it. Where you gonna go, brother? What you gonna do? How you gonna take care of yourself? I'm gonna sell rocks. Okay, that might last you a year or two. Okay, what happened when you get busted down? They give you 15 to life for selling a controlled substance. Then what? See, the game is trapped. The game is not the game no more. But young black men are in trouble, man. Young black students are in trouble, period. But young black men are the worst. They the worst. They just are under the belief that everything's gonna work out. Like, what is that song? The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar it will tomorrow. Right, whatever. But this ain't Kansas, and you ain't Dorothy. You know what I'm saying? This is the real world. You know, young black men are dying in the classroom. We got to get back in there as black men. We got to get back in there. That's the only way we're gonna defeat this situation is get back in the classroom with our children. I ain't got time, Clarence. Okay, all right then. So when she tell you she ain't got when your child tell you they ain't got time for you, don't get mad. Don't get mad. You need your diaper changed, and your child tell you, "Oh no, I ain't got time to do that." We'll see. We'll see how you feel in there, right? All right. Let's see. That is saving black boys, man. We gotta get out here and jump into these black boys' lives, especially us as men. We got to encourage them to be better. All right. Let's see. That was that. Who else we got? Oh, your Black History Minute. Y'all wanna know what your Black History Minute is? Let's bring it in. Let's bring it up. Here we go. All right. Bernard A. Harris Jr. Bernard A. Harris Jr. became an astronaut in July of 1991. On June 26, 1956, Dr. Bernard A. Harris, the first African-American astronaut to perform a spacewalk, was born in Temple, Dallas. During Harris's second space mission, February 2nd, 1995, February 11th, 1995, while a payload commander on STS-63 with the Russian space station, Mir Harris, walked in space for the first time. During this mission, retrieval of Spartan 204 satellite was implemented by STS-63. Dr. Harris served with NASA until April of 1996. All right, he was an old head, right? If the kids want more information on Dr. Benjamin Harris, you can go look him up and see what he did, right? All right, y'all. Let's see. I think we done. Because we'll come back to jobs next week. We are done. Okay. All right, y'all. So I want y'all to hear the first preacher. I want y'all to hear the first preacher. We got some other preachers here. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, here we go.
50 years ago or 200 years ago when the blacks were slaves, did they ever go to Washington, D.C. and have a rally 200 years ago to protest against slavery? Did they? No. What did they do? Well, a lot of good people in the plantations would say, hey, it's wintertime. Let us help build a church for you.
You know what, man? It's nothing funnier than a clueless white supremacist, man. Nothing. They just clueless. They don't even see it, right? Hey, we're not gonna end slavery for you. We're not gonna let you go off this plantation. We're gonna build a church for you. And those of us that don't like slavery, we'll humble ourselves, right? We don't like slavery, but we should humble ourselves, right? So the good white folks during slavery on the plantations was building churches, right? What was the purpose of them building the church and having a preacher? Because they could preach the benefits of living in a wicked society like this, right? And conforming at certain points to the wicked society like this, right? Okay. So he's saying, hey, man, the good people, they never said, hey, let's end slavery. Let's build you a church. Because that's the problem. You ain't in church. Well, I ain't in church because they didn't want me in church. So we had to have the black church. We had to build and have the black church because the white church didn't want us in the white church. Only recently are you able to now go into the white church. You wasn't able to go into the white church. And you wasn't, and those of us that trying to study Islam, they wasn't letting us go into the masjid and find out what's going on for ourselves. Not every time. Anyway, let's finish up with this pastor because I got another pastor that's even worse than him.
Dear folks. And they loved him and taught him.
That's a lie. That is a lie. See, now that's why I don't like when they start lying, right? If you love me, you want me free. Don't say you love me and you okay with me being in bondage or slave or incapacitated or reduced, right? You can't say you love somebody, right? Love equals equality. I want for you what I want for myself, right? In the nation, we got a saying: if I got half a bean pie and my brother don't, my brother got half a bean pie too. Because I want for him what I want for myself, and I want him to have half of this bean pie. So this dude just said they love them. How you gonna love somebody who you are going to put into bondage? That's not correct. Anyway, let's finish.
How to read so they can read the Bible. And here's what the blacks did about 150 years ago. They humbled themselves.
That's y'all problem, man. Y'all ain't humbling yourself. That's what your problem is. It ain't the evil that's around you. It ain't the evil and wicked society that you living in. It's that you ain't humbling. Well, you got a little point. You need to humble yourself and step to God, right? But that don't mean all your problems gonna go away. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with this pasa.
They prayed. They sought God's face and they turned from their wicked ways, and God made slavery illegal through several white presidents, right? It worked, didn't it? They didn't protest. 150.
All right. So basically what he's saying is, hey, man, why do we have all these protests, right? Black people shouldn't be protesting. They should be thankful that they're here, right? We hear this talking point from a lot of these immigrants, right? You should be glad you're here. You should be glad. Yeah, you could say that because we the ones that put the pillow under your asshole so that you could go out here and do all the stuff you're doing. We're the bodies you walking on when you walk across the water and not get your shoes wet. We're the ones. But they don't see it that way, right? Anyway, Brother Vaughn says, so Brother Clarence, you mean to tell me that the church had black or white only signs in them? Brother Vaughn, I don't even think the white church had to have signs, man. The black people knew they wasn't welcome there, right? Now, what they would let black people do is sit outside and listen. They'll let them sit outside and listen, but they wouldn't let them into the sanctuary. But they decided, hey, man, we don't even want them sitting around outside listening. Let's send them to the black church. And let's make sure we got a preacher in there that's going to tell them that slavery was good for them. Make sure we got a preacher in there that's going to tell them that. And they pick the person out that they want, they educate him and show him how to say little things that make slavery okay. Right? And Brother Vaughn, yes, they did have whites on the sign, just like the drinking fountains, just like the bathrooms, right? And black people were saying, well, why I have to pay the same taxes as this white person, but this white person can use, federal building facilities, and I can't. They can do this and that, but I can't. But you want the same amount of taxes out of me. Actually, I'm probably paying more in taxes than this person here, and this person here get to do whatever they want to do. All right, y'all, let's put this dude down, man. Let's put this dude down. I forgot to send the links out. Doggone it. That's what I was going to do. That's what I was getting rut to do. We ain't gonna be long today, y'all, man. This is gonna be a short one, man. Let's see. We're getting rut to do it. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's send out some links. Can we send out some links? Can we send links out to the home team, y'all? Let's send some links out to the home team. I don't know, man. I keep getting I don't know if my stuff is working. There we go. Okay, let's get some stuff out to the home team, man. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. There we go. Recipients, there he is. Yeah, see, I know how to do a little something, y'all. I do a little something. Yeah, man. All right. Shout out to everybody. All right, so we sent the links out. Okay. Vaughn said he looks like a guy from Petticoat Junction. You remember that, brother? Yeah, I remember Petticoat Junction. The uncle, right? The uncle or the grandfather. I forgot who he was. But yeah, the guy that ran the train. Well, I don't know. Let me see if I got 32 cents in my pocket. Yeah, man. Uncle Arnold. Yeah, I think it was Uncle Arnold. All right. Anyway, let's oh man, let me show y'all something here, man. This dude is going off, man. Shout out to Young Turks. They got this one. Ooh wee. All right, let's bring this dude back.
There's a
Let's see here. Oh, okay, cool. I did it. Okay, here's your, they call him the most racist pastor in America.
Rail against children that are a product of biracial marriage.
there's a move in the message of blacks marrying whites, whites marrying blacks, and folks think it's all right. But you know what? My God still has nationalities outside the city. Now watch this. Brother Bram says hybriding, how terrible hybriding. The hybrid the people. It's a big molding pot. I got hundreds of precious colored friends that's born again Christians. But on this line of segregation and things that they're talking about, hybriding the people, what? Tell me what a fine cultured, fine Christian colored woman would want her baby to be a mulatto by a white man. No, sir. It's not right.
What in the world is he talking about with nationalities outside the city?
What does that even mean?
Those of you coloreds want to have babies with a white person, what's wrong with you? Oh, does it get better? It can't possibly get any better than that, can it? Oh no, y'all, it gets better. It gets better. Shout out to the Young Turks, by the way. Yeah, but it gets better, man. This dude, he really gonna go off the rails here. All right, let's scoot it up some so we can see. And then we're gonna have a little discussion, y'all. Let's talk it over.
How much he loves black women.
Oh, interesting.
Tell me what good, smart, intelligent, beautiful colored woman. And you tell me what KKK guy would call a black woman beautiful. You tell me what white supremacists would call any black woman beautiful. This is not from a white supremacist. This is not from a racist. This is from a prophet of God. Watch him honor and give respect, not putting the white above the other or the black above the other. Beautiful colored woman would want to have a baby by a white man to make it a mulatto. Not sense. Many things the colored, now listen, white folks, many things the colored people has is far beyond the white man. This is not a white supremacist saying this. This is not a racist saying this. This is a man who loves truth.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes, y'all. Is racism dead? Is racism alive? Alive, Craig? Alive? Is racism alive? We're just talking about preachers right now. We're just talking about these preachers right now, right? Is it alive? Is it alive? So they just saying, hey, man, we should keep the races separated, right? Right? Now, yes, Vaughn, yes. Yeah. Oh, does it get better? It gets even better, Vaughn. It gets even better. It gets even better. Let me skip to the part where it even gets even better than that, Vaughn. Holy smokes. It gets even better. It gets even better. Here we go. Here we go. All right.
Part and all the other parts.
Yeah.
So I can't get enough of this guy. Let's do one more. Let's do video 6.
All right, let's go.
And let me tell you right up front, any of you young people, you want to marry a black man, you girls, don't ask me to do it, because I will not. I refuse. I cannot do it with a conscience toward God and look these quotes in the face. You white brothers, you find a black sister, you want to marry an African or whatever more, don't ask Brother Donnie. I'll quit church, suit yourself. I'd rather you quit than me get in trouble with God. Well, glory.
So he loves black people, but obviously they're none in his congregation, because he said, all you white men, you want to marry black women, or all.
Ay. Pastor Donnie, you won't marry me and that nigger girl. Ay. Is racism gone, y'all? Is this something that we need to address? I mean, is it over, right? Fresh and Fit say, hey, man, it's over. You can't say that the white man's holding you down. It's over. Von Bryan said, what kind of unhooded mess is this? Well, I mean, you know, Vaughn, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and everybody's entitled to their interpretation of the Bible, right? They can interpret the Bible how they want to interpret it, right? That's the problem with the Bible. And the Quran, you know, it's open to interpretation, right? And everybody, there's no one person that you could say, okay, this is the one way this is supposed to be interpreted. You just got to keep studying until it's revealed to you, right? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. He say, who gives a damn about him? His daughter may end up with a black guy. Yeah, he said, well, he ain't gonna marry him though, black man. He ain't gonna put them together, right? Shout out to John GQ. Say I was never here. Yeah. I'm just, see, this is the thing. Is racism really out of it? Are we really that far past racism? A lot of people keep saying we are, but I don't see the proof of it. I don't see a lot of proof of it. I think most people are people. Most people are people. And if you talk to most people are going to have their own feelings about racism, right? Or what is called racism, but it's actually bigotry. That's the proper term that we should be using. But I'm only using the colloquialism racism, right? Racism is a whole nother thing than what we've been using it for in a discussion. But anyway, I'll use that colloquial term to actually, instead of bigotry, which is actually what we're talking about, right? Vaughn said, that's why we learn how to read. We read the book for ourselves and truly discovers me. Yeah, man. And you might be inspired to think another way, and I might be inspired to think another way. And we all come together. We all bring in things that the other one didn't see, because we focused on this and the other person was focused on that. And the other person, so it's good to have the brotherhood get together and just discuss it, because we can come to some type of agreement and we can learn from each other. You know, you focused on that, so I learned that from you. I focused on this, so you learned this from me. And this other man focused on that, so we learned that from him. So it's just everybody. This, you know, you can never exhaust God's information or his meanings, or you can never exhaust all that. You can read one chapter, one verse in the Bible, and you can just keep reading it. And I'm telling you, every time you read it, you will see something else in there. It'll be able to be applied to something else. If you got a pure understanding in your heart. Now, if your heart is corrupted, you're only going to see the words on the page. That's why the Quran says the book is sealed to the disbeliever. What do you mean sealed? You can open it. You can open it up, but the real meanings of the words that's on those pages, you ain't gonna be able to get the full meaning of those. because you're not believing in God. You're not believing in the fact that God is real. You gotta have that belief. That's the first thing you gotta have. Anyway, is racism here to stay? Is racism here to stay? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Looks like that's what it's built on in America. But how? The question is, what are we going to do? How are we going to get past this quote unquote racism that's out there, right? And when I say that, I mean the systematic way that there are set up, that traps are set up to pull us, as particular Black men, into the prison pipeline. We got serious traps out there for us. How do we get around those traps? Well, first thing we got to know is that God has a plan for us, and we can't get caught up, right? In European and Western societies, right? Everything is run off of sex. Everything is run off of sex, right? The motivation for most men is sex. In a real place where there's reality, it's real. It runs off of morality. It runs off of the necessities of the people, and the morality, the moral way we're gonna go about getting those necessities, right? But not here, not in America. In America runs off of just plain out greed and need and greed, and racism is just one tool that the elites use to separate us from trying to get a better understanding of how they became elite, right? They want you to think it was just some happenstance that made them become elite. No, it wasn't. Most of the time, it's a systematic practice of certain principles in capitalism that actually got them there. Meanwhile, you getting taught how to go out and get a job. They teaching their children how to create industries, create business, create, the things they need, right? But what are we doing as black people? Well, we start our children off wrong by telling our children, don't ask me no questions. We say, don't ask me no questions, right? Just like the white man told us in slavery. Don't ask me no questions. Don't ask no questions. I'm not gonna answer you. Right? I don't have to answer you. I'm your boss. I'm your owner. You do what I say, boy, gal. You do what I tell you to do. So we always lived under those rules. So now we putting them rules on our own children, right? We put those rules out there on our own children. And our children come into a space where now they go to public schools, in a public school system. Mr. Farrakhan called them the killing fields, right? They kill these young men. Hold on, y'all. You have it online? Oh, okay. I'll check it out there. Okay. Give him the greetings for me, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's it. We owe that, brother.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to this than I ever thought.
Yeah.
No, than I ever thought.
I know he was a minister's road dog, but I get with you, man. I'm online. I'm on the air now. Assalamu alaikum. Close. Thank you, brother. All right, y'all. We had an unfortunate passing in the Nation of Islam. Brother Jabril Muhammad, very critical brother to the rebuilding of the Nation of Islam, rebuilding of Elijah Muhammad's work. he unfortunately passed away recently. Prayers go out to the brother, and brother just stopped by to tell me that they was just at the homegoing celebration. All right, let's get back to what we was talking about, man. We were talking about racism. Now, what is racism? What is racism? What is racism, y'all? Because sometimes we don't know what racism is. Sometimes we saying stuff we don't know what we're talking about. What is racism? What is bigotry? What's the difference? See, we using the word racism colloquially, man. We just claim this has this meaning, but that's not really the meaning, right? We call anytime a person a prejudice where where mistreatment can develop from spawn from it, that's racism, right? Well, actually bigotry. It's actually bigotry, but racism is more of a group sport, and it's a systematic thing, systematic, right? Where there's a system, right? Is there a system to get black men, period, into the prison system? Is there a systematic way of doing that? Yes, right? Yes, there is systematic ways. Thank you, all of you guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for all that. Yeah, man, the brother did a whole lot that hasn't been said. Whole lot about the brother hasn't come out. And the brother did a whole lot. Without him, I don't know if Mr. Farrakhan would have had it in him to do it all by himself. He was one of those unsung heroes, Brother Jabril. Shout out to that brother. One of them unsung heroes that was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that nobody knew about. Unless you was in the nation, you didn't know about him, right? But that's another story, y'all. Let me try to stay focused and keep my head going on this. Anyway, yeah, the racism. So now that we understand there is racism here, there are systems in place, right? The educational system, right? Because our children are being educated at a more lower and lower and lower and lower way. Vaughn put up the definition, right? Racism: prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against another person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. That is actually bigotry, but racism really it is what it is. It's a race. It's a race, and everybody's gonna have strategies when they're in a race, right? Some person their strategy is to run fast. Some people is their strategy is to make you run slow, right? To distract you. Some people have a strategy of they're gonna wait until the last minute. They're just gonna keep up, and then they're gonna spurt out at the last minute. The last 50 yards, they're gonna really turn it on, right? And then, everybody's got a bunch of different strategies of how to win in a race, right? But same thing in racism. Everybody's got strategies of how to win, right? And the person at the top is going to always be looking for the people, a person that might bring the whole house of cards down, right? They were looking for Noble True Ali. They were looking for Marcus Garvey. They were looking for Elijah Muhammad. They were looking for Malcolm. They were looking for Martin Luther King. They were looking for these people. They already had their eyes open looking for them, right? They was looking for Nat Turner, right? They said, this is an evil man. Nat Turner. They said Nat Turner was an evil man. They said Denmark Vesey was an evil man. Right? Not the people that enslaving them is evil. They're evil for wanting to not be a slave. There's something wrong with you for not wanting to be a slave. See, that's what I'm talking about, the cluelessness. There's something wrong with you for not wanting to be a slave. You got a problem, right? Oh, I got something else I got to show y'all, man. I mean, this is, I mean, y'all don't believe that this stuff happened, man. But yeah, this is, ooh, right, man. We gotta see, because some of our people, man, are just, they just out of sorts, right? Yeah, I gotta show y'all something, man, because I didn't believe it when I first saw it myself. Oh man. Okay, so let's hear, hey, let's hear your boy Tim Scott. Shout out to Bolo TV, by the way, man. Shout out to Bolo TV. Bolo TV, man, he checked in on me. Von Brian said bigotry, obstinate, unreasonable attachment to belief or opinion, a faction, or in particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular group. See, that's what most people are calling racism, is when a person and one person has a prejudice against a people or a group based on them being in a certain group, right? That's what most people are calling that racism, which is racism involves systems, man. But anyway, we get into that later. We'll break that down later, as Dr. Claude Anderson has so eloquently put, this is not my opinion. Well, it's my opinion that he's correct in this. But shout out to Bolo TV, man, if you haven't already subscribed. Yeah, I know. I know these I know, Vaughn, that these these definitions are from the dictionary, brother. But what I'm saying is the dictionary is not always right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if the people say this means something and the dictionary say it means something else, then we got to use it the way the people are, so we can get the people to understand what we're talking about, right? Let's see what we're gonna do. Oh, here, oh man, let's ooh wee. Let's see let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here, y'all. I think we got Tim Scott telling us something. Okay, here we go. Here we is. Here we is, y'all. Here we is. All right, here we go. Do we have Tim Scott? There we go. We got Tim Scott. Come on.
Sized his opponent, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, for his state's public school curriculum on Black history, which teaches that enslaved people in America benefited from slavery because they learned critical skills. The South Carolina senator, who is the only Black Republican in the Senate, spoke about it on the campaign trail yesterday in Iowa.
You know, it's interesting, as a country founded upon freedom, the greatest deprivation of freedom was slavery. There's no silver lining in freedom, in slavery. The truth is that anything you can learn, that any benefits that people suggest you had during slavery, you would have had as a free person. What slavery was really about separating families, about mutilating humans, and even raping their wives. It was devastating. So I would hope that every person in our country, and certainly running for president, would appreciate that. And listen, people have bad days. Sometimes they regret what they say, and we should ask them again to clarify their positions.
Well, Governor DeSantis has distanced himself from the new standards for teaching Black history, saying he, quote, didn't do it and wasn't involved in it.
A lot of conversations been taking place.
All right. This is Roland Martin. We might get back to Roland, but hey, man, DeSantis said, "Hey, I didn't do it." I think that's the white line now. That's what most white people are pushing, that line. The powerful ones. They say, "Hey, man, I didn't do it. Right? I had nothing to do. I benefited off of it. I'm gonna keep the benefits I got from it, but don't hold me responsible." Well, if you benefiting, then we're gonna look at you like, hey, you benefited off of it. We did not benefit, and there's something wrong here. There's an imbalance here. Because of that, let's teach everybody right. Right? Or better yet, if you don't want to teach Black history to children, then we shouldn't have to pay in the public school. Then Black people that want that taught shouldn't have to pay taxes to, and none of our taxes should go to the Department of Education. They shouldn't, right? Because we're not being allowed to have the truth be told, right? You're telling a augmented truth, right? Vaughn, what did they call us? What did they want to call us in Florida? Undocumented workers, unpaid workers, something like that. They don't want to use the word slave. They want to call us unpaid workers, something like that, right? But I'm here to tell y'all, man, slavery still exists. I mean, excuse me, not slavery. Well, slavery does still exist, but just not in the form that it existed back then. It doesn't involve a overseer with a whip, right? The whip is the capitalistic dream. It's the dream of you getting whatever you want to get, right? That's the whip. It whip you with the fact that you don't have a boat, you don't have a Maserati in the driveway, you don't have any of this stuff. And if we can get you to jump on board with capitalism, then you can jump on board with capitalism and you can make everything work. Right? Right? But capitalism only works for the inspired people that's willing to take it seriously. Plus, you got to have a group of people that's uninspired, right? Because the inspired people have to make their way off the uninspired people. If everybody's inspired, then capitalism is not going to work because nobody's going to want to lose. You got to have people that's okay with being at the bottom. You got to have people that's okay with being at the bottom of the pile. You got to get a people that's okay. How do you get them okay with being at the bottom? You give them government subsidies. You give them government subsidies, right? By giving the people government subsidies and not putting limits or restrictions on them, you grow them into this sick form of entitlement where they could say, like that lady, remember that lady a couple years ago? She had that video talking about the government need to pay for my kids. I got all these kids and they need to pay for them. Like, lady, nobody don't have to pay for your kids. Those are your responsibility. You made them kids. Where's the father for them kids? Where's the fathers of them kids? That's who need to be paying for you. And that's who need to be paying for them kids, not the government. But we created this wild sense of, with these unrestricted provisions for getting government assistance, it created a generation of ungrateful entitled people. Now we got to get our people off the government's teat. How we gonna do that? The government, they make a lot of money with us on their teat. Plus, they don't have to worry about us coming up as a community, right? Why you think on YouTube Black men are the only ones, they the only ones that can have rap music, they can have lyrics talking about killing and destroying each other, and YouTube will let that fly. There's no way they would have two Jews talking about killing each other and killing and destroying each other. There's no way. No two white people would. There's no way they would let white people put music out like that. For blacks and Latins, and I don't even think that they're not doing as much with the Latins as with the blacks. I'm gonna kill this end. I'm gonna do this to your family. I'm gonna do this to your kids. I'm gonna do this, and then it got 100 million views, right? Or the black woman gets up there and says, yeah, I will, I'll knock down anything moving. Because promiscuity is power. Then you got the Cardi B's and the Nicki Minaj's that's telling you, that's singing, and the Beyonce's, they singing about, oh, yeah, you just be this, Megan Thee Stallion, you be this girl that's, off the chain sexually, right? With all these different men, yet they don't live that lifestyle. They promoting it to you to keep you in a death spiral, but they don't tell you, I'm not living like that. There's no way you're going to be married to a man, especially a billionaire, and you running around all over the streets. You for the streets. You can't be for the streets and be married to a man of means. He's just going to replace you. He's going to replace you at his earliest convenience, right? He's going to do you like the mafia, right? You guys, I don't know if you guys watch Sopranos, right? Richie Aprile just got out of jail, right? So he goes to the bakery where they all sit and have tea and all that, coffee and all that, right? And where they sit out front and discuss business. Man, Tony was talking to him and he started talking. Then all of a sudden Richie started talking about business. Tony's like, oh, gotta go. And then Silvio came and sat down and said, hey, man, any business you talking, you got to talk to me about the business. And I'll talk to the Skip. You can't talk to the Skip directly about no business. Richie's like, what? What's going on? Right? We gotta watch what we saying, watch what we doing, and watch how we moving out here, right? Our children are suffering behind it. One of the things we do that's really bad, that I really don't like that what we do, is we teach our children that it's disrespectful to question what the people and the world around you. Instead of teaching them how to ask respectfully, how to be respectful when they ask, we teach them just not to ask. Like the act of asking in itself, it shows disrespect. Boy, don't question me. When I tell you something, you just do what I told you to do. Who wants that answer? Who wants to swallow that? Especially black men, they got testosterone in them. They don't want to take that. They don't want to, you know what I mean? Hard for them to sit down and concentrate when they feel like they're being attacked. They're going to want to retaliate. A normal person is going to want to retaliate. When their feelings get that hurt, right? When they feel like, hey, you just stuck a knife through me, right? The Quran says, oh, you who believe. Retaliation is prescribed for you in the matter of the slain. Well, you feel like you've been slain, right? Shut up, boy, sit down, right? You feel like I've been knocked down, I've been slain, right? So you want to retaliate because you are your word. You are your presence. And somebody slay you in front of everybody, or even they just slay you, period. You feel like, man, I'm slain. I got to retaliate, right? I got to retaliate, man. So you feel like you got to get that get back, right? So now that's what's going on with our young black men. I've been telling y'all for 2 years, man, black boys are getting pulled. They're getting destroyed in the school system. Mr. Farrakhan called this the public school system the killing fields, but they are getting destroyed in the public school system because they got so many complex issues going on with young black men. One of which is early release of testosterone. The next one is the early brain development, right? To develop their brains early. And so with that early brain development, they're going to ask questions. But they being made to be like, oh, you being a little jerk asking questions. No, they want to know because they see conflicts, right? One of the things that make people question stuff is conflicts. They see people telling them, hey, don't do this, don't do this, and do it. And then they see the person that told them don't do it, doing it. To them, that's a conflict. So the conflict raises the question, why are you, if you telling me not to do this, why are you doing it? That's why in this era, when I came up, it was, hey, don't do as I say, not as I do, right? You can't do that now. Your own children will call you a hypocrite, right? Shout out to Black Hearted with New Growth Also. Shout out to Bolo TV. I was telling y'all to subscribe to Bolo TV. Go over there and subscribe to Bolo TV in the Village over there. Check them out. Good stuff. Same thing with Black Hearted with New Growth Also. Go over there and check out Black Hearted New Growth Also. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Vaughn, what's going on with you, man?
What's happening, my brother?
Man, I'm telling you, man.
I see you have some unhooded nefariousness going on.
Oh man, nefariousness! Shout out to Patrice. Nefariousness, man.
Where is Patrice when you need her, right?
Yeah, man. But I think we all kind of know what Patrice's position will probably be on most of the stuff, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. We're definitely not confused about that,
right? Oh man, well, what do you think, Vaughn? What do you think, man? I mean, is in your mind, the way you see it, has racism slowed down any, or is it getting better? Is it getting worse, or is it just stand still? What's going on?
I really don't believe that it's slowed down. You know what I'm saying? I think it's at a point to where it's heightened, actually. You know, if you ask me, that's just my opinion about it. You know, we have made some strides and certain accomplishments, but at the same time, we're still dealing with the same spirit. You see what I'm saying? And this spirit gets progressively worse as time goes on. You see, there was a time where they used to hide behind, nice sheets in a hood. You see, now they're a little more outspoken. They're not concerned about hiding their identity now. You see what I'm saying? They make it plain and open as to who they are and what their opinion and perspectives are, So yeah, I really can't say it's getting any better, Brother Clarence. I just think that we need to be aware of it, and know where it exists.
Yeah. I think so too. And I think that to really get those systems out, it's going to take some discipline to avoid that stuff. And then it's going to have to morph into something else. Right now, it has morphed into a system in the music industry and in the media and mass media of promoting images that get Black people to accept a code of conduct that would promote death and destruction and put them in like incarceration and or drug abuse or domestic abuse and just so many different things that will cause problems in any community. And so what we got to do is step back in. See, this is to me one of the reasons why this is able to be so successful is because we don't have as many men inside the household dealing with the children and dealing with our women. I think once we bring the men back, I think we have a better chance of trying to avoid all of these different things. You know what I mean? But I just saw these preachers yesterday. I was like, man, what? they wilding out, man. They wilding out.
Yeah, that whole clip of that if you want to call him a preacher, that was just crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah, man.
You're up in front of a whole congregation, spreading that rhetoric like that. That's and without the hooded sheet. I'm just like, wow, amazing.
Yeah, you don't have to no more, man. You can just do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? And it's like you can say what you want, but it's more of, I think it's more of along the lines of them just not having the knowledge, right? I think if they were just to have the knowledge and accept it, then they could see better our position and where we're coming from. But I think just because they're so removed from the situation, they just crunch it out in their head however they want to. And if it makes sense to them, it makes sense to them, right?
Yeah. I mean, what can you say, man?
Yeah, man. I got a couple. Man. I got a couple of more.
But I'm glad you got those videos that I sent you. I thought you would be.
Oh, you talking about Charleston?
Yeah, I thought that would get you going right there when I.
Oh
I
man!
said, wait till Brother Clarence sees this right here.
Let me talk about Charleston for a minute, man. Oh man, I mean Charleston.
And what's her name? What's her name?
Princella.
Queen of the Damned. I mean, what's her name?
Oh man, the Queen Maker.
Oh, the Queen Maker.
The Queen.
I'm sorry, I got it mixed up with Queen of the Damned. But anyway, man, she's a mess too, man. You know, she's got a lot of testosterone moving, throughout her blood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Can you believe
sister,
she was
wow,
married?
You know, she's one of those sisters that'll give you a dap real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Can you believe that sister is married, by the way? She said she is currently married, even though I guess she's not living with her husband, because she said the last man she was dating was a millionaire, right?
Yeah.
Right? Wow. And so I don't know why. This is something that I think has to do with some of our sisters, man, where they feel like they got to say that this dude was a millionaire. What difference does that make? Yeah, you're not with him, so what difference does it make, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox, man. Where you been, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hope all is well.
Yes,
Hope
sir.
your family's
Yes,
doing
sir.
well. Yeah, man. So hey, Vaughn, you want to talk to the people?
Yeah, what's up, man? What we talking about?
we just don't talk about anything. We're gonna talk about, well, right now I'm gonna talk about Charleston, man. Charleston is
well,
he's a hoot, man. He's a hoot, man.
That's a definite topic within itself. You know what I'm saying?
I might even play some of my video I made yesterday about him, man. I made a 2-parter, and he's just silly, man. He's just crazy. I mean, he says the same things in a lot of spaces, but the problem that we have with him, or people like him, is that they always give themselves a back door out of their position. So they could say, hey, they push this line, hey, I'm out here talking to the kids. And then you say, okay, well, you talk to the kids, how can you be, advocating for ARPing somebody? Right? And they go, well, I'm not a role model. Right? Well, why are you talking to kids then? Right?
Yeah, man, that whole video, man, it was just so hard to look at.
Yeah,
this brother ranting and raving, and then you have the sister on the other hand who's, just totally has this complete hatred for men, period. And I'm just like, wow, these two together are just, it makes for a chaotic show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's craziness.
Yeah, man, it is. But I got another one, man. I got another video I need to let you watch, Vaughn. Vaughn, are you gonna be okay, Vaughn? By the way, anybody wants to come up here?
What is it that you said you had to do? I got distracted.
Say that again. I got a video that I want you to watch, man. About to bring it up now. Bring it up right now.
All right, Brother Clarence. I got my eye on you, sir.
Women.
I got my eye on you, sir.
All right, Vaughn. Let's see. Let me bring it up. Let's see, because I don't know, man. Maybe racism has improved. I don't know. We'll take a look and see if some of those.
Okay, maybe I stand corrected.
Maybe me too, brother. Maybe things have improved. We'll see, man. We'll take a look at it right now. All right, let's see. Oh, wait a minute.
They want people to come from Africa. The Mexicans want people, they stick up for their own kind. The Mexicans want more Mexicans here. It's that way.
We're at Mother Emanuel Church. This tragedy has gone in the country talking about racism, especially in the South. So we're going to take a road trip to where Dylan Roof grew up. And along the way, we're going to stop and ask folks, is the South more racist? Have you experienced any racism here as an African-American woman?
No.
Did you grow up in the South?
I grew up in the South. I see a lot of things I didn't like real racism. I didn't like people against one of a color of the skin. None of that. I didn't like. I hate it.
Maybe it's the heat that caused everybody to act the way they do.
Recently, President Obama said that we need to start getting real about racism and stop being so polite. What do you think?
He needs to be a president and lead this country and not get involved in these type of issues.
What do you think so far, Vaughn? What do you think so far?
I'm still listening, brother. I'm not
Still
sold
listening?
yet. I'm really not sold yet. But let me. Is there any more to it?
Yeah, there's more to it. Let's get
All
to
right,
it.
let's check it out.
We made it to the State House in the capital, Columbia, where the Confederate flag is flying and debates are raging. So let's go talk to some folks. Is the South more racist?
South ain't racist, no. If you ask most white people, how often do you think about race? They would say, I don't, right? So if you ask black people, how often do you think about race? I think most will say every day.
There's all black colleges, there's all black churches, and nobody complains.
Let's stop it right there. Why are they all black colleges? Why are they all black churches?
Good question, Brother Clarence.
That's a good question, isn't it, Vaughn? I think that's a pretty good question.
Why don't we just go ahead and explore that?
Okay, let's explore that. Now, there's all black churches. That's correct. There's all black colleges. That's correct. How did those situations develop? Did black people just say, you know what? We can't stand white people. We're going to just have our own colleges and institutions. We're going to have our own churches of worship, houses of worship. Is that how it went? No, that's not how it went. You know who made the black church? White people made the black church. They said, here, you guys can go. You can't come in here to the white church. You need some place, but we do need you to believe in God. So here's a place where you can go.
Exactly.
Right? Because Lord have mercy. We can't have these good white folks sitting around black Negroes, right? And then when they finally did let them in, they let them go way up in the rafters, right?
Wow.
I was just watching what was Friday night? I was just watching To Kill a Mockingbird Friday night.
Excellent movie, man.
Excellent. I mean, the original.
I'm gonna,
right?
that's what I'm talking about. The original, man. I have to revisit that movie again. It's been a while, but man, great movie, man. Great storyline. Right? The acting was awesome.
Right.
That's a classic right there, Brother Clarence.
Definitely a classic. Remember in the courtroom, right? They only let the white people sit in the on the ground floor, right?
Right.
The blacks had to sit up in the
And
rafters, right?
They were way up in the rafters. Exactly.
But the point is, hey man, this separation, we didn't start this separation. This separation was put on us, but it's made to look like we're the ones that promoted this separation when we didn't, right? This is what I always laughed when they said Elijah Muhammad was a separatist. He was a separatist. No, he wasn't a separatist. He was just responding to your separatism. He was responding to you saying, you can't live here, you can't work here, you can't do that. He was in response to that. So but it's always like they like Malcolm used to say. Malcolm said they always they're the villain, but they always turn the villain into the victim and the victim into the villain, right? So here we are now. They saying, hey, Vaughn, you got all these black colleges. You have a separate. But Vaughn said, hey, I'm this is what you made it like this. I didn't make it like this.
We really didn't have a choice. You know what I'm saying?
Have a
because
choice.
we definitely weren't being accepted into your colleges.
There you go.
See what I'm saying? And so
there you go.
Of course, we're going to try to make an establishment for us. You know what I'm saying? So
especially if I'm paying the same taxes as you. Why should I be paying the same taxes as you? And I don't have full use of of those funds to go in and just simply go into a restroom or go into a public building or whatever, or have access to the library, but I'm paying the same taxes as you. No, man, that ain't gonna work.
Well, you know, Brother Clarence, I've really never been to the South, but I've definitely heard that, you know, racism is alive and well.
Oh yeah, it's a whole
You
nother
know,
world, man.
and more so than in some other spaces on the map.
It's
You
a
know what I'm saying?
whole
So, but like I said,
nother
I've never been
world.
in the South. So
I've been there many times. It's a whole nother world, man. And what's the crazy part about it is, as a person that doesn't live there, when you go there and you see it, it's so obvious to you, but to the people that live there, they don't see it. It's they've been there, they're so used to it, they don't see it. They go, oh, that's just how Mr. Jim is, you know, but he's a good man. Or that's just how Miss Susie is, but you know, she's a good lady. That's just how they roll, right? But in reality, when you multiply it out to where now they owning businesses and having systems set up to keep black people and other people, you know, out of being able to own businesses, own homes, control, you know, vote and other stuff like the other rights that we have here, then it becomes a question. So that's what I wanted to do. I want to stop it so we could address the fact that, wait a minute, it wasn't us that started the black church. You started the black church. It wasn't us that started the black colleges. You started the black colleges. Okay? So it wasn't us.
yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying, man. It makes a lot of sense.
We trying, man. We trying. Okay, so let's continue. Is the South racist? Let's look it out. Let's check it out.
But if whites have all white college, all white church, they're racist.
I think it comes.
Well, you do have all white child. You just start letting blacks into the Catholic Church. Just start letting blacks into the Mormon Church. Certain factions of the Mormons, right? Remember? See, you gonna make me play this again, Vaughn. You gonna make me play this again.
Me, I'm the one, right?
Yeah, you the one, man. You gonna.
I'm the one doing it. Okay, I hear you, brother. I hear you.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you what the Mormons think of you as a black person. There's something wrong with you, Vaughn. There's something wrong with you, man. Let's see. Let's see, man. Let's play it. Let's play it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, let's do this, Vaughn. Let's take a break from that. Let's put up here. Vaughn, you don't know the origin of black people. I'm going to show you the origin of black people. Can I show you the origin of black people?
Okay, I'm here for it, bro.
Okay, you here for it? Let's see. Let me show you the origin of black people, because I know I need to educate you, Vaughn. Educate you, man. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wait a minute. What happened? Oh, there we go. All right, here we go.
Decide their destiny, the head of the Mormon gods called a great heavenly council meeting. Both of Elohim's eldest sons were there, Lucifer and his brother Jesus. A plan was presented to build planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus, Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro.
Vaughn, why'd you stay neutral, Vaughn?
hold on a minute, man. What kind of Johnny Quest heresy is this going on here?
Vaughn, why did you stay neutral, Vaughn? That's why you black, Vaughn. You stay neutral, man, in this whole holy war here thing.
No, man. This can't possibly be what they believe, man. It can't. You know, I'm reminded of Johnny Quest. Remember that cartoon?
Yeah,
what's
Johnny
going
Quest.
on, man? Nah, brother.
This is something straight out of Johnny Quest. Right? Shout out to Black Heart Do Grow Throw, right?
Wow.
But hey, man, Vaughn, you stayed neutral, man. You stayed neutral, and that's how come. That's how come, man. You was born black, man. Let me play it again. Let me play it again, man. Let me play it again.
That is the most ridiculous.
Neutral in the Bible. We're cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race. The spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth. These would be the lighter skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes.
You see that big smile? They had a big smile on their face. Hey, man, I fought valiantly. I fought valiantly in that spirit war. I was born white.
You know what? I happen not to see it that way at all. You know?
What's wrong with you, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Okay,
what's going on, Jay?
Say something real quick because I just listen. Sorry, I saw the first 30 minutes. I had to leave for a while, and I got back and I see you playing a freaking like Origin of Black Peoples or some shit, and then I'm like, all right, man, I gotta come on. I gotta say something. Okay, pardon my French. Listen, it's a Sunday, so I'm trying to refrain from using profanity.
All right, all right.
Let me use this word. When the hell did this come out? Please.
This is actually it was a ban. It was banned. It was banned, not because they don't think this way, but because it was offensive. That's what banned. But it was probably about maybe 50 or 60 years old.
I come back from the and I hear this like, yo, the people who cast down, like, you know, who didn't take part will have blacker skin, like what is this shit? What?
You didn't want to get them up, man. You didn't want to get them up. So now they say, hey, you got to get that black skin because you know you was like me and Vaughn. You was too scared to get them up. So they said, hey, nah, man, we got to know about you cats. So we gotta label y'all, man. We gotta label y'all, right?
And it's well, hold on, wait. Was this out when you was out?
Huh?
No.
Oh yeah. I think it was more accepted then. I think they didn't got so much pressure that they had to you know, stifle it. They couldn't use it as a teaching tool anymore.
Oh, no, you
so
can't.
They got them so much pressure.
Bro, if you threw this in the old school in 1930, like first, so 1976, around a bunch of black people, I guarantee you they would have been like, yo, this is a bush.
Man.
I guarantee you, I may not have been born in that time, but I know the mindset of those cats. They be like, that's some ignorant bullshit. I just said, like, nah, that's not what's written in the Bible. I guarantee you they would not go along with it. There's no way.
Well. Now you got the curse of Ham. You got the curse of Ham in the Bible now. So we got a bunch of different things that may suggest why you got this black skin. We got a bunch of things that may suggest that, right? This is only one view of it, right?
84. I want to say something real quick. I want to let you speak, brother. But let me say this. That's like the people who say if the white person stays in the sun for so long, those skin will turn black like ours. I know you've heard that at least one time. If they stay in the sun long enough, they'll turn our color.
And isn't that what they're trying to do, though?
Yeah,
you know,
right.
You do see them at the beach trying to get a tan now, don't you?
Yeah.
Well,
a 10 shader. Go ahead, 84, brother. I don't want it. How you doing, man?
What's going on, family? Salute to everybody, man. Jay Takashi, I'm glad you're doing well. You know what I mean? I'm glad you're doing better. I know earlier this month, you had something go down. You know what I mean? My bad for not checking on you more. I had some family stuff going on, brother. Had to transcend it to my family. But salute to my family. You know, we healing right now, but we doing better.
Good.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna definitely check on you more, Jay. Mr. Bryant, best moderator in the world. What's going on? What's going on? You know what I'm saying?
What is going on, my brother? What's up?
What's going on? What's going on, Mr. Bryant? And salute to Bro Clarence. You know what I'm saying?
Salute, sir.
You know what I mean, Bro Clarence. I see you back. I see you back doing your thing. This is what I show up for. This is what I show up for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And this is the thing, right? You know, and I'm glad that you're doing this because I'm covering your Muslim brother Ice Cube tomorrow. I'm gonna say it again. I'm covering your Muslim brother Ice Cube tomorrow and how they trying to take him out.
Yeah.
How they trying to take him out and how they want to be a part of that little club. We don't want to be a part of your club.
Yeah.
We don't want nothing to do with your club. All right?
Yeah.
We don't want nothing to do with none of that stuff that y'all trying to do, all that foolishness you're trying to do. We don't want nothing to do with it. We like the women thing over here, okay? We like women. All right. No offense to another community, but I'm just keeping it G. All right. We don't want to be a part of your club. We ain't messing with no children, none of that. We don't want nothing to do with your club. Leave us alone. You know what I mean? They've been targeting our brother Ice Cube going on about 3 years now. All because he just want to give brothers an opportunity to play basketball.
Wow.
You know what I mean? A sport that we dominate.
Not only that, but he's got a lot of problems, man, because he made a lot of enemies. One of the enemies he made was with the NBA, right? The NBA was like, hey, and matter of fact, I think they started their own 3-on-3 league or something like that. They started another 3-on-3 league, but he got a lot of flack from the NBA because the NBA was like, man, you're taking people away from watching us play summer league by having this 3-on-3 league, right? And so, I mean, it's just he and then on top of that, he wanted to. This is what he really got in trouble for. He went to go talk to everybody when they were running for president this last election. Biden was running and Trump was running. So he said, hey, I'll talk to whoever invites me to the table, right? Well, Biden said, yeah, we will invite you to the table, but later, right? Later. Trump said, you come to the table now. Let's come and talk now. And so Trump invited him out. And so because he went to go talk to Trump, they said, oh, you with Trump, right? And he said, I ain't with none of these fools, man. I'm just talking to whoever listen, right? I don't care who get in office.
But bro, we gotta stop doing that, man. We gotta stop blackballing the people that's in high esteem when they go talk to these politicians. You know what I'm saying? Ice Cube is a man of high esteem. He's a real high value man, and I'm gonna talk about that too. Yeah. And let me say a few more things, and then I'm gonna pipe down. You know what I mean? I'm probably fade to the back as well. You know what I mean? Because my lady just got home. We about to eat some lunch. But my thing is this: at the end of the day, bro. See, let me say this. You know what I mean? What's going on out here is that we got a lot of distractions. Our people are distracted, man. We're distracted, and let me talk to you content creators for a minute. And oh yeah, I know I've got flack from talking to content creators before, but I'm gonna talk to y'all again. All right. Let me talk to you manosphere boys. Yeah, I'm talking to y'all. You manosphere boys and you manosphere girls who are distracted. Y'all distracted. Kevin Samuels is gone. Let it go. It's over. Okay? Y'all still trying to hold on. It's over. Bro C been telling y'all it's over for a minute now. Mr. Bryant been telling y'all it's over for a minute now. Y'all still want to keep holding on. It's over. Let it go. It's over. He gone. The movement gone. It's over. All right? Next May will be 2 years this man is gone. Let it go. Okay? Stop being distracted. Start seeing the real enemy. The real enemy is not ourselves. The real enemy is not black women. The real enemy is not black men. Wake up. You know what I mean? Bro Clams is doing the stream to wake you up. Wake up. Remember school days when Terrence Howard came out? Not Terrence Howard. It was
Lawrence Fishburne.
What's his name? Lawrence Fishburne, yeah. Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne came outside. He told y'all to wake up. Wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up. Bro Clam's trying to wake y'all up today. Wake up, man. Stop sleeping. There's a real enemy that really wants you out of here. And he's not playing with you. And he's definitely not playing with your kids either. At all. So wake up. Y'all all distracted on the social media thing. Y'all out there acting goofy. You're doing this fake gangster stuff, and it's sickening because ain't none of y'all about none of that crap anyway. Stop it, man. Focus on your real enemy. Your real enemy is not playing with you. He locking you up. He dragging you out your cars, and he deleting you. spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Wake up. All the social engineering, all the social programming, all the stuff they put in the cell phones, all the stuff that you're watching on TV, y'all need to wake up, man. Stop attacking each other. Let's stop this, man. Let's stop this. You know what I mean? We got to wake up. We are not each other's enemy at all. And we gotta stop all this. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like all this. We don't like each other for no reason. Y'all don't even know each other. Y'all don't even live in the same state. How we don't like each other out here? It's crazy. And bro Clarence ain't like me. At least he got a reason to. He live in California. None of y'all live near each other. Y'all don't like each other. It's crazy, man. Y'all distracted. Start seeing the real enemy. And here's the thing. Even a celebrity is speaking out about it. Our brother Ice Cube is speaking about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to cover our brother Isaiah Thomas speaking about it, about how we still need to fight for social acceptance, not civil rights, equal rights. We still need to keep that fight going. And these are people that got the bag. So I don't hear nobody on social media talking about, oh, you know, these are poor people complaining about stuff. No, these are people that got way more money than any of you people on YouTube anywhere else. So I don't want to hear that garbage. I don't want to hear none of that rhetoric. Because y'all keep talking about the bag. I'm gonna have the real people that really got the real bag really talk to y'all. Y'all think it's a game. Bro Clarence, go ahead, man.
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
I think Jay, you had something to say.
No, I did. Just hey man, listen, I'm so beyond this. But 84 knows that. My man, so boss, I'm calling 84 that. But yeah, he knows, like I said. It's not so much more about the movement for me. It's just more so, listen, I got a life. I'm not gonna be bogged down by bull testicles that somebody is trying to shove down my throat. That's how I see that, and that's what this whole thing is personally for me. Like I said, I've checked out from that man versus woman bullshit. Me and my boys, we don't care. All I can say is that move on to better things, like what Brother Clarence is talking about right now, like the racism. This racist ass cartoon. This is what I'm gonna say. But I gotta say that.
From back in the day, by the way.
And then back in the day, I'm sorry. But at 84, I'll stay clear of that Ice Cube news. I'll stay clear of that. But also I think and I just want to answer Brother Clarence's thing for his question of like, does racism, like it's in different forms. Like I said, they aren't as clear, they aren't as blanket. They have behind smirks and suit and ties. Just because we wear them doesn't mean that the person next to you who is in your same color or whatever, doesn't matter to me personally. Doesn't mean that person doesn't have racism. Trust me, they'll expose themselves, particularly. For me, I like to go into the thought that not every person I run into is like that way. You'll tell me yourself. Any word you fumble, I'll be able to catch you on. But I would say it does exist. It's Brother Clarence, your question, it does exist. With policing, whether it be in the workplace, whether also for like entry into certain things. So you're not wrong. I'm not, and like I said, that's why I said it may not. Like I said, it may not be like the whole thing we were living around the times for our parents or our great grandparents, things at that time, but it's just done differently. I mean, new tactics are being employed. Like I said, it's really with the police and jobbing. Those are the things. Those are the two things that I've noticed. I'm trying to find any other instances that may have happened, but when you go to a new country, that doesn't count. You have to know the rules of those places. That's not racism. That's you not knowing that's you being ignorant, not knowing knowing the rules of where the hell you're at. Right. So that's what I say on that. I'd never equate that to racism at all. I always equate that to you can't do you think you can do whatever you want. Not over here, you can't. Doesn't matter what color of skin, whatever you are. You would get G-checked like the people who live over here. So that's not so I've always said that the country stuff never equates to racism. Unless they come out, unless they show themselves that particularly we don't like these group of people over here. Unless they show that. But if it's like multicolored, what they've been doing the whole time, then that's not. Then they don't. No, you're not following our rules. So you got to get the hell out of here. Or you get deported, pretty much is what I'm saying. So like I said, it's everywhere. You just have to I don't want to say that very blatant. Well, let me take that back. Not everywhere. It's in places, but I won't say it's exactly everywhere in another state. Like, for example, I haven't heard anything in Delaware about there being any issues over there. I'm talking about like states that nobody talks about. And they're not brought up as much. You know what I mean, Brother Clarence?
I hear you.
Now, how many black people live in Delaware? I'm just curious. Is it a lot? I'm not sure.
There's a lot that live in Baltimore. That's the part of
okay.
No, that's Maryland. I'm sorry. That's Maryland. Delaware, not many.
Of different people, but like it's small. That's why it's not like really any issues that I've been hearing to go over there, because I got a cat over there recently. Just recently moved over there. He told me nothing really happens over there, like not in terms of racism or nothing over there. It's just like, you got a bunch of business people. That's all it is.
Let's see. 212,000 people live in Delaware. Black people live in Delaware. The black percentage of
what's the population?
The total population is 1.8 million. Black and African. The percentage of black people in the population is 23.8%, and the white is 68%. Holy smokes!
Less. That's not a lot.
The blackest city in Delaware, Wilmington, number 1, 57% of the people are black.
Yep. That's right.
Laurel, 53.3%. Edgemore, 45.2%, and Camden, 41.4%. Does that matter, Ron?
Well, I'm not saying for sure if it matters. I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? Because if you have a place that's predominantly white, if you have a place that's predominantly white and very few black people there, and you don't hear any accounts of racism, maybe it's because it's not too many black people there. But
I think it is.
I could be wrong.
I think what it is like I was trying to tell New Growth. So many people they get used to it, right? It's just the way it was. It's just the way they came up, right? It's just the way they came up. So
then it's the old generation. I got to get taken out. Then at that point, I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. And I remember I said we just gotta wait till all the old. No offense when I say old. I'm talking about like the people of that time. Wait till they pass away. That's the most gentle and respectful way I can say it. Wait till the time has come. Simple enough. And then people who aren't brought up on that can start thinking for themselves and not implement the same tactics towards black people or any other type of race.
But see, here's the problem, Jay. If nobody will address it, if everybody says, hey, that's just the way this person is, that's just the way it is, and they don't see a need for change, you have to see the need for change to make the change, right? If they if the racism is so ingrained in the community that they don't even see that there's a problem there, how are they going to change it?
Yeah, because it's systematic. You know what I'm saying? It's systematic, and we have to understand
cultural.
Systematically, just what's going on. We got to understand that. You know what I mean? We got the Constitution, we got all these bylaws and everything else, and we don't even understand these things because we never wrote none of this stuff. We didn't write none of these things. We didn't write none of this stuff. So we have to understand that all the things that are there and all the laws that we see and everything else that's there, that's impacting us, we got to understand what we up against. We don't understand what we up against. So that's when when something do happen and we try to handle it systematically or legally, we sometimes end up behind the 8 ball because we don't even know what it means because we ain't come up with it. Go ahead. If I came up with the rules to the game and I know the rules and I'm telling you some of the rules, but I'm not telling you all of the rules, who gonna win? I'm gonna win every time. You never gonna beat me because I made the rules. And I could change the rules anytime I want. Look how they just changed the affirmative action in schools. They can change the rules anytime they want. And that's what y'all don't get. That's what I'm telling y'all to wake up. They can change the rules anytime they want. They can come up with a new statute anytime they want. They come up with a new bill anytime they want. Because it's their house. We gotta understand we live in somebody else's house. We live in somebody else's house. You gotta know how the way they operate. You don't know how the way they operate. You're gonna wind up getting put out. And you're gonna be wind up out in the rain, out in the cold. Mr. Brian, you had a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So with our present Constitution, do you think that there should be some type of revision involved in some of these clauses and different laws that they have in there?
Absolutely. Like the 13th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? I think they did a documentary on that. A sister did a documentary on that about it was the 12th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, I forget what it's called. It was on Netflix. And she did a documentary on it. You know what I mean? Exposing how basically the penitentiary system is a new form of slavery for us. So yeah, of course, a lot of things need to change systematically. We gotta understand this is a systematic thing. This is not physical. They're not gonna come out and just come in the streets and sick dogs on you and spray you with the hose and beat you down. That ain't happening no more. This is systematic. Remember, America is built on an image of them being friendly to everybody. Everybody's inclusive. We love everyone. So they're not going to beat you in the streets like they used to do back in the day. That's not going to happen. Now, you may get some brutality here and there. You know what I mean? But they're not going to outright do it all the time because they have an image to uphold. They want to be they're the bad guys who want to act like they're the good guys. If you've ever seen the show The Boys, you know what I'm talking about. Jay know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Great show, by the way. But yeah, they're imposters. So we have to understand that the people around the system are imposters, and we got to understand how they move. And definitely, systematically, we have to change the laws, and we have to understand what laws are for us and what are against us. So yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, y'all. Let me play a little bit more. Because y'all don't know, man. Y'all don't know what I'm trying to educate y'all on where y'all came from, man. Where y'all came from. According
Where I
to
came from?
Is this a present day perspective that the Mormons believe now today, Brother Clarence?
Well, I believe it's what they believe.
Is this a present day belief that they have?
I believe it's a present day belief, but I think it's not being circulated as much because of the flack that they got, the pushback they're getting from it. It's not that they don't believe it; they're just not putting it out there like they used to, in my opinion. Right?
Wow. What happened to 84? Did he step out?
Yeah, he said he had to go. Family.
Oh, all
family
right.
Okay.
Peace, my brother. Peace.
Yeah, peace. Take care. One more thing, brother Vaughn. Have you ever met a Mormon before? I'm curious.
You know what? I can't say that I have. I probably have unknowingly, but because I don't know everybody's religional, background and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure I've ran into one or two of them in my lifetime, but just didn't recognize, them.
Oh, man. Yeah, I've run into 3. I'm like, I'll say this: very different than what I expected. But I never expected to be, I guess, imposed on them for my beliefs or something like that. It just, it takes me aback. I'll just say that. Nothing negative. Just notice that they like to do that.
Well, Jay, hold on to your hat and listen to it so you can find out where you fit in the Mormon belief system. Hold on,
where he fits in.
Is he
Mormon? Is he supposed to fit in, Brother Clarence?
Vaughn, we're trying to get some answers here. Okay. Making light of this situation. We trying to get answers here.
Listen, I'm listening. I really don't go for any of it, but I do have an open mind, at least to listen. So,
all right, good that you got an open mind, man, because we're gonna need it. We're gonna need your open mind, Vaughn. Hold on.
To put themselves up, but the more they try, the more they put themselves down. Everything they say is contrary to everything that they've ever done. But they can't.
Oh, this is a lady. She's giving her little rant on it. Dang, I thought it was another portion of it where they were talking about the black people, but no, that's it. We already covered the black people. We already covered them. All right,
Yeah, well,
y'all.
I definitely don't agree with that, brother Clarence. That whole concept of, because my skin is black, I'm cursed. I don't believe. I don't
That's
believe.
just some. That's just some. Some
That's
BS.
just something to
Don't
undermine. It's
undermine
just
black
something
people.
that the enemy uses to undermine different sects of people and different things like that. So, we're aware of that. We know what that is. The enemy's
Okay.
always causing division. That's his aim. If he can just cause division, then he knows that we can't come together, to create something. You see what I'm saying? As long as we're at odds with each other, i.e., man, woman, gender wars, i.e., trans woman wars. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, the devil is busy, man. He's busy at work, and what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Yeah, that's the question. What are we doing?
That's a really good. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Huh? That is a good question. I would say like there's remember the saying I always used to say for you guys whenever I was on here, where like you infiltrate and then you destroy the enemy from within, because it's always the best effective means of doing something. How to break down a society of people who are really close together. No matter how good of a bond they got, bonds can always be broken. It actually depends how strong it is. So for us as a, funny I say community, for us because I think the community is divided at this point. Us as I would say as a tribe, I like the term tribe. That's why I call it the Takashi tribe on my channel. Us as a tribe of people, we will be damn near inseparable if the bonds between each and every one of us were just that lock and key. I don't know if Brother Vaughn or Brother Clarence would agree with me on that, but I do think that if you establish those relationships and keep it around lock and key, and you've built that trust amongst years, nothing should be able to waver. No thoughts or outsider thoughts should be able to waver your mind. Now, I'm trying to be a poet, but that's how I see it.
It's gonna go back
to be rooted.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Mom.
Brother Clarence.
Go ahead, Mom.
Yeah, but you have to be rooted in your faith. You see what I'm saying? You just can't be shaken by every wind of doctrine that that comes in front of you. Oh, well, I'd like to do this week. And oh, wait a minute, this sounds good though. So maybe I'll start believing in that. You just toss to and fro at times, but when you have a foundation of faith, that you could stand firmly on, what I'm saying, then you're unmovable at that point, so.
Okay. So like I think this analogy I think they use, like if you plant yourself like a tree, the tree will not move.
Yeah, you gotta have roots. Gotta have roots.
Yeah, the roots within the roots.
That's why the tree is not so easily blown over.
Right,
because it has roots into the ground, right?
Right.
Yeah, but Brother Clarence, I really would like to address that situation with that video I sent you about the introduction to these young kids' innocence. The agenda.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. Let me bring that
definitely. That agenda that the eligibility community is trying to put on the children. Yeah, I'd like to address that.
All right, while I'm bringing it over, I'm gonna let y'all see how a real man handles when he finds religion. Real man handles it when he finds religion.
Let us pray.
Not a vengeful God. Ralph? Ralph is the name of our God, the symbol of all that's natural, clean, and pure. And you call him Ralph? Ralph is not a him. Ralph is a head of lettuce. You worship a head of lettuce? We do not worship the lettuce. We worship Mother
Here we go.
Nature.
Here we go.
Mother Nature's our divinity. The lettuce is only a symbol.
Oh, is that why your head looks like the bottom of a salad bowl?
That's what I'm about to say. The motherfucker is like, what the hell?
But let
A
me
light
tell you
bulb.
this. Since life is love convinced me to accept Ralph as my savior, I have found tranquility and true inner peace. I only wish you all could somehow be inside of me to feel it.
There's certainly enough room.
Dear sweet child.
Hands off, Kojak.
All right, y'all. That was rerun.
That's
Let's
a
see.
classic.
Now I'm gonna bring it. I'll see now. Let me see if I can bring this over Von Bryant. Let's see if we
Well,
can get it.
well, let's give a warning because some people may not have seen this, and
yeah,
definitely, you know, if you tend to not want to be shocked, you know, and then some of you may not be shocked, but at the same time, it could be very triggering to some people. So I know it triggered me because I really care about these kids.
All right, y'all. If you got kids in the room, you might want to get the kids up out of the room. And if you are triggered by alternative lifestyles, you might not want to watch this portion of the show. We are going to take a quick look at some alternative lifestyles and the effect they could have on churns.
I know this.
Yeah. Oh, did this particular lady come to your school, Jay?
Nah, she come to my school. Thank God when I was a kid. But I've seen this. I think I've seen this video.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna take a look at it. This is a video called "The Kids Meet a Drag Queen." Okay. All right. So let's play it.
I think I can see your beard. I see.
You can see my beard? Oh no!
Yeah, I've seen this. Oh, shit.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Nico.
Miko? I'm Isabella. What's your name?
Kristen.
Kristen? Nice to meet you. I'm Isabella. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Are you nervous?
Yes.
How come? Do I look scary? Do you know what I am? No? I'm a drag queen. Have you ever heard of a drag queen before?
Pause it right there. Pause it right there.
A drag queen is someone who expresses.
Okay, now, you know, Nico, that little boy Nico. Now, you could just see the fear in his face for a moment there. I don't know if you want to go back to look at that. You see what I'm saying? You could see the fear and the confusion in that little boy's face.
Now that's what it is. Now I agree with you on the. I don't know about so much the
you
fear,
what
but
I'm
the
saying?
confusion. Definitely the confusion, right? Because in his mind, a woman is a woman and a man is a man, right?
Yeah,
so
kids pick up on
it's
that.
like
Kids
there's a
actually pick up
conflict
on
here.
Gender roles. They actually pick up on that. I'm not even gonna
All
lie.
right, so let's keep going. But I would just wanted you to notice that if you saw that or not.
Well, let's be clear. This is a conflict, right? This is a conflict to this little boy. This presents a conflict in gender identities, right? As a young man, as a little boy, he thought he had a handle on gender identities, right? Either you're a female or you're a male, right? Now this thing pops up, and well, I don't mean to be offensive, but this person pops up that presents a quandary. A decision has to be made here. Is there alternative categories to the gender situation? If so,
but these are kids, though, Brother Clarence. They don't know how to analyze
That's why
it.
I'm laying out the case. Yeah. That's why I'm laying out the case.
Yes, sir.
So now this young man at probably looks like about 6 or 7 years old has to make the decision: is there an alternative sexual position, right? Because it's not even about sex in his mind, it's genders, right? He's not even really thinking about sex.
Exactly.
But now, because of the but now there's some confusion where the question of sex may be asked, may enter in, right? How can there be a loving relationship when a man is dressed like a woman? How's that gonna work? Right?
Well,
These are questions that this young man has have to answer in his head. And you can see the confusion in his face.
You definitely can see the confusion.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we all on the same page about the situation. And this is why, it's another reason why I say you just can't argue in front of your children, because when you argue in front of your children, these are decisions that these kids have to make. So one of you guys is right and one of you guys is wrong. And so you don't want to put your children in that situation, right? All right, so anyway, we don't want to put these children in this situation where they got to say, this is what's going on here, right? How's this going to work? How's this? To me, a man and a woman are supposed to be together. But now I see a man is a woman. How's that going to work? Who's going to love this person? Right? Another woman?
Well, I think it's a very awkward position for us to put our children in.
That's my point.
But anyway,
these are all questions.
I agree with you.
Running through this little kid's head. It shouldn't be running through his head, right?
Right.
All right.
Right.
Well, let's continue.
Drag queen before? No.
You're like, no.
What is a drag queen?
A drag queen is someone who expresses themselves creatively through performance. So dress up in wild costumes, big wigs, crazy.
Okay. Now you notice how he's avoiding, the drag queen is avoiding the obvious by saying we dress up as women, right? He said he's avoiding the direct question. Hey, so the direct answer, which would be, I am not a woman, but I'm dressing up as a woman, right? Now that's the direct question. And why is he avoiding that? Why? Because he saw the confusion on the last boy's face, and he don't want to further confuse anyone else, because he's there to create acceptance, not further create a disturbance in the brain, right? I just want us to keep on the same page. Okay, here we go.
Crazy makeup and then get on stage and perform and entertain people.
And I know why you're speaking like that.
Like what?
Like you look like you would speak in a different way,
Yeah?
but now you're speaking different. So now I know we're a boy.
I'm a boy. You're right. I'm a boy. I'm a boy.
Wait.
I-
What?
You didn't think I was a boy?
I've been thinking.
You thought I was a girl?
I've been
No, I'm a
Pause
boy.
it right
How
there,
do you
Brother
feel about
Clarence. Can you pause it right there for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so see here, right here
Oh, it's time
is
to ask, by the way.
yeah, right here is where you see how the agenda is being pushed. You see what I'm saying? The kids are laughing. They're starting to feel comfortable now. You see, the devil is so tricky and shrewd, man. You see, and this is how vulnerable they are. They don't know that this spirit that's sitting in front of them is quite dangerous, actually. You know, and so you could see on their face that how impressionable they are, how they're easily influenced. And I think that is such an unfair thing for this community to do to our young people. You see what I'm saying? Let them get to a certain age where they can decide, after having some type of understanding of what things are.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out, because I'm looking at the facial expressions, and I'm kind of gaining information from the children.
Okay, so let me say this. I feel like a lot of times when people are nervous and they are just trying to settle themselves down in a situation where they're very, very nervous, they will laugh. Okay, they will use laughter to kind of create this safe space for themselves. And I think that's what these kids are doing. I don't think they're comfortable with this at all, especially the little kid in the white.
They're definitely not comfortable. You can see that they're not comfortable.
Yeah, they're not comfortable.
You see what I'm saying?
So.
And some kids are afraid of clowns, and they wear a lot of makeup.
Right.
But anyway, never mind. Go ahead,
Right.
Brother Clarence.
Right. Well, shout out to Pagoda. Well, hold on, Pagoda. We got somebody up here now.
Shout out to it when you say that.
Okay, so now we're at the position where the drag queen, they thought that the drag queen, they didn't know that the drag queen was a boy. They thought something is off here. They didn't know what it exactly was. Now the drag queen says, I'm a male, but I'm dressed as a female. Now you can see in the two boys' heads.
Yeah, he says, I'm a boy. See how he says that?
Right.
I'm a boy. I'm like you. I'm a boy. Yeah.
In the kids' minds, they're saying, what possible reason would there be for a boy to dress up like a girl? Right?
Exactly.
No clue of why anyone would do something like that. Right.
But it's being introduced to them, though.
It's being introduced to them.
Let's go.
But see, like I said, to get you onto the plantation, they're leaving breadcrumbs. And so this is the breadcrumb. Pick up the breadcrumbs, you follow the breadcrumbs, and by the time you turn around, you're already all the way on the plantation, right? Okay. So that's where we're at, right? Okay. Let's continue.
Good observation.
A little bit weirded out, but like a little interesting.
Interesting? It's a lot to think about.
Do you always dress up as a girl?
Not always, only when I'm performing. I usually live most of my life in jeans and a t-shirt and a backwards ball cap.
That's really cool. So you're gay?
I am.
Wow. Okay, we're getting a little deeper now, right? Oh boy.
Now that is not a question that a 7-year-old girl should be asking a grown man. Is it? Is that a question that a 7-year-old girl should be asking a grown man? Are you gay? First of all, a 7-year-old girl, what should she know about being gay? She should have no clue about gay. But that's to let you know she's been introduced to this situation.
Exactly. Look how she turns around and looks at the camera and smiles. See,
like,
some of these could be children of, the eligibility community.
Was I not supposed to say that? Right? Like, am I wrong? Was I not supposed to say that? She knew it was a touchy subject, right? See, these kids at this age, man, I'm telling you, at this age, I don't know nothing about gay, straight, nothing about it. Everything was just what it was, right? You know what I was doing at this age? Juan, I know Jay is not even old enough to remember this. Remember Micronauts? Remember the Micronauts? Remember, man, go look up Micronauts on the that's what I was playing with. I was playing with Micronauts, right? There's little die-cast men. You could put jetpacks on them. You could put helmets on them. You could
the little army men.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what I was doing. Not asking grown men, are you gay? Right?
Well, we live in a whole new world now, Brother Clarence. We live in a whole new world. So
living in a whole new world.
Just keep watching because the video gets a little more intense.
Okay. All right, here we go. So far, we got the one set of boys that's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, and now we got this girl that just straight out asks, "Hey, are you gay?" Right? Like they asked Prince, "Are you gay?" Prince said, "No." Are you? Right? But this dude said, "Yes, I am." Holy smokes!
Good question.
Did you curl your eyelashes?
I did. I use an eyelash curler. But yeah, your previous question, I am gay. I came out of the closet when I was 21 years old.
What? Why are we telling 7-year-old girls when we came out the closet? What the hell is going on around here, Vaughn? Vaughn, what'd you do? Send me this for? Vaughn, what's going on?
You know what? We need to see a visual of this. We need to see it. See what I'm saying? Just so that we could see what's actually going on. And this agenda that's being pushed and how it's being pushed now.
Holy smokes. We'll go to
give me a minute, Brother Clarence. I have to step away.
Okay. Holy smokes. It's a CSO. Holy smokes. All right, we're going to get back into it, y'all. This is the drag queens like, yeah, I'm going to tell my life story to these 7-year-old girls.
what's coming out of the closet means?
Coming out of the closet means when you tell everybody that you're gay. It's something that gay people have to do.
Do you have to be gay to do drag?
No, anybody can do drag. Drag is for anybody and everybody who wants to put on a fun costume and get up on stage and entertain people. Everybody should try drag at least once. It's really fun.
Even kids?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few kids that are starting to do drag.
Dude, I
Oh no! Oh no! No! Our kids shouldn't be doing drag. That is something strictly for adults, man. You shouldn't be doing drag as a kid, man. No. Why not, Clarence? What's the matter? What's the problem with that? The problem is that it's not good for the growing mind. A grown mind can separate drag and not drag and all that, but the kids, they usually can't do that, right? And we don't want to put them in a position where they're really in a bad way. All right, let's continue, y'all.
Do dogs do drag? I mean, they can. You can dress a dog up in a dress and take them on stage with you.
So, why did you want to get to be a drag queen?
Why did I want to be a drag queen?
Or what's your inspiration?
Great questions. I first went and saw a drag show and thought it was really fun. And so I started playing with makeup and wigs and costumes and things, and then started performing and just fell in love with performing. I love being on stage. I've been a singer my entire life. Do you like to sing?
Yeah.
What do you like to sing?
I like to sing Moana.
Moana? What about you? Do you like to dance?
A little.
A little? Just a little bebopping?
I like to do this dance called the floss.
What's that?
Like this.
Oh, the backpack kid dance. Yeah. It's called the floss?
Yeah, because it looks like you're flossing your teeth.
Oh, I get it. I'm into it.
Where did you get this sword?
This dress, I got, I had a designer make it for me.
What?
Yeah,
Is that a costume?
it is. Everything that I wear, I refer to as a costume.
Like Halloween?
It's kind of like Halloween every day. That's what I get to do for my job. It's Halloween every day.
My man said, like Halloween? Because you about as scary as a scary ghost. Yikes. How about this in the drag queen in your kid's school? How about that? Yikes. Look at the little kid in the red. It's like, can we be done now? Can we be done now? No more questions, please.
Except the candy part, there's no candy.
Sometimes there's candy.
Are your eyelashes real or fake?
Oh, they're definitely fake. I glued them onto my eye.
Glued?
Yeah.
What about the gems over there?
I glued those on too.
What about the lipstick?
The lipstick I just painted on.
Paint?
Yeah, and then I tapped glitter into it.
Glitter.
Yeah, glitter. I like everything to sparkle a little bit. I say if you're not sparkling, you're not trying. Right? Do you ever wear sparkly things?
Not really,
Not really. How come you don't wear anything sparkly?
because I think some people at school make fun of me.
Well, those people, their opinions.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me, Brother Clarence. I think these two, I think they're gelling a little bit. I think the drag queen sees a little bit of himself in Mr. Multicolored hair.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And that's what led me to the conclusion that some of these children are from some of these homes. You see what I'm saying? They purposely chose them to be a part of this, so they can show that, hey, the kids don't mind and blah, blah, blah. They're not scared, but then kids can't help but to be honest, Brother Clarence. They can't help but to be honest. You see what I'm saying? It just automatically shows in their faces. Even when they're lying, you can tell.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
And
Definitely.
so, man, you know how appalling this is to me. But I want you to keep going because I'm definitely here for this conversation
Hey,
today.
man, you owe me one,
You
Vaughn.
know,
You
and I
owe
may
me
get
one.
kicked off of YouTube after
You,
this,
you,
but
you owe me
I
one,
think I'll
Vaughn.
be
You owe me
okay.
one. The next penis strike video, man. You can't throw up in your mouth at all on that one, man.
Yeah. Wow. See now, pause, brother. Pause.
Fun of you.
When I was younger, people did, but that's because, you know, kids do that. Kids can be mean. There's been a few times that I've encountered people that weren't quite as nice and were a little bit judgmental. What?
I know what to do. Just don't speak, because then they think you're like a real one.
I think I should just be
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. Look at
You
that.
ever wish you were?
Look at how. See that? Just don't. If you just close your mouth,
right?
Maybe we won't know that
Shut
you're
up,
a
Marcus.
boy. But because you open up your mouth and you have this, you know, Barry White voice, you sound like Isaac Hayes when you're speaking. The deepness
Hold
to
on,
the
we're
tone.
gonna bring you. Hold on.
You see what I'm
We're gonna play the
saying?
video first.
You know, maybe if you just close your mouth and don't say anything, you can fool the people. This is how children think. See?
Yeah.
Even with this situation, they're trying to rationalize in their mind, like what is this? Right. And I don't know what kind of parent would put their child in that position. But let's go.
Ouch.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't. I like being a boy, but I enjoy dressing up like a girl. It's really fun.
What does your family think about your job?
You know, at first they were a little unsure of it. They didn't quite understand what I was doing. But as they learned more, they've opened up more to it. What would your family say if you were a drag queen?
Oh, a horrible question to ask. That was a horrible question to ask a little boy.
Well, wait till you hear the boy's answer. But listen, you know, what are we doing, people? People on earth. What on earth are we doing?
Horrible question. A horrible question.
This is such a sick type of way of I don't even know how to say it, Brother Clarence.
Oh man. You saying it. I mean, it is what it is. It's sick to put.
I mean, it's sickening.
I mean, you might as well have a stripper there. Might as well have a polygamist.
What
there.
man wants his child to be coerced and you see what I'm saying? To have their son, their man child. You see what I'm saying? To be pulled in this direction.
Oh man.
When we have our sons, we're happy, we're excited because it's an extension of ourselves. And we try to instill the manhood in that child, teach him how to grow, walk, talk, and be. See what I'm saying? And for this system to try to produce and push this agenda and narrative, it really pisses me off, man. My water is definitely boiling right now.
Your pressure's up, Vaughn. Come on now. Calm down, Vaughn. Calm down. Here we go. We're going to share. So the drag queen just asked the young boy, hey, what would your parents do if you were a drag queen? Right? Because the drag queen could see he got it in him, right? He's one of us, right? He'll be over at the meeting soon enough, right? Okay. So we don't even have to give him a pamphlet. All right, so let's see what the young man has to say.
Really?
That's what my dad would say.
Well,
what would they do? Wait, hold on. Let's
really?
See what that would say.
As they learned more, they've opened up more to it. What would your family say if you were a drag queen?
Get out of this house.
Really?
That's what my dad would say.
Well, you can change people's minds.
Yeah. I'm pretty much not weirded out now.
You're not?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm comfortable.
Anybody can do anything they want. If they want to wear a dress, that's fine.
You just
if
need
they
to
want to wear pants. Yeah. I just believe in it.
The drag queen don't know. This dude is clowning her, man. You don't even he's clowning her, man. You don't even know. Oh, holy smokes. All right, let's go.
Isabel.
Thank you, guys. It was great to meet you. It's so good to meet you. Yeah. I'll see you later.
See you later.
I'm Isabella Exton, and thank you for watching Kids Meet a Drag Queen. If you want to know more about me, check down below in the description box and follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Christian Mingle, all of them. And if you want to see
Yikes.
more Kids Meet videos, click right here.
Yikes.
Did he say Christian mingle? Wow.
Christian mingle.
You better stay away from that, ladies and gentlemen, because they got all kind of stuff going over there talking about Christian mingle.
Vaughn.
What are they? Who are they mingling with?
Vaughn, you want to meet a nice drag queen? You can go to Christian Mingle and meet a nice drag queen, Vaughn.
Wow. Man, let me take 5 breaths. Hold on. I'm just going to breathe in and out and pull it in a little bit so we can complete this conversation. But, man.
Okay, but let's bring.
Yeah, get him off the screen if you can.
Wait.
I can't even look at it.
Christian Mingle, Vaughn. We're gonna go to Christian Mingle. That way you can meet all the nice drag queens over on Christian Mingle, Vaughn.
Okay, so Brother Clarence, when you look at this, and I appreciate your commentary on it, you brought up a lot of good points.
Thank you, sir.
You know, what are we looking at right here? What do you see? What is the big picture, as Mandrell would put it? What's the big picture here?
Okay,
where are we leading to here? What's going on?
Okay, so stuff like this are breadcrumbs, right? The big picture is to get you onto the plantation, right? Remember Pinocchio, the movie, the old movie, school movie, the Disney movie Pinocchio. And in the movie Pinocchio, there was kids running around saying, hey, you don't like what your parents are telling you? You don't like doing all your schoolwork and doing all your work? Hey, there's an island that we don't have to do nothing. You come to this island, all we do is play all day, right? So the kids were running around and so they was getting kids to fall for it, and they were putting them on a ship and taking them over to this island. And once they got over to the island, that's when they found out, man, hey, it ain't like that. They put them to work, right? They put them to work. They was like, oh man, we got what the Chinese used to call Shanghai, right? The people would say, oh, we're gonna take you on a pleasure cruise for free. Come on and just get on the boat, right? And they get on the boat, and when they get on the boat, they find out it's a pirate ship, and they say, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that. I mean, that's been going on for ages, right? But my point is this: they left the breadcrumbs for the person to entice them into coming along with the situation. So in my opinion, the point of something like this is to soften up the culture, soften up the community for the big picture, which is to have to be able to have little kids. And now I got to agree with Dr. Umar on this one. They're going to try to get legislation to say that if a kid under the age of 18 can decide whether they want to have gender reassignment surgery, permanent gender reassignment surgery, then they should be able to decide whether they're going to have sex with an adult. That's what Dr. Umar was saying on a video a couple of days ago, and I agree with that.
Who is Dr. Umar, if I may ask?
Dr. Umar is a Black scholar that goes around talking about issues in the Black community in America. But one of the things that he said was, this is to lay the foundation, because the pedophilic people that believe in pedophilia or follow that lifestyle are going to say, how can you say it's illegal for them to have sex under the age of 18, but they can go and decide whether they want a gender reassignment surgery and take gender puberty blockers? How you gonna be able to? You can't stand on both sides of the street. So this is all gonna be to soften up the community for a major influx of wickedness that's coming, in my opinion. So what can we do? The onlyest thing we can do is start.
I want to vomit from this.
What?
I said I want to vomit from this.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Pagoda, let me ask you, Pagoda, in Israel, do they have drag queens teaching kids at the schools?
No.
What's wrong with you guys? You guys should be doing like us, the stupidness that we doing. You should be
No,
following.
no, don't tell him that,
Supposed
brother
to call
Clarence.
women
No, no,
virgin persons like
no,
you in the
no.
USA.
Huh?
Yeah, no. Yeah, don't tell him that, brother Clarence.
Don't tell him
That
that.
ain't no. Let them do exactly what they're doing over there because they're being an
Look, we have
example.
gay parades and stuff, but we don't have a drag queen story or the shit or the crazy stuff that you have there. And there's probably I remember that I saw on TV that there was some teenager, 15, 16, that were identified as trans. But there is not we don't have the drag queen promoting like this, and we don't have probably some sickos will try
He
to bring
said,
it here from the USA, but still.
You know what?
well,
I get, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, Pagoda. You know, it's a shame to me, you know, that our country is even, you know, going for this type of BS when it in
But why
regards to
you
our
try to
children.
bring it over here?
I have no idea. I can't speak to that.
You know,
brother.
it's one thing that you have
But you know,
this
this
stuff,
is
but why you try to bring it here for God's sake? Ugh.
well,
No,
you know what?
I saw. You know, there's a book called I forgot what's the name of some jazz something. Jazz is amazing. Something.
Oh, that's a TV show out here.
No, the book something. A book. The name Jazz something. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, some granny celebrity here said that she is going to read this book to her grandson. What the hell?
Yeah.
Why this book is coming for? Why the hell this book is coming here? And why people are translating this book into Hebrew? For God's sake!
Okay, so here's the thing. We'll go to the same thing as the situation that's going on here. You're trying to soften up the community for this influx of evil that is coming. And when I say evil, I mean that not necessarily the homosexual lifestyle is quote unquote evil, but what I mean is that's just the that's just the starting point of the wickedness that's coming, where you know everything is going to be challenged, because they'll say, and it's going to be challenged based off of letting these kids start taking puberty blockers. They're going to go to court. The pedophiles are going to go to court and say, if they can make that kind of decision, they obviously can make this kind of decision whether they want to have sex with a grown person or not, right?
Yeah, and you know, I must tell you something.
Yes,
I
sir.
remember right now that I saw I remember that 2 years ago, or even 2 years ago, there was in some gay stage, some liberal parents. One of them was made Aliyah from the USA. They showed to the crowd on the stage their trans daughter. They say she was 9 and stuff, and people in the media were shocked by it that they basically put their son in a woman's clothing and say that he's a trans, and people here were people in some TV channels were shocked, and they called the parents perverts and crazy.
Well, how old was the kid?
I think 9. You want me to say the full name of the child?
No. I just was wanting to know how old the child was. Oh my god.
They say that he was 9 or 10, I think.
But it was biologically, it's a biological boy, correct?
They didn't do any. Yeah, it's such a biological boy. They didn't do anything to him yet. But what the fuck? And you know what? I look into it, and that video. I want to smell. I wish I could jump into that video and smack a lot of the jackasses that they were cheering to this nonsense. Why do you bring this stuff here? Look what you're doing to my home. You're turning to my home to some liptard madness.
Well, see, here's the thing. Because we're caught. I don't know about in Israel, but in America, we're caught we're caught because we don't want to be disrespectful to people that's living a certain way, but at the same time, we don't want them to suppress our right to live our lives the way we want to live them, right?
How do you want to live your life? You're a normal person. You don't do any crazy stuff.
But I'm saying, but the people that want to live the alternative lifestyles, they a lot of times what they want to do is have us suppress what we're doing so that they can be more open with what they're doing. And so that's the constant struggle that we're having here in America is, okay, you want to live your life. You want to do X, Y, or Z, right? But at the same time, that may encroach on what I'm doing, or you want to push it to the point to our kids. Now, here's the problem that we have with the drag queens with the kids. They inherently push the issue of sexuality on the table, right? Their presence or their behavior inherently raises the question of sexuality. And so that is what we have a major issue with, because they're putting something like that on the table for a 6, 7, 8-year-old kid. That shouldn't be on the table, right? That's something that should be addressed as maybe at earliest maybe 16, right? At maybe 16, we can start. You can start noticing maybe they got a affinity toward that type of lifestyle, and you can say, okay, maybe they're old enough to recognize the ups and downs, the goods and the bads of this thing, and they starting to make the decision on what they want to do. And then by the time they're 18, then they on their own, they can do what they want.
Yeah.
But when we start introducing it to them at a young age, and introducing sexuality to them at a young age, and then we not carefully watching that road that they're driving down, they start doing 100 miles an hour down that road. They can get into prawn, they can get into alternative lifestyle, they can get into a lot of different things before they're ready. And that's the issue. That's the issue. That's why I wouldn't have a stripper go in there, because they're gonna instantly raise the issue of sexuality. I wouldn't have the polygamy going there. They're going to instantly raise the issue of sexuality. So therefore, we need to keep that we need to keep the least amount of confusion around our children, right? Where they don't have to ask.
I don't have kids, but I agree with you.
Because that's a walk we can't walk with them, right? That's a walk they're going to walk by themselves. They're going to think about it in the bedroom. They're going to think about it in the classroom. They're going to think about all their free time. So therefore, we should delay as far as we can the introduction of sexuality to our children. Do you guys agree or disagree?
You should let a little fast, but you know what? I will talk less. Sorry, man.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Vago.
No, you first.
I can speak after you.
No, you first. Elders first.
Okay, well, listen. I just believe this right here, that it is an indoctrination of our children into perversion. And this is what's being indoctrinated. And they're trying to do it slowly and kindly and make it look nice and cartoony. But see, the reality of it is, it's sin. It's contrary to the will of God. It's contrary to the way that God designed us to be. Now, a whole bunch of people don't want to stand up like the little kid did when he said the emperor has no clothes on. But I don't have a problem with it. So what we're seeing here is this agenda being pushed on our children. What are we going to do as parents? How are we going to speak up about this? What rights do we have when it comes to the kids, our children that we have birthed? What rights do we have? They're trying to take those rights away. And this is what I have a problem with. Listen, if you want to live the lifestyle of however you want to live it, you go ahead and do that, and you answer to God for yourself. That's not my business. But when you start mixing your agenda into my family, see, now I have an issue with that. And I don't have a problem speaking against it. It's not right. It is not ordained by God. I don't care how much you put a wig and lipstick and eyebrows and eyelashes on. I don't care how many stockings and high heel shoes you wear. It is not God's work. So, hey, I'm just saying this, leave me alone now. Because see, I'm not running looking after you. You're all up in my business, especially when it comes to my children. So I don't take that lightly at all. And I think some of these lackadaisical ass parents that sit around here and are not paying attention to what the enemy is trying to do, you need to guard your children.
Definitely.
Well, if I may say, first of all, before I think that I will say in the name of all three of us that we are talking about the whole get the children stuff with that stuff, not about gays that just want to live like everybody else and have a family and stuff. Nobody has a problem with that. But the idea to let kids let a drag queen or a person in drag go into kids to do stuff with kids, that's fucked up. Those drag is it's stuff that you have in a gay bar in the morning, not with kids. That's nuts.
Exactly.
What we are going to bring next? A hooker to be with to dance with kids?
That was my question.
Next?
Exactly.
And also, guys, I don't know about God, but kids shouldn't be. Kids don't need to know about that stuff, for God's sake. Let them grow. Yeah. They maybe in 16 should start with seeing that, and you know what, 16, 18. Yeah. But this, I don't know who the kids. I don't know the age of the kids that we have there, but I'm assuming that we're around 8, 9. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
but
and
that's
about
the
that
problem.
guy, if somebody, from what I know, I will not say what I know about him, but from what I heard on the channel of Blair White, the channel of Blair White is, you can look at the comments. I wrote it in the comments, but from what I know, at least, okay, I'm not okay.
Okay, well,
in any case, this is not appropriate next to kids. And you said it's cartoony. It's look like you brought it up from South Park. I remember that almost 20 years ago, I saw an episode on South Park that they that Mr. Garrison from South Park did some stuff with some sicko some weirdo called Mr. Slave. And this, what we have now is not far off from this. Seriously.
Yeah,
what
man.
next? Probably in another half of a decade, somebody from some of those performers will even do what I saw in some videos of people that complain on those of erotic dancers like this that even are drag queen erotic dancers that even look like foreign prostitutes, and they're doing it in kids' birthday parties. What the fuck?
Yikes!
Why you bring this to my country? Why you bring this from the USA? Why this coming? Why this is trying to come here? Why? It's spread like disease.
Ay. Yeah, man. I mean, it's an agenda. It's a full agenda, and there's a reason why.
Probably because the Jews from the USA come here, they probably bring this here. But still, if somebody will try to do this nonsense here with kids, he's going, or in a local library, the parents are going to kick his ass.
Yeah, maybe so.
No, people aren't homophobes here, but still, this is children, for God's sake.
Yeah, man, this is tough. This is tough. Now just to wrap this up, I think that this is going to be an ongoing thing, because there's evil out there that we haven't seen yet. I'm just gonna say it like that. There's some evil out here that we haven't seen yet, and this is all to get us to prepare you that when that evil shows up, it's going to be fair seeming. It's going to seem like it's okay. You're fighting a good fight by trying to see women here. Now I'm gonna tell you, over here, I don't know about in Israel, but over here, what happened is women took in the gay men. They took them in and they brought them in, and they tried to help them get laws passed, help them do a lot, right? And what the gay men started doing was just taking their men from them, right?
Yeah, you call women in the USA birthing persons, no?
They call them what?
Birthing person. That's what you call that's what the trans community call women, no? Birthing, from the word birth, birthing person.
Oh, they call them breeders.
Yeah, birthing person. From what I know, it's birthing person, but whatever.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Well, maybe
we don't have this here, at least for now.
Well, that's how it's going down in Israel. But that's, in my opinion, that's the bigger issue. The bigger issue is to soften up the community. So when the kids will walk away from the parents instantly, they're doing it now, but I mean, eventually the kids will just walk away. All they need to hear is a certain word, and it will resonate with all of this sexuality, and based on the sexuality, that the kid don't even understand what they're actually doing. They're just following the pleasure from the sexuality and trying to get more information about the sexuality. They will follow the song. They will follow the song into the abyss. And that's what we gotta teach our children, not to follow that song. These breadcrumbs that they leaving now, well, come meet the drag queen, let the drag queen read you a story. This is all to prepare you. So when you see craziness, other craziness out there at a young age, you won't be shocked. This whole thing is to take the shock out of the kids should be shocked when they see something way out of the ordinary. They should be. That's natural for them to be shocked. But what they're trying to do, the portion of that community, is take the shock away from them. So when they see them, they accept them right away, and will accept that lifestyle right away. And that is going to lead to other breadcrumbs and other breadcrumbs. And by the time the kid turns around, he's already on the plantation. He already been Shanghai, right?
Wow.
I didn't heard this.
Wow. You know what, Brother Clarence?
That metaphor of plantation and bread, but okay.
So yeah, let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, if I could. That's okay. Listen, why is it that our kids just can't, be kids and focus on their studies, focus on, you know what I'm saying? Critical thinking and different things like that. And, be children. These are topics that they're not ready for yet.
Correct.
And man, it really, man, my heart is heavy, because there's a lot of children that's being subjected to this.
Correct.
What's critical thinking?
This narrative, you know what I'm saying? Critical
Correct.
thinking, knowing how not to touch the hot stove. You see what I'm saying? Because it's hot. If I touch it, I'm going to get burned. You know what I'm saying? Kids have to grow to a certain level of understanding. And that's a time and process that takes place.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? First A, then B, then C, then D.
Right.
You don't skip them all the way to H. Do you see what I'm saying? At their age.
Correct. Shout out to Brother Anderson, by the way.
Yeah, if I may want to add to what you said, in places that society or organization try to separate the kid from his parents, you definitely know that something is very rotten in there.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing spiritually.
That's a totalitarian society.
It's separating the parents from the children, just like
That's
they did
it.
in the show Pinocchio. And there's a book by Hans Christian Andersen called The Pied Piper of
When they
Hamelin.
did it in Pinocchio?
Huh?
When they did it in Pinocchio?
When they were trying to get him to go to that island, the guy had this island, and he said, man, he was telling the kids, hey man, you guys come to my island, and he said, you don't like how your parents are doing you can come to the island and you just play all day. And when they got
that
there,
was when he was already separated, but you know what, never mind that.
No, he was just like the rest of the kids. They were like, well, I don't want to be working and doing what my parents say. And so they always try to separate the parents from the kids. So same thing in the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Are you familiar with that story, Vagoda?
Yeah, familiar that the Piper guy take the kids because he didn't get his money.
He didn't get paid. Capitalism.
Yeah, he took them to the woods and killed them, or make them disappear.
Capitalism is the way to go. Capitalism is what we're doing here, man. So the boy didn't get his money for getting rid of the mice, so he said, "Okay, y'all ain't gonna pay me. I'm gonna walk your children off this ledge." And he walked the children off the same ledge you walked the mice off of, right? But
in some version, he took them
to some and you know what?
Circus
and you know what, Brother
but...
Clarence? That is the agenda of the enemy. That whole
point.
scenario that you just gave is that is his agenda. That's his narrative. It's to lead you down a road of destruction.
Right.
And we are falling for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're falling for it.
Right. And so it's a spiritual thing. Like Bolo was saying, it's a spiritual thing where they're creating these disconnects from the parents. And so how can they create a disconnect with the child and the parent? Well, the like Vaughn said, the enemy has to go into the child. He can't go to the parent. The parent's gonna say, "Get the hell away from, get thee behind me, Satan," right? But the child don't know how to say that, so they're gonna go to the child and say, "You're being lied to," right? Remember this? We've heard this story before. Hold on, Vagoda. We've heard this story before. They lying to you. You actually more powerful than you think you are. They lying to you. They keep telling you a kid. You're not a kid. You a God. You smarter than your parents. You smarter than them. You should actually be in the leadership. And so they have this agenda to keep telling the kids that they smarter and that the parents are slow and the parents are stupid. Therefore, they create this division. The resentment is man-made in the kid's head, in the spirit, that my parents, they're not really doing me right. Right? They're not doing me right. If they was doing me right, I'd be having fun all the time. I wouldn't have to have no chores. I wouldn't have to have no read my books and practice my saxophone and do this and that. I wouldn't have to do all that. Listen to them other kids. They out there. Little Johnny, little Jimmy, they outside every day. Their mama don't stop them from doing nothing. I had one of my sons tell me that one time. I had one of my sons tell me, "Hey, so-and-so's parents, they don't let you, they can do whatever they want to do." I said, "But you ain't so-and-so's kid." You ain't so-and-so's kid. And if you want to go over there and ask them, "Can you join the crew?" Go on over there. If they take you, have at it. I'm going to sleep good. I know I did you right. Go on over there. But I'm glad Bolo came up here, right? Because we got a bigger question. We got a big question. We got a question from the chat, right?
Oh wow! Actually, I didn't even see my brother come up. Listen, this whole topic has me in a topsy-turvy right now. So, I need prayer throughout the process because.
Okay, brother. So here, I know I brought Bolo up here, right?
Yeah. So when I'm going to be quiet and listen.
If you want to pray, this stuff will not get into here. I don't want to see it.
When Bolo start talking, I think I have enough time to walk down the street here, get me a bag of chips and
don't do that, brother Clarence. Don't do that. No,
don't do that.
No. No,
Well,
because
I'm
we
gonna
all
let him.
know you're
I'm gonna let
long-winded now. How is the pot? Wait a minute. Whenever
I'm
the
gonna
pot
let him
starts
just start
calling
it.
the kettle black,
Damn, boy.
wow, I
Actually,
don't believe it.
Actually, this brother called me and checked on me last night. He said, "Brother, what's going on, man? You okay?" I said, "Hey, man, we celebrate my youngest boy's 12th birthday." But he does like he and I always do, man. We just talk. We might talk for about a minute tops, right? You okay? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. How's your family? Your family okay? Yeah, my family okay. Your family okay? Yeah, my family okay. Peace, brother. I'll talk to you later. Peace, peace. That's usually how we do, right? So he called me last night, man, and checked on me, man. So shout out to the brother. I guess I should be nicer to him, Vaughn. It only took him 3 weeks this time since the last time I texted him. Hey, brother, you okay? It only took him 3 weeks. But I want his opinion on what we've been talking about, and then I want to go into this Deuteronomy 7. So Bolo, if you got you got something to say about what we've been talking about the drag queen and everything, it's with the kids, say something about that, and then we're gonna get into this Deuteronomy 7.
And we're only going to verse, what is it, where it says verse 3.
Verse 3. Okay, you
Yes.
sure, Vaughn? Okay. We can't go no further.
I think we could stop there because of the lengthiness of the show, but we could still have a conversation from 1 to 3. Yeah, let's do that, because I know sometimes you like to read the whole chapter and then go to the next one, and it's okay. Listen, I love the word.
I don't like
I love the word, but we do want to keep the interest of the audience at the same time.
Yes, right. And so I
let's
don't
not
want
give
them to
them too
say,
much.
well, y'all not contexting it. So that's why I usually do that. But okay, Bolo, you got something to say about anything we've been talking about so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay, brother, come on with it.
Well, first of all, let me say hello, blessings to everybody on the panel and everyone in the chat. Thank you for having me up. It's crazy, man. A lot of you guys have been saying, y'all been on point. What they're doing is they're giving information to these young children that their mind cannot quantify. Their spirit hasn't. They have no edification for it.
There's the real say that again, brother, because that's a critical issue right there. The spirit
there's no edification.
Is not ready for that. Okay. All right.
It's not right, because again, as young men and young women, young boys and young girls, we're curious. What I'm saying? And they hope on that curiosity. So this is why they pass laws where they can just talk to the kids in school, because a lot of the times kids are in school, they're more in school more than they with their parents.
Correct.
When the kids get home, what do? They do their homework, they eat, whatever, and then they go to bed. Most of the day where they're, interacting with other kids or adults is in school, 8 hours. So, this is why they're passing these laws where they can teach whatever they want to teach and get them desensitized. That's the whole thing, to desensitize these young men, these young boys and young girls to what they're pushing, right? So then it's a social norm for you, right?
Correct.
Our kids don't know what ABC 1, 2, 3 and the birds and the bees, but yet they're learning that there's different genders. There's 3 or 4, 10. But they don't know what blue, you have young children that are old enough to say that I identify as a boy or a girl, but yet they can't drink. They can't purchase a weapon. They can't go into the service. At 11, 12. At 11, 12 here in America, Vagoda. 11, 12. Yeah, and it goes lower than that. It goes lower. You have them putting in books, real I don't know if this is a word, but I'm gonna create it. Pedophile-like books where you have children talking to each other. I remember one show that we did where they had gave a pamphlet for the children, and what it was talking about, it was one brother talking to a sister, and he was talking about her vagina and talking about her liquids. Brother, it was crazy. I'll send you the link. It's crazy. And she was talking. The words that she was using are adult porn type words.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like goo, goo and things like that. Kids at 5, 7, 8, 9 years old ain't thinking that thought process. But You know, she's talking about I'm wet, I'm this and that. It's yeah, brother. Yeah. These are the books. There was a pastor that went to the school board and he was reading this, and the school board said, "Now you can't read that." He said, "Oh, am I offending you? I can't read it, but this is what you're putting in our libraries. This is what my child can take out of the library, but I can't read it here. It offends you? You're opening up the door. Well, the door has already been opened
Right.
to all sorts of unseemly things. But what else can you expect? This is the devil's world. You know, remember, this is spiritual, under spiritual warfare. This is not a fleshly thing, right? So at the end of the day, it's easier to fight a flesh war. It's easy. It's much harder to fight when it's in the spirit.
Right.
It's much harder to defend a thought process opposed to stopping someone that's physically trying to do something to you. So when your child comes home and they've been beaten, that this thing has been beaten into their mind all year long.
Yeah.
And then you try to say, well, who's teaching you this? You know, you should, it's crazy how you have drag queens reading to children. Drag queens.
Wow.
Reading to children.
Wow.
Reading to children. And then they say, well, what's wrong with it? What the hell do you mean what's wrong with it? What do you mean what's wrong with it?
Wow.
I'm trying to understand. Again, do what you do. I got no problem with you doing what you do. But when you start to infringe on my family, now I have a problem. Now I have an issue, because that should be something that the parent opens the child to. My child don't know the world around him or her, but yet I have a dude sitting in front of him in woman's clothes talking sexual. What do you expect a child to do? It's the same difference. It's child abuse.
Amen.
It's the same. It's
Amen.
child abuse. You're opening up this child to a thought process that they can never come back from. The same way if you molest a child, that child is no longer the same. Right? This is why they tell you don't touch a butterfly's wings, because a butterfly's wings are so fragile that they'll never be the same. What do you think a child's mind is? It's fragile. So once you open them up to that thought process of understanding, you can't take that from them. Once their eyes is open, how do you close it?
Right.
You don't.
Right.
So that's what they're counting on. They're counting on the seed that they plant, because that's what it's about, right? Whether it's on righteousness or wickedness, it's a seed that you plant that your curiosity is going to feed. It's going to feed it. So that if they put you in a school setting where they tell you it's okay, you know, there was a guy went to his doctor, his wife went to the doctor. His child is 7, 2 boys, 7 and 5. The doctor asked the mother, what do your children identify as? They're 7 and 5.
What?
When was that exactly? And what the?
Here in America, Vagoda, it hasn't hit you guys yet.
Where in
As
America?
hard as
When? Why? What the fuck?
all over.
Easy, Vagoda. Easy.
He asked the wife, what do they identify as? 7 and 5. This is what's going on.
In that age, I was identified as a Pokemon. That was what I identified in that age. For God's sake.
But that's the point. Kids at that point want to be Spider-Man, Batman. They want to be what is in their environment, and that's
I am Batman.
Right, and that's what they're counting on. They're counting on desensitizing these children and letting them know from young. Remember, they're bypassing. We are the last vanguard. We're the last. If you look at the generations that's coming up under us, you look at us, our line is drawn. There's a line that's drawn when it comes to this generation that we're in. When you look at the generation coming up behind us, they're a little bit more laxed. Then the generation behind them, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Well, you're sitting here and people don't even know the definition of a woman anymore.
Right.
They don't know the definition of a woman. What's a woman? I don't know. I don't know what a woman is. We've known what a woman has been all our lives, but 2023, we don't know. And if you do know, you're afraid to say before you get canceled.
Right.
So you can't even say this movement that this government, that the world is pushing, because it's not just. Do you hear what's going on right now in I want to say Uganda? I could be wrong. But in the African country, the parliament is about to pass a law, right? They're about to pass saying that, you know, homosexuality, they're not rocking with it. You dig what I'm saying? The American government said, well, we're watching this really close. We're going to have to put embargoes on them.
Oh.
And what they're saying is, yo, Duke, listen, man, when you do what you do, no one says nothing. We mind our business. Mind yours. Let us get to that point of where you at in time. Don't police the world. You're quick to police everybody, but yet you have homeless people that are here. You're quick to police everyone, but yet you have people that need your help and you can't offer it. So my thing is we have to really start, and this is why the Constitution was written. When you look at tyranny, this is what tyranny looks like. This is what tyranny looks like. You know, when you look at the word USA, the acronym for under Satan's authority, that's what it is. Under Satan's authority. That's what this country is run by demonic forces. When you can sit there and look and have a man, a person that was born as a man and identify as a woman, whip a woman's ass in MMA and nothing is wrong with that, that's a problem.
He's now
that's
in
a
jail.
problem.
Wow.
No, she signed the contract. You have a man that identified as a woman, Vagoda, who went into the MMA and fractured this woman's skull.
Okay, and he's now in hospital from the crowd that kick his ass or something?
No, this is legal. This is legal.
MMA,
karate. This is legal. This is what we're dealing with.
But your country is insane.
That's why I said under Satan's authority.
Sadly, I would have to agree.
You definitely given me a reason why not to live in the USA. How lovely.
Stay where you at. It's confusing, bro. It's confusing because when you preach freedom, you have to understand something. When you preach freedom the way America preaches freedom, it makes you more of a slave, right? Because there are no parameters in which way for you not to go. Here in America, you can do anything. Just do whatever you want. What keeps me from doing this? Well, whatever law they decide to pass, whatever is the flavor of the month, that's what they pass. That's what
freedom
they
to
pass.
pick the woman. Oy.
Brother, listen, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. So when you have to understand when they're pushing this on the children now, it's like when you introduce a new string to a certain type of plant and you mix them. It's in the plant's blood now. It's in the DNA of the plant. You can't change it. So when you push this on these children at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the building blocks of their brains, the building blocks of their personalities and their character, it's now in them. It's now in them, and that's what they're doing. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous. I can't go in and talk and read to my children, but a dude dressed up as a chick can. I can't just say, brother Clarence or Von Bryant or Dakota can't go into school and read to his children, but a dude dressed up as a chick can, and then say, but what am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? You know my child is going to ask, why does this dude look like a woman but has the voice of Darth Vader?
Actually, I can if I want to.
Exactly.
I couldn't arrange it, but I think also you can arrange it if you want to read some book. But it's not like you are going to read some sick porno or something.
When these questions are asked, remember, it's a thought process. This is what you have to understand. Remember, everything that you think of, it leads to something, right? When you're in your mind's eye and you're just sitting down, your mind is running, you're thinking. What do you think these children are going to do when they have no parameters? You see what I'm saying? When they have no one to guide them, their mind will run any which way. Any which way. This is why they're children. This is why you don't introduce these things to them at that such of a young age, because there are no parameters.
Right.
They don't know what they are at that point.
Right.
So that's what I got.
All right, brother. We are going to
Excellent.
get into Deuteronomy 3. But first, we
1
gotta
through
watch
4.
the
We should include verse 4, Brother Clarence, because
4.
that is a good verse to include. So 1 through 4 would give a good explanation. Because also, could you also put up the question that
I will.
Black-hearted with okay, great, thank you.
I will. But first, we're gonna watch the preacher. This is what this is all about. So we're gonna watch the preacher first. Let's watch a little bit of the preacher, man. And let's see what they have to say about you Negroes marrying white people.
Rail against children that are a product of biracial marriage.
There's a move in the message of blacks marrying whites, whites marrying blacks, and folks think it's all right. But you know what? My God still has nationalities outside the city. Now watch this. Brother Branham says hybriding, how terrible hybriding. They hybrid the people. It's a big molding pot. I got hundreds of precious colored friends that's born again Christians. But on this line of segregation and things that they're talking about, hybriding the people, what? Tell me what a fine cultured, fine Christian colored woman would want her baby to be a mulatto by a white man. No, sir. It's not right.
What in the world is he talking about with nationalities?
That can't be what he's saying.
It gets better, you guys.
I can react to this. I can say something.
Yeah, come on, Pagoda. Hurry up.
What the fuck? First of all, who the fuck cares with who you marry?
Easy,
He
Pagoda.
talks like he's married to an Arab woman or something.
It's easy with the F-bombs, Pagoda. Holy smokes.
Who the fuck cares? And why?
Hey,
and what?
wait.
What's the hell with the Turks?
In America, it's some places it matters, man. Some places it matters. This is the stuff they ain't see. They just showing y'all McDonald's and cheeseburgers. They ain't showing y'all the rest of what's going on over here.
You said something mulatto. What the hell is a mulatto?
A mulatto
is that some kind of Mexican?
No, that is that is a mix between it used to be all over Italy. Where it's a mix
Sounds
between
like a category in some porn or something.
Listen, Vagoda, I'm gonna tell you what a mulatto is. It's a black person who has a white parent and a black parent, right? One of the parents is black, right? So they call that child a mulatto, right? All right. So anyway, let's see what else the pastor has to say before we go into Deuteronomy.
I can't get enough of this guy. Let's do one more.
If I might, I just want to add one thing.
What?
I just want to add one thing. Like I said, who the hell cares if people with different skin color? Who the hell cares? What is this? The Ku Klux Klan?
Well, brother, this is what we're dealing with over here. This is what we're dealing with over here. Sometimes you may ask yourself,
like I said, your country is insane. Who the hell cares?
I know, but there's some people that do and are pushing this program. And so you may ask yourself, why are some people, on edge whenever somebody says something that they consider racist, right? It's because of people like this that push this program, right? They do it under the cover of the church,
You're American, so why you have a problem?
Hold on. They do it under the cover of the mosque. They do it under the cover at the temple, right? They do it. They use the religion as a shield for what they actually trying to push, right? So anyway, I'm going to play. Let me play this again, but now I'm going to play something else that he said.
Yeah, sorry, I will not interrupt.
This is very important to what we're going to read in Deuteronomy.
And let me tell you right up front, any of you young people, you want to marry a black man, you girls, don't ask me to do it, because I will not. I refuse. I cannot do it with a conscience toward God and look these quotes in the face. You white brothers, you find a black sister, you want to marry an African or whatever more, don't ask Brother Donnie. I'll quit church, suit yourself. I'd rather you quit than me get in trouble with God. Well, glory.
So he loves black people, but obviously they're.
All right, y'all. I think that's the last one. All right, so
I
let's.
ask myself from which madhouse this guy escaped from, where he should be wearing, how you call it in English, a street jacket.
He's in
No,
good old
what the hell is wrong with
US of A.
him?
He's in the good old US of A. All right, so now
If this
we're
guy
gonna
is-
read. We're gonna read. Deuteronomy. Right, this is a book in the Bible. We're gonna read Deuteronomy 1 through 4, according to Vaughn, because New Growth in the chat says this may have something to do with these things may be related. So let's read. Deuteronomy 7:1. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Gerashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. 7 nations. Jebusites, okay. 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. Right? Okay, so what's going on here, Vaughn? Let's take it. Let's take it step by step.
Well, you know, it is what it says it is. You know, he's naming a certain group of people, and he's naming this certain group of people for a reason. So as we continue to read, we're gonna figure out why God is speaking this way about these particular people.
I can respond to that.
But look,
He's
you gotta
talking
let Vaughn
about.
finish. Wait, Vagoda. You gotta let Vaughn finish first.
Sorry, I thought he finished. Sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay, all right.
No. Basically, I was finished. I was just saying that he's speaking to a certain a group of individuals, right? That dwelled within the land. Is that correct? So, as we continue to read, it's going to be revealed to us why God is speaking this way concerning these individuals.
Okay. All right.
So
sounds good. Vagoda, what's your take?
Okay, this guy is a moron, if you ask me, because if he's trying to get into the whole skin color, first of all, there's no, the Bible is not talking about skin color. And second, all the people, all the Canaanite groups that he talked about looked like had a Middle Eastern appearance, like the ancient Israelis, you can say, or the ancient Jews. So they look. If they look the same.
There is. I keep telling you, Vagoda, there is no ancient Jews. There's just the Jews. There's no ancient. Something ancient.
Yeah, my ancestors. Whatever.
Well, why
okay,
don't,
your ancestors.
Focus,
I'll take that.
Why don't we just focus on the scripture at hand?
All right,
yeah, but
and then we can discuss.
In any case, they look the same in terms of skin color. So this guy is just making a joke out of himself. And in general, if you want to be accurate with the text, he could go to the original Hebrew text if you want. I don't know if this is the New Testament or the Old Testament he's getting this from.
I believe it's the Old Testament.
Oh, yeah. Then you should go to the Hebrew text if you want to be accurate. He's just reading a copy.
We will make a note of that. We will make a note of that. But I want to get Bolo in here to tell us his take on what's going on here. 7-1. Bolo, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, what's your take on 7-1? What's going on here?
Well, this is, first of all, you have to understand that Israel was set apart from the rest of the world.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So the Lord, that they're the Lord's chosen people. So this is Moses instructing Israel when they go into these places, how to behave, the manner that they should move in, and what they need to do. So that's what's happening in verse 1. And it moves on to verse 2 and 3.
Okay. All right. So this is Moses. And he's briefing the people on, hey, this is how it's going down now, right? Okay. All right. So here we are at verse 2. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, yikes, and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Holy smokes. What's going on, gentlemen? What's
You should
going
keep
on?
reading. You should keep reading, Brother Claire.
I should keep reading? Okay.
Yeah, it's only 4 verses.
Neither shall thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. Yikes. For they will turn away thy son from following me. Uh-oh, there it is.
So there's the key. Keep going.
That they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. Oh,
Okay, so that's that. We can stop right there now. I was asking you if you could put the question that that Brother Black-Hearted
we'll do that right now
with New Growth Old Soul he had asked me a question in the chat.
Let me get it right now.
If I may say, I think that we should
hold on,
should address the elephant in the room.
Hey, Vagoda, can you just hold on just a minute? Because we're
Yeah,
still on a
sorry,
certain
just
plane,
want,
and we
yeah,
want to
sorry.
stay on the plane that we're on. So,
Yeah,
so
and
just give us a minute just to land
yeah,
this
okay,
plane,
so-
and then we can discuss it.
I'm trying to find it right now. Hold on. Where is it now? Is it way up here? Is it that
Can't
far
be
away?
too far, man.
No, that's not that far. What's going on here? I don't see it.
Let me see if I could find it real quick for you.
Come on now. Come on, Clarence. I know I'm not that old. I see. Did he take it down?
Oh, I don't know. I
didn't
can only
take it
go
down,
back so
did he?
far. Well, if he's
Okay,
listening,
here we
he can
go,
either
here we
type
go.
it in again, and then we can address it. But he was
Yeah.
saying, isn't this what the preacher was saying?
Here we go.
Doesn't this scripture, justify what the minister was saying earlier? Now, I don't believe that it justifies what he said. You see what I'm saying? Because God is specifically speaking in terms of reason why, not because they're black, but because they're going to turn your sons and your daughters against me, the one true God. That was the purpose, not because of racism. So that's the point I wanted to make. I don't know, maybe Brother Bolo could expound on that.
Bolo, you there?
I'm here. The whole point of them doing what they did, because what Von Bryan said was right. They didn't have a covenant with the living Bible, with the living God. And that was the whole point of not being swayed. Remember, Israel's job was to be the different. The law was given to Israel to differentiate them from the rest of the world. That was the difference. So if anybody needed to figure out who God was or what was God, they would go to Israel. So the Lord here is saying, listen, the reason why I don't want you giving your children to them in marriage, because what they're going to do is turn you away from me. As we seen later on, as you read, when they went into the different nations, the nations turned them to worship other gods, opposed to following the true and living God.
Exactly. That's it. That's it right there in a nutshell.
Okay, but did you guys didn't answer the question? Does that justify what the preacher was saying?
I did. Well, I thought I did because I specifically said no, it doesn't.
Salvation is not based on color at all. It's not about color.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
if you think salvation is based on your color, then you have a problem. Salvation is based on your relationship with God. That's what it's based on. Period.
Thank you.
Okay, so now again, when you're looking at Israel in the old, remember, you have to understand that a lot of the things in the Old Testament was being formed. You have to understand that things was happening in real time, and the Lord is correcting it in real time to get you prepared for the true and living God that was supposed to come.
I will give you that. Okay.
So we have to understand what's going on here. God wanted Israel separate from the world. Understand that. Israel is his chosen. 12 tribes of Israel is on the 12 gates of heaven. So they're different. They're a different people. So what he was saying to them is, nah, I need y'all to be separate, bro. I don't need y'all mingling with them. Because what happens if you give your daughter to one of their men? You got to serve him. You have to. And he's going to cause you to turn away from me. Period. It's the same way when the Lord tells you, when Paul would say, listen, man, I would rather that you dudes have no women. Why? Because then you can focus totally on God. Because when you have a wife, your attention can't always be on God totally. You have to please your wife too.
Yeah.
So it's a balancing act. So here, if you have a woman, that's why the Lord tells you, make sure that you're with a believer, right? That's someone like you.
Right.
So that both of you can have that focus in that direction. But if you're dealing, if you play
Equally
football,
yoked.
right? If you're a football player and she's a basketball player, you're gonna have to cater to some of the things that she does, even though that's not in you to do, and that could cause you to stumble. This is why when you read the verse, what did he say? For they will turn your sons away from following me.
That's
It has nothing to do with color. Nothing. For they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods, lowercase, away from following me to serve other gods.
Right.
So the anger of the Lord will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly. So what he's saying is, so let's keep the Lord's anger off us. So let's go in there, handle what we need to handle, get rid of the people we need to get rid of so that we can focus on the Father and his anger is not kindled on us.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. And so the answer to brother's question, and because Brother Clarence, I believe you said earlier that we still didn't answer his question. I did. I answered it in the chat and I said, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
And so I'll just say again, in my opinion, no, it doesn't. It doesn't justify the premise that he was going on. That's in my opinion, based upon this scripture right here that was presented to us.
It has nothing to do with opinion. What that preacher was saying, he was out of his damn mind.
Well, I phrase it that way because listen, I agree with you, Brother Bolo, but I phrase it that way because I want people to know that this is my perspective. My perspective is going from what the scripture said.
Hold on. No, we got to stop that. What that preacher was saying, he was off the rocker, and we got to call him for what it is.
I think it's a shame to call these guys a preacher.
Like I said, I did. I said I don't agree.
Verse 4 says what you were saying. So it has nothing to do with opinion. I understand the humility in which you are coming with, Brother Vaughn. I understand it. But the Lord says we have to speak boldly in him. We got to speak boldly in him. So when you read verse 4, it says everything to what you were saying and what you explained. That's not opinion.
Yeah,
that's fact.
I agree.
You get what I'm saying? I agree. I understand your humility. I get it.
I agree with that because I stand flat-footed on it. So I agree with it. You see what I'm saying? So I get it. I get what you're saying. But to answer the question, that's how I see it. And that is my perspective.
Well, let's ask the man that asked the question.
Yeah,
But
that'd be a good idea.
But if I may add, all of you forgot one big thing.
What happened, Bogota? What happened?
You forgot, like I tried to say, this is rules for the Jewish people. No,
this is what?
It's not just for Jewish people. Now that's a whole nother conversation. But it's not just for Jewish people.
But this stuff has nothing to do with him.
Okay, well, that's a whole different conversation.
With the preacher, so in general, the people that is talking not to have kids with are the same religious sect that they are. So what's the problem? This guy, to call this preacher a preacher, it's come on, this guy is just a crazy clown.
Yeah. Now I get where you're coming from. That's a good point, Pagoda. But
he should be.
I hear what he's saying.
He should be in a medal.
Pagoda, listen. What he did was he took that and he tried to use. He tried to substitute being the children
his
of
own
Israel
ideology,
or he just substituted that for saying that we the Gentiles now are, or whatever they call them. So we are in that position, and so therefore they're not in that position. The black, darker people, whatever. Therefore, we should keep separated. Now,
why he's in that position, and according to him, and you are not. Why?
Because
this guy is nuts.
White. Because his skin is white.
What the hell is that has to do with skin? You know, it's we are trying to dive into try to
happen.
understand this madman.
The same thing happens in Islam. There's a lot of misunderstandings happen based on the colorism. A lot of misunderstandings happen, right? So people can take, I'll take this part and I'll mash it with this part, and then I'll have a solid doctrine, and they can't dispute me because you're disputing God's. So use it as a shield to say, hey, look, I'm doing God's work here. This is God's words that I'm using. So therefore, this makes this okay. But it's a misinterpretation of and a misapplication of the context of what's being said and how it was being said and who was being talked to. That's why it's important that Bolo said, hey, this is Moses talking to Israel at the time, right? But I want to ask, before we get down the road farther, guys, I want to ask New Growth, because New Growth's the one that put this question to Von Bryant. And so
yeah,
I
it's
want
a
to
very
ask
good
him,
question too. Very good question, by the way.
yeah. And I want to,
good
and we got
scripture too.
very qualified people up here to answer that question. So I want to ask New Growth if he's satisfied with the answer that he got.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all hear me?
What's going on, brother?
Okay. Yeah. Not necessarily. I'm not satisfied with what I got, because I think we kind of took it to a racial thing. Like, we're in a society where you see a white man in that position saying this, we're triggered, right? And for the record, he didn't quote that scripture. That's just something that I remember, and I was using that to say maybe this. So I'm not gonna saying that that's what he said, but in the same fact, why can't it be true? Why can't, if they have they have manipulated the religion to make it believe that Jesus was this, all of the chosen people. You know how we see them. You just showed the Mormons, right, Brother Clarence? How they have a viewpoint of how God looks and this and that. So their mindsets are triggered to believe this in a certain way, right? And I think we are sometimes we be so down on ourselves as Black people. Whenever somebody says something like that, we get triggered. No, why can't we look at it from the standpoint of the Israelites? Because a lot of us walking around here now saying we did this. I know Pagoda don't like that, but a lot of us believe that. Why couldn't he be telling us the truth? But we took it from a certain standpoint that he's disrespecting us. No, he's like, God works in mysterious ways. He could have been telling us the truth. Not saying that I believe it. I'm just playing devil's advocate, right?
Okay.
But if we are people like Bolo said, we came from a different land. We're over here. We're lost people. Blah blah blah. Right? Mm-hmm. Why can't that be true? Because once we start integrating, some could say that we lost our way. We lost our God. We are starting to connect with things that are not natural to us. So that was that's my question. Just playing a little.
Okay. I'm asking, and I'm asking. Well, let me ask the panel: Is what New Growth saying? Is it possible? Is it possible we misunderstanding the preacher, the good pastor's context?
I ain't say the good pastor
now. I threw that in there. Sorry about that, New Growth.
Well, if I may say, I think I don't want to put my head in a sick bed, and that guy is definitely sick. That preacher, I think it's a shame to call this guy a preacher. This guy is a nut. He should be in a street jacket in a madhouse. No, seriously, this is a holy man, a religious leader.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what crazy people you have there.
Yeah. You got to see it to believe it, Pagoda. I know you think it's all just cheeseburgers and hot dogs, but man, you got to come here and actually be here.
I don't eat cheeseburger, but whatever.
All right, what about the rest of you guys? Vaughn, Bolo, what do you think?
Well, I would just say this. I can understand the New Growth's perspective, but I will say this. He did, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But he can't marry an African American person to a white person.
It's not he can't, he won't.
Well, he won't. You see what I'm saying? So let me fix that for Brother Clarence. But I'm still saying the same thing. So hold on a second. He won't. There's a reason why he won't. Now, according to him, he's speaking in biblical correction because he won't, and he gave the reason as to why he wouldn't. Is that correct, or did I mishear what the man was saying?
I think you're right.
So what type of ideology is that? Why the African American person is not to be married to the white person because the white person is superior, possibly, or the black person is. Wait. Let me finish now. Brother. Come on now. And like I say, I respect your opinion, but I have one too. And Brother Bolo has a problem with me saying opinion. So I'll just say perspective. I can't please everybody with these words, but I will say this.
Shout out to Jill.
I will definitely say this. For him saying that alone makes me question him. Because I don't see anything wrong marrying outside of your race, as long as you're equally yoked. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you're a person that follows Christianity, then you may want to pair up with someone who has like mind. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? And sometimes that could be black and white. You see what I'm saying? Because when it all boils down to it, some of these white people, if you shake their family tree real good, a little nigga will fall out. See what I'm saying? So let's be realistic about that. All right, I'm gonna land it right there.
Okay, all I wanted to do was reply to that real quick. I mean to cut you off, but what you said was false. He said,
I can ask Nugurov something.
Okay, let me follow up real quick.
Wait a minute.
Let him answer the question.
He didn't give preference to either side, right? I think we can perceive that, right? A lot of times, because I remember hearing Brother Farrakhan say the same thing too. He didn't give preference to either side, but people perceive that he was saying that we was too good to marry with them, right? He
so
didn't
you
say
agree
that.
with what he's saying, right, brother?
No.
Agree?
I'm not triggered by what he said. Like what he's saying,
well,
I think
I'm not either. I'm just simply speaking on it, but
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. But
he was dead wrong for what he said. Dead wrong.
Right. I mean, and that's opinion based. Like I think Brother Clarence said it earlier. It's like how we interpret the Bible. All of us interpret it in our own certain type of ways. The more studying we get, the more we are related to. I'm sure that's what you said, right, Brother Clarence?
Yeah, I think we get a better perspective the more time we spend with it. Like anything.
Right. So all of us going to have different perspective. In his mind, he may think he's the chosen. He thinks he's the children of Israel. There's a lot of people out here who think they're the children of Israel, right? So a lot of people think that from all different walks of life, not just Pagoda, not just the Hebrews, not a lot of people feel that way. So if that's how he felt, and he feel like we were the outsiders because that's what they've been taught for hundreds of years with the white Jesus and stuff, and we still sat outside their churches when they didn't want us inside of them, right? We took their black churches when they gave them to us, right? Why wouldn't he feel superior to us? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that he's right. I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying he's right. But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Say that again.
No, bro, you're talking about me.
Talking about you. What you mean?
No, we're talking about the topic, Pagoda. We're talking about the topic.
I thought for a second he said that I think I am superior or something. No,
he's talking about the preacher. Pagoda,
man, you gotta listen, man. I don't know.
You're not even letting Pagoda, relax, sit down. Okay, we're gonna let because I want to hear Bolo's perspective on this situation, and then we come back around and see if we can clear it up even further. So, Bolo, do you have something to say about this?
Yeah. So let me just start by saying this. What I meant, Vaughn, by saying opinion, what I meant by that is because we all have opinions, right? And I'm not against the word opinion. What I was saying is what you were saying was fact. What you were saying pertaining to that topic, that point that you were bringing out was fact. That's not an opinion. You were on point. It was fact. But through your humility of not wanting to offend, you said, this is my opinion. So that's what I was saying. that when it says what it says, and you're delineating the word and edifying the word in what it is saying, it says what it says. It ain't my opinion. The Lord says the wall is blue, then guess what? It's blue. It's not my opinion. So what you were saying was facts. So we all have opinions, right? So, what we're looking at the Old Testament, and the Old Testament was about the law. That's what they were pushing, the law, the Mosaic law, the covenant that the Mosaic law had with the Lord. And what this air quotes pastor is doing is dumbing down the spiritual warfare that we have into a fleshly one, into a carnal one. Because, if you're going to boil down this spiritual walk that we have to color, then you're on third base with a hockey stick. Right? So what we have to understand is a lot of the times what we do is we all know Lyric on the channel, and she says something a whole lot about people. What people do is they superimpose themselves in the book. When we have a different thought process than these men and women thought back then. So what we try to do is take our opinion and put it on these men and women that were raised a certain way and saw things a certain way, that lived a certain way, and try to superimpose our thought process on them. And that's why we have this, askew thought on what the book says. So again, I will refer back to the book, and we're going to stay in the Old Testament. We're not even going to go into the New. When you read chapter 4, verse 4 of chapter 7, this is the war that we're having today. For they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods, so that the anger of the Lord will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly. That's happening today. Christ gave us a better understanding on it, right? Like Vaughn just said, don't be evenly unyoked, right? Don't, believers shouldn't be with unbelievers. Light shouldn't be with darkness. At the end of the day, the two cannot walk if not be agreed. So we have to understand that this is not a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing. And Christ came to tell you that there is no Jew nor Greek in him. Now, again, that doesn't change. That doesn't change that Israel is still his chosen people. Doesn't change that fact. That's never going to go away. Israel is his chosen people, period. It tells you salvation to the Jew first, then to the Gentile. Paul said, the Lord has not forgone knowing his people, which he foreknew. Talking about the Old Testament. He even told the nations, the Gentiles, that you guys act like wild olive trees. Don't get it twisted. Don't boast yourself against the original. Don't boast yourself against them. When Christ died, what did it say? King of the Jews. So they're going to always be his chosen people. That's not going to change. But what Christ did open it up to is to the Gentile, to the rest of the world. So it's not about color anymore. And if you're stuck on color, then you have a problem. You're not seeing. You're still stuck on your nose. You can't even see. You can't see the sunset. You're still in your car. So the biggest thing.
That's
Quick
what you
question.
need.
Yeah.
Quick question, Bolo. Are you saying that Jews and Gentile were separated because of their color? They had different color. They were differentiated because of their color. I'm asking.
The Jews and the Gentiles serve two different gods. The Gentiles.
Right, but I'm just saying their colors.
I'm answering you. It wasn't about. Okay, if we're gonna get into color, everyone had melanin, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. That's
what I'm saying. So what I'm saying to you is, we can't get into a color thing because everyone had color.
Exactly.
Everyone was melanated. There was different levels of melanin, but everyone had color.
Exactly.
So the Jebusites wasn't separated from the army, the Canaanites because of color. They were separated because they were separated because of their culture. because of how they just moved, how they just rock. You know, if I go to where Brother Clarence is in Cali, they have a different culture than we do here in Brooklyn. You dig what I'm saying? So I got to acclimate. They're going to know the difference between me coming as an outsider than me being there and acclimating myself to the situation. That's what it is. It was never a color.
Up, G, word up, G, word up, G.
I can add please to the conversation. I have want to point a few things.
Okay.
First of all, you know, when you,
Pagoda, we gotta let people finish. People let you finish.
Sorry, just want to
people finish.
Okay. So I'll land my plane here. The problem that the Lord had with the rest of the world is because they served other gods.
Right.
Okay, that was the reason why he gave Israel that law, to make them different. It was there to shape them, to make them different from the rest of the world.
Right.
So what he was telling them is, don't get caught up into worshiping their other gods. Don't marry. Don't get caught up in their lifestyle. Go in there and crush it. But you know,
let me ask you this quick question before Pagoda. I'm sorry, Pagoda, but this is could this be the reason that they had a problem with who Moses married?
Absolute.
So Moses was wrong.
But no, Moses wasn't wrong. Let me explain to you why Moses wasn't wrong. You got to understand, Moses was a different dude, brother.
No, I'm just talking about the law.
I'm saying to you, but I'm trying to give you the whole picture, because a lot of the times we see snapshots and we don't understand the whole picture. Moses was a different dude. That's why when Miriam spoke against Moses, she said that she brought up the Ethiopian wife that he took. You don't think Moses spoke to the Lord about that? When it was specific that you're not supposed to marry out of your nation? The relationship that he had with the Lord. Everything is not written in the book, but we can use common sense, right? We didn't read that Moses took a bath, but we knew he took a bath, right? So you don't think he built with the Lord and say, Lord, I love this woman. I love her. Even in Passover, there were Egyptians with the Israelites. It wasn't just Israel. So the point that I'm trying to make is, you seen what he did to Miriam for her talking out of context. What did he say? He didn't even acknowledge them with his wife. He said, do you know you talk against when you talk against him? Similitudes of me he beholds. That's my man right there. When I come to you in dark speeches, in dreams. I talk to him apparently. You know what that means? That means that when I need to talk to Moses, I come down and build with him. I don't send an angel. I don't send a messenger. I come. That's the relationship he had. So these dudes were different. David was different. He can go into the temple and eat the bread. They were different. They had different relationships. But it was a point that the Lord was trying to make. His wife served the true and living God. She served, so she was under Moses' covering, period. He didn't get converted by her. She was converted. So the Lord is talking about the nation in itself, not just one or two people. So he's talking to his nation. Yo, dude, go down there and handle it. Because there's going to be a few of you that stand true to me. But
you're breaking up, Bolo. You're breaking up, brother.
Yeah,
you're breaking up.
Man.
Yeah. So when we talk about the Lord back then didn't deal with minority. He dealt with the majority. All of Israel wasn't bad, but the majority of Israel was. And that's why they were punished. Okay? So the majority of us. So now the Lord is coming back and saying, okay, we're doing. So the point of the matter is, when they spoke against Moses, it wasn't in the aspect that he married an Ethiopian woman. She was trying to push Aaron. Remember, she was like, yo, doesn't the Lord talk to you too, Aaron? She was trying to push Aaron to take the head. Aaron didn't want it, but she was trying to push him. So you have to look at the whole context of what Miriam was trying to do in that moment.
All right, y'all. One of y'all.
I must. First of all, you got.
Pagoda, wait a minute. One of you guys did something. And it's not me. I've been good.
Thank you.
I've been good.
Oh,
be good.
thank you.
All right,
Thank
let me let Pagoda go, and then we're gonna have our
What?
beautiful Sistini.
Why you want me? Why you want to kick me out?
I didn't say. We're gonna let you speak. We're not kicking you out. We're gonna let you speak.
Oh, not
You said
fussing at him
let me go. Okay,
Lord.
first of all, let's get some things that were not correct. First of all, the temple was not in the time of David. He didn't build the temple. And I want to remind you all that that his grandma was not a Jewish grandma. Was a Goya. How we say a converted. Okay, that's first of all. And you said Ethiopian women. Something
Hold on, let me say
that Moses was.
But go, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I never said David built the temple. I said David
But
ate
you
in the
said
temple when
he
he wasn't
been to the
supposed
temple something.
Right. No, I said David ate in the temple when only the Levites were supposed to. He took his men and they went in there and they ate.
But in
He
David's
wasn't
time, the
supposed.
temple was not built. His
So what did he
son
run
built
into?
it.
What did David run into and eat? Where did he eat that food that the Levites could only eat? Where was that?
I don't know, but from what
So
I
then
know,
how
but
do
I'm very sure that the temple was not built in his time. But any case, let's not forget that his grandma Ruth was she was not Jewish originally; she was a convert. And about you said that the wife of Moses was Ethiopian. First of all, his wife was let's call her in her name Tzipporah. Was from the land of she was Midianian. She was Midian. She was in today's. She was from modern day South Jordan. She was Arab. Okay, in terms of race, she was Arab, not sub-Saharan. That's second, and that's what I got to say to you in that aspect. What? What's so funny?
I like how you come and correct everybody, Pagoda. It's beautiful.
No,
It's
just
absolutely
we
beautiful.
got a lot of interesting stuff, but just these details, he got it not right. Okay.
All right.
In any case, let's see about New Growth. You said that I believe this and that. If don't speak in my name, okay? I don't believe that I am chosen. A lot of people all over the planet think that they are chosen because they are following a specific prophet or because of their myth. For example, the ancient Romans were, according to their religion, were how you say it? I forgot to say it. They thought they were chosen because their first king, according to them, was a descendant of a god. So, okay, and the same thing you can say about the Chinese. Or, for example, Clarence here probably thinks that he's chosen because he's following Muhammad.
I'm chosen.
Yeah, probably he's thinking that. Stop, just joking, but still, a lot of people think that all over on the planet, and who the hell cares? Okay, and second of all, unlike the cults that you mentioned, No Growth, I have DNA and historic and my evidence behind me. And and to say that I don't like something that people from your community claims that first of all the specific cult that claim that I am an imposter and try to claim my right to my homeland. That's what's pissing me off, and a lot of Jews. Okay, and of course that small hate group is terrorizing Jews, but we will not get into that. Okay, no problem. So
Thank you
in
very
short,
much.
please don't put stuff in my mouth.
Hey, I didn't put nothing in your mouth. You hear things and you get triggered by it. I said we were talking
Bro,
about
you
the
said
Jewish
I
people.
believe that I am
Hold on. Let me
chosen. I
finish.
don't believe. I don't care.
No. I said the Jewish people. I didn't say you think you were chosen. I said you believe that you're Jewish, right?
I don't know. I don't believe I know. I'm Jewish. I have DNA
Okay,
evidence. I have historic evidence.
whatever word semantics you want to use. There's other people who think they're Jewish. There's other people. That's what I said. See, you want to argue.
Then
I'm
let's
not
see
going
the
to argue
DNA
with you, brother.
evidence.
We're not gonna argue that. I believe you. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Okay.
What you believe doesn't matter to me. I was just giving you an example of how different people believe. So it doesn't. I don't care what you believe. What they used to say, what you eat don't make me shit. Right? So I don't care what you believe. I
We've borne
respect it.
our time.
I respect what everybody else believes because you have the right to believe what you want to believe.
Well,
But
that's a
So if
good one.
somebody
don't make it an issue. Don't make it an issue.
okay, but I just want to ask you, if somebody from the KKK believes that he is superior than you and he has the rights to abuse you, then you respect that?
Say that again.
If
Hey, we
somebody
getting off
from the
topic.
K,
I'm not. You can. I'll give you my email. We can talk about this in private. I'm not really in the
where is
mood
your
for
email?
We can have a we
back
can
and
have a,
forth.
we can have a conversation about that
But
later, y'all.
but see,
Right
yeah,
now,
I was
You
gonna
know,
say
I'm
that. Yeah.
also in respecting other people, but you know, this, for example, that priest guy, he should be locked in a madhouse. He's a nut, and it's and I don't need to
I
respect that
understand that.
crazy lunatic. There is a limit, for God's
I
sake.
understand that, Pagoda, but we have a beautiful sister here waiting just patiently
Yeah,
to
let's
fuss
hear our lady.
to fuss at one of you guys.
Man,
One of you guys did something.
before
Right? So,
before Ine gets in,
me.
Brother Clarence, can I just address one thing?
Yes, sir.
Before Ine gets in, can I just address one thing, please? It'll be quick, I promise. I
Come
promise.
on.
Okay. So Pagoda said something about Moses' wife. This is Numbers chapter 12, verse 1. Very short. Then Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married.
What?
I'll read it again. This is Numbers chapter 12, verse 1. Then Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. I'm sorry for cutting you up, Miss Ine. How are you doing, sis?
Hey, y'all.
Hey, what's going on, sister?
Now, Pagoda, I'm gonna fuss at you in the back. I'm not gonna do it in the front. But one of the things, that I want to just ask you this real quick, Pagoda, because you've been on the panel a few times with New Growth. Okay, I want to ask you, each time that he's come up here, would you agree that he's been very respectful and open-minded?
I can think about it.
Okay. Like, I don't want to place my opinion. Like, I have my opinion. I just want to know how you feel about how he's presented his thoughts and how he's communicated and responded back to some questions and things that
Some
you
stuff,
had.
honestly, a lot of stuff that he said in the past definitely pissed me off. Pissed me off.
Okay. What he said that you're saying that ticked you off, was it something that he said as a personal attack to you, or that your perspectives were different and his view seemed to be annoying to you?
I will say somewhere in the middle. You know, I don't want to get into this right now. I don't want
Oh, no.
to.
The only reason that I asked that is because it seems like the conversation, because anytime, like, y'all know when it comes to kids, my tone does something weird. So I know that there's certain subjects that I'm more passionate about, and my delivery shifts just a little bit, not intending to be disrespectful, intending to cut people off, not intending to be offended if times have open the opportunity for me to have myself, and I'm not saying this about anybody on the panel, where it's maybe had my ego or had me emotional about the situation, and it made my conversation shift just a teeny bit from the gentleness that it normally has. The only reason that I ask that is because sometimes when we have someone say something and we're already passionate about that topic, when we hear them say something, we may hear it as a personal, because something that you brought up that he said, he wasn't actually talking about you. He was talking about the video that Brother Clarence,
Okay, yeah, he
in.
didn't listen for a second. I thought he was talking about me.
Yeah, no. And that's an honest mistake. It's an honest mistake. The only point that I'm trying to make when I ask you if you believe that he's been kind and respectful in the way that he's delivered, I'm saying not just for you, I'm saying all of us, that when we come on panels or when we have conversations with people in our outside life, when people have demonstrated that they do not have ill motives in what they're saying. I'm saying that maybe sometimes if we give them the benefit of doubt, wait, I'm sure that he wouldn't be taking a personal, jab at me on something. So let me just try to figure out. Let me either like slow down and maybe go back a few seconds in the stream and see if I heard that correctly. That way, when I'm responding to the comment accurately and not just kind of like blurting something out. So I just wanted to mention that. You have been I told you in the chat you need to tighten up with other stuff, but that's just a joke part. But that part right there is very important to me because I respect each one of y'all on this panel, and I want to make sure that we all know that every time I've come up here, and if it's something where I felt like somebody was being rude or disrespectful or something like that, I would either do something on the side and just comment about it or whatever. But I just want to make sure when we having conversations that the conversation breathes and not our misunderstandings, maybe something where we just kind of have drifted a bit with our passion and has made us kind of colorblind and earblind or not earblind, but you know what I'm trying to say, but just made it where we can't hear
Good point.
best way we can. To the point, I just wanted to come up and read some scripture, honestly, but so that's all I want to say right now. I just wanted to make sure that was clear because I want our conversation to be where we all hear each other and that this topic gets more recognition than us personally. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this is New Grove. All I want to say, Pagoda, if I said something to offend you, I apologize. That's not my intention. I know we had conversations that got heated. We both passionate about different things, but no way in the world when I spend my Sunday evening to come up here and argue with you. I'm coming up here to fellowship with good people and nothing more, nothing less, man. I appreciate being on here with you. So let's not go there. If me and you want to talk, I'll give you my email. We can
talk. I don't see it.
I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the private chat. But in any case, right now you're very okay. Just I don't think that you did it on purpose or something. I was misunderstanding, or you just you don't know what is my buttons. I don't know what is your buttons. Get me.
All right, I think Sister Annie came in and put out another fire here. So thanks, shout out to Sister Annie for that.
We should call her the fire woman.
Yeah, that's what we need to call her, man. Is he gonna say, "Excuse me"?
That's God through me, not me.
I'm coming up there.
I see the word. Yeah, I want to say a small spin to the guy. I forgot your name. Bill. To the guy that loves to talk about Christianity in his channel. Forgot your name. Sorry.
Bolo.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm using my phone here. I need a microscope to see your name. Yeah.
Bolo.
It's a beautiful thing to see the Lord use. It's a beautiful thing to see the Lord use a woman, use a God-fearing woman, and how she can add to the conversation of a bunch of lions and quiet it and get us back on focus.
Get us back on track,
So when these men out here say that women don't, in their femininity don't have power, you just seen it.
Exactly.
Okay, Bolo, you can text me in the private chat the verse that you are talking about. I will check it in the original Hebrew verse. But like I said, from what I'm very sure that it's from the land of Midian, not from Ethiopia. But I will check it in the Hebrew original verse. Let's see what the original text have to say.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Pagoda. Just ask him a question.
Okay, what's the price for answering?
Does it matter whether his wife was Egyptian, from Compton, from Looters Park, from China? What does it matter? Does it matter the specific location she was from? All that matters really is that she was other than the culture that he was from. I think that was the point. Would you disagree or agree with that?
Look, it's matter to me the accuracy because first of all, like you said, it's not much matter that she was a foreigner. She was a Gentile for him.
Okay, so
Okay,
my
it's not.
point is, does it matter in the overall scheme of what was actually trying to be taught, the specific location of where she was from?
No,
Or
but
is
I'm just
very
trying to be accurate. I love in terms of history, in terms of I love accuracy in that in
Of
terms of
course,
history,
of course.
in terms
I
of
can do with that.
folklore tales.
Okay.
Okay, and
Okay, I
and
just
by
want to
the
make
and
sure
she
that let's say you guys do an internal study and you find out that maybe you're right, maybe Bolo's right, whoever, right? But the point is that the overall point was that she was of a different culture and nationality than he was, and that was the issue that Miriam and Aaron had. That was the issue that they had, right? And therefore, that was the issue they used to springboard other stuff off of, right? And so that's what I think that's what I'm trying to make sure that is what the issue is. Now, you as a historian, you can find out because you're a student. You like to study
I'm
stuff.
not an historian. I'm a student of geography, not of history.
Okay. Well,
But
I mean, I'm sure you'll look it
check
up and find out whether who's right and who's wrong. But my point is that's where the issue lies, and that's where we were talking about. That's how it relates to the story about these preachers that have been preaching this stuff where they have a separation from other people, not based on the standard of living or the standard of which they follow God. They're basing it on the fact that this person has a different skin color than the other person, right?
Like I said, that idea to of the skin color stuff is crazy. And I want to remind all of you something. One of the commandments, if I'm not mistaken, is do not use my name in vain, or do not do this kind of stuff.
Agreed.
In other words, do not use my name to do use the Bible's name to do evil sick stuff, like for example the Crusades or modern day jihad or some or like this crazy creep. Say you don't have some kind of authorities on those preachers that can take the title as preachers away or something?
No,
because again,
who put him in charge in that? Anyway,
see, that's the point, Vagoda. The point comes into everyone has an opinion, right? And the Lord don't deal with opinion. The Lord can care
I'm not
less
talking about the law.
I understand, but I'm trying to give you the explanation and the understanding on why America is the way America is and the rest of the world isn't. Because America pushes that freedom. Freedom to do what you want, freedom to just speak how you want to speak and just do whatever, this, that, and the third. And with that freedom comes a lot of evil comes with it, right? Because again, I can have an opinion that hitting my woman is the right way to do it. And another man can have his opinion and saying, no, that's not the way to do it. Right? And we all have an opinion. So the point that we're saying is when we have this good book, the holy Bible that God gave us, when we filter the world through this, a lot of the nonsense that goes on gets filtered out. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the nonsense gets filtered out. But because we don't have that, because again, we don't have preacher police, like you just suggesting.
What?
These guys can say.
I'm not talking about preacher police. I'm talking about some kind of, some kind of, not authority, but somebody that can put this guy in his place, And here, if some kind of rabbi would say even close to this nonsense, people in the TV will make his will make him. People will open his face up if you get what I'm saying. Literally, and in terms of speech.
Yikes.
We don't got that here.
No, people are kicking that. I
We don't
remember
have
that I saw some crazy rabbi said to some guy and his autistic child that he can't be with the kid in the synagogue because his kid is bothering people. This guy was his face was on TV and people scream that they want a kid, that they want they don't know what, but still they you know, speed is important, but you need a limit. What next?
Well,
You're
what
going
you
to do
forget-
like read and burn books?
But go to what you're forgetting is that in America, it's a lot of people who believe with what he's saying. So it's not
Correct.
going to be the huge pushback as we expect it is. A lot of us are offended by that, but a lot of people are in agreement. So just keep that in mind.
In that
Can I,
case, buy a
maybe
gun if you have a lot of poo like this.
I wanted to just address something just very quickly because we do have people that are on the panel that haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Right.
I did ask my sister to come up for a specific reason, and I'm glad that she was able to. I just wanted to get her take on the previous video that we showed concerning the children and the drag queen. And that's why I wanted her to come up, because I wanted a woman's perspective on that. So can we allow Ine to expound on that? I'm pretty sure she saw the video.
And then Diamond Axe right after her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Forgive us.
Oh no, you're fine. I actually had to think about if I wanted to come up and speak on this because it makes my heart heavy. You know, I feel like we are stripping so much of the innocence of children today. And it's becoming so ridiculous. And it's ridiculous is too light of a word. We're taking away a child's ability to just be a child, to not have to think. Part of the reason why I enjoy being around kids is because of their innocence, their honesty, their ability to just look at life like there's nothing they can't do. They really believe. I told y'all, I don't know if I said on this panel, but when I was younger, I thought I was white. Not because I wanted to be white. It's just the doll babies that I would get. It was like extremes of colors. So I looked more like the babies that were considered white doll babies. That was an innocent thing. That wasn't something heavy. That wasn't something I was taught. My family got me right. Okay. They let me know that's not it. You know, so it wasn't anything.
If I may say, you look like somebody from Yemen, but never mind.
But when we do things like, first and foremost, you know, when scripture talks about, for me and my house, right, we will serve the Lord. And there's certain things that I believe in that when I have access to any child, y'all know I have my niece and nephews right now. I'm very protective of them. I'm very conscious about what I listen to in their presence. Mm-hmm. I'm very conscious about what I wear around them. You know, because like a lot of these shirts, they act like they want to show somebody cleavage. I'm making sure I got a safety pin with. I'm very conscious about what I expose kids to.
That's real. That's real.
I don't get to just do what I want to do around them. And they're my niece and nephews.
Yeah.
So how dare somebody that's a stranger come and complicate their thought process? Make them have to figure out. Like we went to Legoland today. And there's like all these different, you know, all these little pieces or whatever. And some of the pieces have this little crown thing. And one of my nephews was sticking them on his fingers. Now, you know, a girl could put it on and it looks like nails, you know, with some nail polish at the tip. I had to pay attention real quick because I was trying to figure out why he was putting them up there. And I said, "You trying to be Wolverine?" He said, "Yes." Okay, cool. Okay. Because if it's something else, he's taking them off.
Right.
Not in my presence. Not in my presence. I can't be a part of magnifying something that in the word I do not believe is pleasing to God. I'm not asking anybody else to agree or to have the Bible and see it as the living word as I do, but I do. So I'm charged with more, with who's in my sphere of influence. So I can't endorse that. I can't endorse that at all.
Well, let me ask you this, Ine. Let me ask you this real quick, because I appreciate your opinion on this. So when you looked at that video, if you saw it, what did you think and what did you see about the body language of the children?
And I was driving, so I couldn't do a whole lot of.
Okay.
So I would have to watch that again. I know, and it, but I like that you asked that question because I do pay attention. I told y'all especially when I'm with kids, I'm watching people's eyes. I'm trying to see how long you looking in different places. I'm trying to see that if my niece has on a skirt and she makes a mistake and does a shift a certain way, how you looking at that? You looking too long. So I pay attention to that. I watch how kids will watch you.
Yes.
If they see you hug somebody, they automatically assume this person is safe. So now they may feel like, oh, okay, I can hug them. I don't believe that parents or adults should force a child to hug somebody. Oh, come hug aunt. No. If there's some resistance there, let there be resistance. Let them, if they're going to go, let them gravitate back over. Don't force a child to embrace some touch that for some reason, whatever it is, that they had some discernment about themselves.
Yeah.
That they said, not this one, not this one. They may pick up on something we are ignoring because we're so hyped up about, oh, this person here, is my favorite cousin and they like to play basketball with me or something. You're so hyped in that space that you're not recognizing that when that person is playing ball, that they touching too long in a certain area with a child. Yeah. But that child sees that.
Yeah.
So we got to start allowing kids to be able to say, hey, I trust myself enough. I feel enough. I have a sensitivity to the fact that this is uncomfortable, that this doesn't feel right. Yeah. But if you force them over there, you force them to sit next to somebody who they're looking like, what is this? What's going on? And kids, they're not trying to be rude and disrespectful, but they're being honest, right? So they don't know. This is confusing to them. Let them be confused and go to their parent. Yeah. And say why they were confused about something or why this isn't okay. Don't force something on a child in school that a parent has decided that this is something that they're not going to introduce to them right now. There's a lot of stuff we got to explain to kids. Why this food is healthy. Why this food may impact your body this way. And you want to just add stuff to that? I got to explain to a child why they can't get something. I may not be able to have them eat a certain amount of times a day. There's some kids that are in households that when schools are closed down, they're not eating well, y'all. So you got parents that got to try to figure out how to explain and stretch foods. And you want to come bring somebody that's dressed differently where I got to start explaining stuff about sensual things and sexuality? Yeah. Stay out of my house. Stay out of our children's innocence. Stay out of there. Do what you're going to do. Do what you're going to do. Don't complicate a child. Don't do that.
And they're bombarding us. I don't mean to cut you, but they're bombarding
go ahead and finish.
us.
That was it.
Yeah, but you're right. They're bombarding us in the schools, in the movies, the TV shows, everything. They're bombarding our kids. And if we still feel like, I don't know how many people feel this way, but mama got to have a life. Daddy got to have a life too. Go ahead and sacrifice your kid life for your life. Because I'm telling you, they want them. They want them. They're not going after them for a young age for any other purpose but to get them. They're fighting for your kids, our kids. And all of us, even if you don't have kids, I'm gonna say this, we all pay taxes. And a large chunk of your tax money is going to these school systems. I don't care if you don't have no kids, get everybody to go up to that school and talk about it because you have that right. But I'm gonna leave it at that.
Let's start. All right, y'all. Let's let Diamond Axe check in. Diamond, are you there? Diamond? Diamond Axe?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now we can, sir. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, this is an interesting topic. The first thing I want to tackle is the religious side of things. I think we need to, instead of talking about what happened and what didn't happen, I think that's cool, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. We need to find a way to use religion to strengthen our power and our position. You know, we need to find, because what Christianity has been done, it's been used to weaken us and cause us to be in positions to lay down and let people walk all over us. You know, all this love your neighbor, I mean all this love your enemy, and you turn the other cheek, and all this nonsense. So I think we need to find a way to use whatever religion we're going to be in. We need to find religions that are going to embolden us and empower us to strengthen our position. So I think that's more important than the religion itself, is how can it be used as an implement for the black race to gain power and authority. No matter if we're going to use Christian, Islam, or all of the above, but also what's very important is religious tolerance. We have to have that, because a lot of times we get stuck on our beliefs more than working with fellow brothers and sisters that want to do positive things. So I've seen that happen a lot, where people will be like, well, if you don't believe like I believe, then I can't work with you. So we need to make sure that we don't allow our differences in beliefs to get in the way of us being able to work together to try to build something. Now, that's one of the biggest things with it. The religion thing is important, but I think sometimes black people are over spiritual. That leads us that's to our detriment. Because it's like we sometimes we feel like we don't have to do anything and God is going to do it for us. And I'm not saying that anybody on the panel feels that way. I'm just saying that's how a lot of black people respond and react to things that are actually happening in the physical world. So I think it's most important for us to be able to use religion in a way to strengthen our power and further our position as a race of people. And then about this, seeing that drag queen in there, it's really disgusting, because these kids are too young for that. If someone's going to be gay, that's something they need to figure out on their own. And normally that happens around 16 and 19, where they say, okay, now I got to come out to my parents. It's not a situation, they're trying to like almost sell them on all of a sudden, being gay. And that's just not cool. I don't believe someone that's homosexual should be outcasted from the black community. But I don't think that we need to embrace it the way people are trying to. They're overly embracing it. You know what I mean? So, and I think that's problematic as well.
I feel you because it's funny, because they're doing it under what we fought for years and years. They taking that fight and putting it in our faces, saying just like the blacks. No, so it's like they're using our strength against it. So it's
not the same.
Right, but that's what they're using. That's what a lot of these groups, these minority groups, are under the umbrella of saying just like the blacks. So a lot of time they backfiring it on us. So, and like you said, brother, we gotta fight. We gotta fight. We can't just sit underneath a religion and I'm not saying religion, because I've seen a lot of people who don't even get control of their financial standings because they say God's gonna take care of that. He's gonna fill my cup. And you never seen this and that. So that gives them an ability to be unprepared, undisciplined with their money and in their diets, and like Sister Annie was saying. So I agree with what you're saying. We got to fight more. Use religion as a strength, not as a handicap. Not as something that's going to protect us. Something that's going to empower us.
Hey Vaughn, I don't know if you saw the back chat, but
okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Diamond, may I ask you a question? is it is
Oh,
religion
got it.
faith? I'm using the word religion because that's what you used. I believe my relationship with God is something much bigger than what religion can ever do. But is religion the only or major thing that you see as the reason for people making excuses or not being as diligent, gently aggressive, moving forward with things that need to be done? Because I noticed you mentioned religion, but I think aren't there other things like let's say like atheists or people that don't believe in God or don't have any faith? Aren't there people that tend to second guess their abilities, procrastinate, become lazy, fear stepping in the ring and fighting? Are there other things outside of faith that you believe that slows people down? Oh, he dropped off.
Oh,
Yes,
you were asking that to Brother Axe, right?
Yeah, because sometimes when I hear certain conversations, I notice that like faith just comes up a lot. It's like the reason that Black people aren't doing things and certain things are not being handled. And first of all, whether it's your faith or not, like we all are individuals. I can love God and be a lazy Christian or a lazy child of God, right? Or I can be one that's I'm proactive instead of reactive. You could have a person that has faith and they struggle with being in poverty, and you could have one that's a millionaire. There's a wide range of circumstances of people that believe in faith. The place where people struggle within their faith show up in their life. So if a person fears, rejection, or they don't feel good about themselves, they're probably not going to be somebody that's on the front line.
Right.
So
And
I just don't
kind
want faith to just, it seems like faith takes a lot of hits, that just laziness or people just not in the position or ready to put on the armor. There's some things like
Sister
I've heard.
Emmy,
Oh, go ahead, new girl.
go ahead. I'm just saying that isn't that the opposite of faith, right? When you go about things like you were giving examples of people, like say an atheist who didn't do this or somebody who didn't believe, right? They that's who they are. But when a Christian stands up there and says, "My God," and they do this, you're not just representing yourself now. You're representing God in this whole situation. So you have to you can't sit there and say you're a Christian. That's like saying, and I'm not judging people, right? It's like saying I'm this, but I'm fornicating with all the women in the church. It's kind of like everybody does that, right?
Yeah.
But when you're in that realm, it has to you are a representation of God, and that's how I felt. And I don't think it's the people per se. Sometimes I think they're lured to sleep. Like, hey, just pay your tithes, do this, and you're gonna be all right.
Yeah, and your life should be able to match whatever it is that you're professing. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Let me just I'm gonna just make sure I'm honest with all y'all.
All right.
Every day my life not gonna match what I talk about.
Of
I
course.
love God, but like my struggle, like there's some things that I struggle with. Probably if y'all knew, y'all be like, "Oh, hold up, little buddy, don't come up on this panel anymore," right? But it's something. There's some things that I had to have a stronghold on me,
Well,
right?
listen
Because
though.
I haven't always been as strong in my faith, so it's not like I forget certain things that used to feel good, right, or things like that. So I could see somebody that says that they have faith, and they're struggling in some portion of something in their life that shows up in a place where people think that they shouldn't be failing there. And this is not to, this is, I don't think that I or anyone else can decide what thing a person is struggling with. It just tends to be what they're struggling with at that moment. What I'm struggling with today may not be the thing I struggle with tomorrow. So to hold me, I'm saying to y'all, please, when y'all see me tripping out, not speaking kindly or doing something reckless, don't blame God. I'm out here going rogue and I need to get myself back together, right? So when you say, isn't that having faith? Yeah, if we could all be perfect have perfection in our faith, be perfected in the way that we show up in our faith, that we would have no problems in this world, right? That it's
Right.
a struggle every day. So I don't know if.
Well, let me
I
just say
hope
this.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what
Let
you're
me
saying.
let me just say this.
Okay.
You know, just to respond to what Anae said. You know, but exactly what you just said shows that your life, that your walk matches up with what you're talking about, because we've all sinned and come short. You see what I'm saying? So if any of us on the panel sit up here and say, oh, well, I'm without sin. You know, I'm this perfect person. Now you're a liar. See? And you're definitely you're definitely not walking the walk that you talk. No, you may think that, but no. You see what I'm saying? That's why I understand that the Bible says that we should repent daily.
Yeah.
You see, you have the sin of commission and the sin of omission. Am I right?
Right.
You see, some things we're doing incorrectly in our ignorance that we just didn't know that particular thing was wrong. Some things we do intentionally, even though we know that they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But those who have the faith recognize that, and they are continually being in God's face saying, God, help me in this area. See, he said, if you draw nigh unto me, I'll draw nigh unto you. So it's not like we're ignoring the fact that we have shortcomings. It's not like we're sitting up here saying that we're perfect people. But by all means, come on, you can't be married and go across town and try to start a whole nother family and then come back in the pulpit and preach. Come on. See, now that's hypocrisy now. But when you're putting an effort forth, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, in your weakness, God's strength is made perfect in that. But that's only when we look toward him, though. So yeah,
Sister
you know,
Annie, I don't think what you're saying is totally different. I think what I was saying. I know what I was saying.
Okay, sorry about
we
that.
all gonna fall. We all gonna fall and break our legs. You know, Christian, not Christian, or no Christian. I think me and the other brother was talking about how people have just given up that ability to fight. Like, well, I ain't gonna worry about getting the job. God gonna take care of it. Like a lot of people lay in God. Like, you know, what they say, faith without works is dead. So I guess that's what we were kind of saying. Like, I know a lot of people who won't try, who won't better themselves. You're gonna fall. You're gonna make mistakes. Who cares? I mean, yeah, I ain't never seen nobody perfect. It never will. But that's what I think. That's what I was talking about at least. Yeah, we're gonna. I don't care if you're a Christian and you. But if you sit back and lay in it and just say, yeah, well, I'm a Christian. I ain't gonna try to get better. I'm just gonna
I agree.
have God lift me up out of that. That's what I was talking
Okay, I agree with you. I totally agree with that. Yep.
Yeah,
So
that's what you talking about.
So what are y'all talking about? I had to step away for a minute. What are y'all talking about now?
Now let me see some of the.
We were talking about you, really.
we really were, you know. So now that he's back, ladies and gentlemen, we can change the topic.
Let me make a comment real quick.
To what?
And I see
real quick about that.
Exactly. I swear, everyone.
Here's the deal, man. When it comes to the religion thing, I'm not expecting no man to be perfect. But here's the deal. When you claim to be Christian, especially if you claim to be a minister or a deacon, that means you're claiming to be a pro. So it doesn't mean you have to be perfect, but you got to be better than everybody else. You can't be the same as everybody else. It's like if you're going to be, hold on. Just like if you're going to be a boxer, when you claim to be a pro, you can't get knocked out by a 15-year-old kid. If you're going to be a pro and you're claiming to be on a certain level, you have to be different than the people, because that's what leaders are. So here's the thing, right? If you take a man who can abstain, if you take a man that can abstain from having sex for 10 years, then that means that man is exceptional, and he can lead you on a journey of how to control yourself sexually. But if you got a dude who's talking all this stuff, but he's sleeping with every cute girl that sparks his attention, then he's not capable to lead in that facet. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in anything that you do, if you're going to be a gangster or an OG, you got to be a better shot than the people that's working for you. You got to know more about the game and be a better gangster than the people that's just hustling for you. So whatever you're in, when people claim leadership, you're supposed to be better than the people that you're trying to lead. And if we can't do that, then that's a problem. And I'm not saying perfect. People are going to make mistakes, but certain mistakes, it's like, Jordan can lead the team because he's going to score baskets. He's not going to have too many games where he's not scoring baskets and playing good defense. So it's like, if you're going to be a pro, if you're going to claim to be a pro or claim to be on a certain level, you have to live up to something, and there has to be standards that have to be reached. And that's what makes, when you look at the Army, in order to be a general, you got to be there's got to be something about you. There's got to be something that makes you earn that. You can't everybody can't claim to be a general. I mean, we all got different levels and different ranks, and we got to go on our strong points. So I believe that. I don't, I'm not saying a man has to be perfect, but I'm just saying
that's a very good point you made, brother, that we all have certain levels and certain ranks. So as we learn God and as we grow in God, because a lot of times we start out as a child, but then as we mature in him, see what I'm saying? Then we learn more, and you see what I'm saying? Then we get in a space where we are better, at being Christians or walking in this particular faith. But it comes from living an experience. You see what I'm saying? First we crawl, and then we begin to walk. You see, and now we know how to run in it. You see what I'm saying? Everybody is not at that level. Some people are at the crawling stage. Some people are at the toddler stage. You know what I'm saying? And it takes those seasoned people like you're speaking of. And I agree with you on that note. You do have some that are seasoned in the faith. So those are the ones that can teach those that are still growing in the faith. But even the seasoned individuals, you know what I'm saying? You can't never stop learning God. Come on now. There's always something else that you can learn about.
You have to keep improving. Right. See, that's the thing I like about
I missed what you said. I missed what you said, sir.
Oh, well, the only thing I just said was that's why I like Malcolm X, because he kept growing, he kept expanding, and there's not much people can say that he did wrong, and that shows that he really was one of our true great ones, because he's pure. His brothers weren't about making money, because we have so many people who get into black consciousness who are race hustlers or get into the church trying to make money because they don't. And I'm saying that, I think black people are going to have to become tougher and more stronger and more rigid with the standard of people that we want to follow behind. Because we follow behind someone because they make us feel good with the nonsense that they're saying, instead of watching their deeds and their actions to make sure that they're close to matching up and make sure people are who they say they are. And I think that's one of the reasons why black people are easy to take advantage of. We're easy to fool, because all you got to do is make us feel good. All you got to do is sound good. And we'll fall right into your hands. All you have to do to tell that woman is make her feel good, and she'll go to bed with you. She hasn't checked to see, are you the man that you say you are? You make her feel good, you turn her on, you got her. Same for men. A woman could say something to a man, and he ready to drop everything he's doing to go to bed with her, but he has not checked to see who she really is. And I call that like discernment, but we really need to learn vetting for friendships, relationships, organizations, anything that we're doing. And I feel like that's, the major issue. So I'm not criticizing anybody for making mistakes. I'm saying that it takes sacrifice. It's hard not to do what feels good when there are more important things afoot. But that's one of the things we don't talk about. We have to make a certain level of sacrifice. And those who are claiming certain things, who are not making the sacrifice, they need to be called out on it. It's not to be rude. It's just, it is what it is. And I feel like, I can respect the person who says, you know what, I'm willing to die for this hood, and he's willing to die for this hood. He's willing to do 20 years, and he keeps his mouth shut. Even though I know that gang stuff is some bullshit, but he stood on what he believed, and there's something you can respect about that. You know what I mean? But then you have people out here who aren't risking their life or risking going to jail, who can't seem to stand on what they believe. That's why certain religions I didn't join, because I knew that I didn't have what it takes to follow all the rules. So that's why I didn't join. So I'm just saying that we need to be who we are and what we are, because there's a place for everybody. Everybody doesn't have to do the same thing. And I'm just saying, no matter what religion you're in or what you believe, we just need to be true to who we are and stop trying to be something that we really ain't. Because a lot of people in religions are wearing a mask. You know what I mean? And I knew a dude who was a Muslim, and that brother was 27, still a virgin, and he got married a virgin. And I can respect that man because, damn it, he stood by what he believed. Another dude who was Christian, now he didn't make it to marriage as a virgin, but he made it till he was like 28 as a virgin because he had a strong belief in what he believed. And I can respect that because they were serious about their shit. And they sacrificed getting with women because they had something that they felt was more important. And I can respect a person who does that because that was a sacrifice.
May I enter into
Yes,
the
sir.
conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we as Black people, we have been altered in our thinking process where we used to stand together as a village. And if, something was going to happen, it's going to happen to all of us. Well, our thinking has been altered based on the slave model where there's one person at the top and everybody else is at the bottom, right? So we look to this one person like we used to look to God. God used to be at the top of the pyramid, but we replaced God with we were forced to replace God with slave master, right? We were forced to do that. So a lot of times what happens is, moving it up into today's thinking process, what we do is we want somebody to step out on my behalf. I want you to step out on my behalf. We want little Jesuses, right? I want you to take the beating for my sins. For whatever I'm gonna do or whatever I need, I want you to sacrifice your life for it. I don't want to sacrifice my life. I got it good. I got a good job. I got a wife. I got kids. I got a side piece. Everything is great, right? I'm the head at the lodge. I'm everything is great, right? So I don't want to sacrifice anything. I want other people to sacrifice. And that's where we're taking this thing wrong, because we're looking at our leadership and we're saying, you're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to sacrifice everything for me. Well, the leader's sacrificing for the community, right? We had the man Jesus, he sacrificed for the community. What's the word? Hey, Peter, I'm doing this for you. This is all for you, baby. No, I'm doing this for the whole community. They ain't even gonna get it, man. By the time they pushing them knives in me, they ain't even gonna get it. They're not even gonna get what I'm doing all of this for. It might be hundreds of thousands of years before they even figure it out, right? But hey, I gotta do this. This is the ball to get the ball rolling. But and we see many examples, Lazarus, other people, many examples where Jesus did all the stuff for them, but when they said, hey, which one you guys want? I got a thief and I got this cat over here thinks he's Jesus, thinks he's the Christ. Which one do you guys want me to throw back to you? And which one they say? Give us Barabbas, give us the robber. All them people he healed, all them people he fed, but they were so scared that they didn't want to make a sacrifice. They was willing to let him make a sacrifice. So that's what I'm saying. As far as us as a people, we have to learn that, hey, it's not going to be that one person that's going to make a sacrifice. It's not going to be that one person. It has to be the community that's willing to make the sacrifice. Anything you asking a man that's running for office to do, you should be willing to make that same sacrifice. Or
right, I agree.
That we got. I'm not talking to you directly, Diamond X. I'm talking to us as a community. I'm saying,
no, I understand.
Yeah, we need to be, because that's where the power is. The power lies in the collective unity. That's where the power lies. When they see that they can take the head off of something and then everybody goes running, they don't have to worry. All you got to do is all you got to do what is it called? J. Edgar Hoover. We don't have to find where they having their meetings at. All we got to do is find the head person. That's the person we got to take out. We
Right.
got to take all the rest of them out. Because when we take him out, they're gonna be so scared they're gonna leave it alone.
Right. Now that's something we need to talk about, because what you're saying is right. And I never meant for it to be like that. But what I mean is the person who's leading, when the shots come flying, he's the first one to run out. He's the first one. He's the least scared. But here's the thing: we have to build our organizations in a way, just like they said in the speech that said by the door. They said if the leader gets killed, you're trained to take his position. So we have to focus on that as well. So what you're saying is right. We have to have new people to step up, and also we're gonna need strong soldiers to follow behind. So it's not just up to one person to do something.
That's my point.
We need, yes, we definitely need strong. That's definitely a problem in the Black community, because everybody talking about they're waiting for some leader. And I was telling them, if you're waiting for the next Malcolm X, I'm gonna tell you how to find him. Get your ass up and look in the fucking mirror. That's who the next Malcolm X. That's who the next Marcus Garvey is. Get up, look in the mirror. Whoever you see in that mirror, that's the next person to lead Black people. So that's how I look at it.
Together. All right, y'all. We got to start wrapping up, man. 5 hours. There's a lady that's on the panel now that's going to start getting at me, man. She gonna start going in on me. So I gotta start. Excuse me, brother Clarence. Excuse me. Right. So
now I need to go to sleep.
Okay. Yeah. But Goda needs to go to sleep. He needs his beauty rest. And the rest.
Yeah,
of
I have a test in the 9th of August. So hold your.
What?
So hold your hands for me.
All right, we hold on.
How do you say it in English?
Hey, can I make one more comment real quick? There's one more comment I want to make real quick before I take off. Okay. When it comes to what should lead us, I think I have a different concept towards that. I don't believe a human should necessarily be the leader. I think the real leader should be the rules and regulations of whatever organization or whatever movement we build, and the goals and tasks that we want to accomplish. So we should not be led by a person. We should only be led by those who follow the rules and regulations and the goals and objectives. Huh?
Who would make those up? Wouldn't people?
That's a good question.
Up, right? And then the people that make those up would have to be people that a bunch of other people respected, right? So in some degree, it's kind of like the chicken before the egg. If I agree with you that there has to be structure. But if you're saying that the guidelines should be the leader, they have to be implemented. They have to be voted on.
Yeah.
They have to be determined.
Yeah,
right? So
I agree with all that. But once you get it solidified as to what those rules and regulations are going to be, then that's what should be read. Because when I was watching a movie about the mafia, and he said like this, he said the rules hold us together. We begin to break the rules, this whole thing cracks and crumbles. So it's kind of like that situation. Sure, they're made up by people, but the people at the beginning.
Right. So you gotta start somewhere, right? So if right now what we have is what you're saying is not sufficient, then that means that it has to be restructured. That means that there has to be a meeting of the right. So what I'm saying is, it's not going to be like, they're not going to let my niece and nephew come at the table and say, hey, here's the new guidelines. Like it has to be some respected individuals that tend to be open-minded, rational. They know how to strategize. So you're right that the guidelines, once they are created, agreed to, and repeated, they work well. But somebody has to create them. There has to be a group that creates them, and that group has to be respected. And
sort of, kind of.
At some point, right?
Sort of, kind of. Well, here's what I'm going to say about that. And I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. I don't. When it comes to respecting, with Black people, respect is really feeling based. It's not based on anything that's concrete. So it becomes the people who create the rules. It becomes down to wrong and right. And when Jesus first started, he only had 12 disciples. He didn't have a lot of people following him. Christianity was not nobody's strong religion like it is right now. So my whole thing is, we have to be careful, very careful. We have to be more concerned with what is right than who's respected or who's popular or who's this and that. We have to be able to look very clearly and say, okay, this is wrong, this is right. And we
That's
can't. And here's the thing.
right and wrong could be emotional also, and can be
Mm.
so that could be subjective, right?
Not really.
Well, what
No.
I'm saying is, you just wait. When I just said respected, you automatically assume that when I'm saying respected, I'm coming from an emotional place or about.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying
no,
black people in general do.
I just
I'm
wanna
not
make
saying
sure
you, ma'am.
No. I want to make sure I'm clear in what I'm saying. So that's why I want to make sure I say it.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I'm saying, if I could just finish that. So when I'm saying respected, I mean tested and proven, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying
That makes sense.
I'm not going to respect something that you tell me is going to work and I haven't seen some tests. Don't they say measure twice, cut once, right? So you got to measure it 2 times. I'm not going to just say, oh, you measure and you cut, and I just got to automatically just trust Diamond. So I respect something that has been tested. It says test the spirit also, right? So it's not just this one time.
That's true.
Then I'm just going to flow with it. So when I was speaking of respected, I was speaking from it has to land somewhere. It can't just be that someone's floating ideas up and we're not trying to put them in place to see if they actually work. So that's
Well,
what
I think that's good.
respected. Okay.
Okay. Now here's what I'll say about that one. If someone 12 has an idea, he shouldn't necessarily be ran off. We need to listen to what he or she is saying and then see if it works or if it doesn't work. So me, I'm for taking ideas off of anybody who's not a total idiot, and just seeing if it will work or not, seeing if it makes sense or not. So for me, it's more about things making sense, and is this right or is this wrong? And you're right about that one. Certain rights and wrongs can be subjective, but I think it's like this. I believe that if I'm part of a community with someone and I see your husband or your wife cheating on you, and I know, and other people know, that means we need to deal with the situation. Now for me, that I'm very hardcore on things like that. I don't believe in going behind somebody's back and doing something, because if I can't tell you what's going on, then I'm betraying you, I feel. And stuff like, like I'm 44 years old. If I want to marry a 13-year-old girl, that's not subjective. That's wrong. So there are certain things that I believe we should be very hardcore about. When we organize ourselves to a point, and this is not going to be something that people are going to take to right away. This is going to be something that if we started off right now, this will be something that would take probably 20 years before anybody would really listen, because it takes time. And plus, people don't really want to change. People want to feel good. They want to do what they want to do. They have every excuse not to, because we become a people who just do whatever feels good. If it feels good to sleep with someone's wife because she's cute, then we do it. If it feels good to cheat on your wife, we do it because it feels good. If it feels good to go get drunk, we're ran by our emotions.
Diamond, you got to qualify a lot of that stuff. You can't just say we all do it, right?
No. I'm not saying all of us do that, but I'm saying in general, black people are ran by their emotions. They're ran by their base level desires. That's just, you can see by the way we act. That's what we're ran by.
I can't. Man,
can I say something?
That stuff, man.
Can I say something? I think that I know, a lot of the conversation that we're having right now is man conversation, and I think, Diamond, you're missing the point that Anae is trying to say. The point of the matter is that the rules and regulations that has to be set can't be set by man. Can't be set by man. That's why we're in the situation we're in today, because of man. There has to be a higher power, a higher connection that we're connected to, that gives us direction, that gives us an understanding. When she tells you, try the spirit, by the spirit, what she just said, it has to be above man. Every breakdown that you gave was a carnal breakdown. Every breakdown you gave, I understand it, but man is fallible, and that's the problem. Man goes wrong. When you give man power, absolute power will corrupt absolutely. I don't care who they are. When there's not a higher power involved, and I'm not talking about carnal, I'm talking about God. When you don't have a relationship with him and understand your connection to him, your connection, because before I have a connection with Brother Clarence, I got to have a connection with him. He's what guides my connection. He's what steers me right to steer right by dealing right with my brother. not my personal feeling, but by him, by my connection to him. And that's where our problem is. We don't have, as a whole, a connection to him. Some of us do, but a lot of us don't. And the lot of us that don't are the ones in power. They're connected to a different God. So you're saying that we need to come and we need to do this and we need to do that. The first thing we need to do is get a relationship with the true and living power. That's the first thing we need to do, to level ourselves, to level my mind right, to make sure that I'm good. Because before I can love my brother, I got to love me. Before I can correct my brother, I got to correct me. Before I see the mote in his eye, I got to see the beam in mine.
Yeah, I do believe in self-development come to the person as an individual first. But I'm not trying to force anything. I'm just saying I'm looking at it from a viewpoint of encouragement, not necessarily forcing anybody.
But that's the point that Anae is coming from. At the end of the day, we got to take a stand. It's either you're against me. With humility, I say that. With humility. It's either you're with me or against me. We have to start standing bold and start drawing lines. Christ did it. Christ said it. There is no reason why light should be with darkness. He did it, so we got to do it. And have enough faith and enough boldness and courage in him to know that he is going to have us. Period.
Well, here's my only pushback.
Brother, 1 second. I just want to get on out of here. I know y'all brothers cooking, and your sisters too. I just want to get out here by saying, Brother Clarence made a great point about, J. Edgar Hoover, right? And it just connects to me. It connected with the drag queens at the school, right? J. Edgar Hoover's biggest problem with the Black Panthers was what? Defeating the kids, right? Because he knew that would cultivate a new society. He knew that would change the next generation. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to cultivate our kids. So we got to be very careful of that, and we've seen it. And then y'all discussion right here, which is great. I think our basis is always going to have to be knowledge. Like the Bible says, study to show yourself approved. See, if we're looking for leaders,
yes, sir.
Leader can spring. Martin Luther King wasn't the smartest guy in the civil rights movement. He wasn't the most trained. He wasn't the most well versed, but he was qualified because he had the knowledge. Until we have a collective knowledge, like we know, like back in the day, they had to know laws. They had to know laws just to register to vote. Until we have a collective knowledge of what we're doing, we'll never be able to connect. Because I always think Brother Clarence know more than me. Or Von Bryan to say, nah, I know more than him. But once we know the collective knowledge, it's no real big point of who the leader is. Like you said, brother, if somebody get knocked off, somebody else will step up. When they knock off Brother Clarence, Von will step up. When they knock off Brother Von, then they'll step up, right? So if we do the homework, each individual, like you said, if you want to look for the next Malcolm X, start in your mirror. No, start in the library like Malcolm X started. Start studying. Start turning off that TV. And once we get together as a collective, little petty arguments won't exist because we're coming from the same root. We study, even if it's coming from the Bible, the Quran, study everything we can get our hand on. Because if we keep it in perspective, the people that have oppressed us, they're not all Christians. They're not all in the same thing. But they know the rules. They study the rules. And when it comes down to battle, they're all Americans. They can say Democrat, Republican, none. But when it comes to getting the things done, they all is one. So on that point, peace out, people. Shout out to Auntie Annie. Y'all be good, all right?
All right, brother.
Well, one thing I want to say about the religious viewpoint on that is the only pushback I'll give towards the religious thing is when we get into that.
Hey, brother Diamond, can I interrupt you just for a second? I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but when you're speaking into your microphone, it is so distorted, and we really want to hear what you're saying. So I'm not sure if you can pull back away from it a little bit, or because if you listen back to this recording, you'll see how distorted it sounds.
Oh, my apologies. Is this better, sir?
Yeah, especially if you're speaking directly into the microphone. I mean,
That probably was.
Yes, definitely.
yeah, you don't have to do that because it's extremely distorted.
Now, me personally, so one of the issues that we run into no, it's not any better. Let me try it over here. Is it better now?
No.
Oh, fuck.
It's like
Hold
you got
on.
the phone right up to your face like this, man. Like,
Well, maybe if you try talking a little bit lower. I don't know. Can you change your register, maybe? Or is that hard for you to do? Do you just speak in one register?
I'm on my phone. Can you hear me now better, or does it still sound the same?
It's probably your truck. You're in a truck, right?
Yeah, I'm in the car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably that. Maybe.
Okay, yeah. I'm the only reason I'm saying it is because I respect your perspective and everything. It's just I just want to be able to hear it better.
Is this any better?
Yeah, just go ahead, brother. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, I'm really sorry, man. The thing that I'll say about religion, the only pushback I'll give is, there are so many different interpretations of who God is that seems to cause conflict, because the Muslims are going to be like, you got to be Muslim in order to really connect with the real God. And the Christians are going to be like, you got to be Christian. The Yoruba people are going to be like, you got to be down with the Orishas. And there's also going to be a rise of black atheists coming along. So a lot of black people are leaving the church. So when I'm saying I'm not against the idea of doing that, but I'm just saying that the problems that can be created by that is, how do we rectify the situation when there's people that believe in totally different gods and they have a belief that their God is the only God that's worthwhile. That's why for me, I don't really like to deal with religion at all. I like to deal with principles and things like that. And I understand about being in your higher self, your higher knowledge of self, and things like that.
Can I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Because again, Anae gave you the answer. She said that her belief, her understanding of the Father is bigger than religion. I'll give you an example. Brother Clarence, can you hear me? Okay, man, Diamond,
brother, if you're not speaking, if you're not speaking, just put yourself on mute.
I muted him.
So here's your answer.
Help him to understand that when you're not speaking, put yourself on mute. That way, if you have any background noise, then it's not disruptive to the conversation.
I don't know, but he's at the barbershop or the laundromat or something. I don't know.
Well, here's your answer, Diamond. Brother,
My bad. I'm sorry about that.
Brother Clarence, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, Brother Clarence, you're a Muslim, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm a believer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we love each other?
Yes.
Would you die for me?
Absolutely.
I would die for you. So there you go. See, when you have a connection to the Father, those nuances is not going to get into the way. They won't. Because you know what you stand on? You stand on the principle of truth. That's what you stand on, the principle of truth. All the other things that get worked out. That's the point. So I don't get locked into religion like, I said about our. We don't get locked in. So
Diamond, if you don't put yourself on mute, I can't even fuss at you in the back chat because you can't see the comments.
I don't think the brother knows how to put himself on mute. Hey, brother Diamond, do you know how to put yourself on mute when you're not speaking, brother Diamond?
Yes, I do. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
This is the first time acting up.
Don't worry, I did worse than this.
Yeah, come on, brother. I mean, I believe that you want to be a part of the conversation, and the best way to do it is, when you're not speaking, put yourself on mute. It's like a form of respect to the panel.
I think he doesn't know how to do it, man.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know how to do it.
Today is working hard today, sis. You working hard today.
I couldn't come up earlier because I needed to get on Vagoda. I was missing a whole bunch of times. I was fussing him in the back chat.
All right, y'all.
I'm sorry, Bolo. Go ahead and finish.
Go ahead, Bolo. Finish up.
But the point that I'm trying to make the Diamond is you don't get caught up on that, bro. When you have a connection to the Father, truth recognizes truth, and honor recognizes honor, and respect recognizes respect. You dig what I'm saying? So regardless of whether you're this or that, as long as you ain't serving Satan, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that part right there.
You're gonna have love, and the Spirit is gonna show you that discernment that you search for is gonna show you. Because again, at the end of the day, the discernment of man, the sight of man is flawed. Period. It's flawed, and it's only through the lens of God can we figure things out. Only through the lens of God will we be in service to one another. That's the point. When we try to hold ourselves to that type of understanding, this is where we fall short. This is where we fall short. We have to have something above us, something higher than us to strive for. We have to. Because if we just lock it into ourselves, then that's where we get stagnant. That's where we get complacent. That's where we get complacent. So I just want to say that, and I want to say thanks for everyone for letting me up. Thank you guys, and Nate, good to see you. Today you earned your check. You earned your check.
Good to see you. Have a wonderful night.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you, man. If you guys haven't already subscribed,
I apologize if I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude to anybody on the panel. But I gotta like take off. I'll catch up with you guys next time. But I didn't mean to be rude to anybody or disrespectful.
No, you good. You good, Diamond. You good.
I have a question for you.
You're good. You're good.
Your
These were
family there,
just
you get fussed
suggestions.
out just like everybody else.
No, these were just suggestions.
Yeah.
That
Diamond guy,
You're good.
I have a question for you. A quick question.
Yes, sir.
First of all, don't call me sir. Where are you
I'm trying
from
to
in
be
the USA?
respectful. I'm from Pennsylvania originally.
Pennsylvania. Clarence, you call me Dracula. We have somebody from Transylvania. Just joking.
Not Transylvania, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I was close at least. I don't know where that is, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Not Dracula, man. He's from Pennsylvania.
I'm from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, my mother was from around there. My mother was from Clarendon.
Facebook is.
You remember from Clariton?
Don't know what?
You remember from Clariton?
Yeah, my mother was from Clarendon.
Oh wow, that is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, she's from Clarendon.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Clarence?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, who you talking to, Diamond?
No, I was asking you, Clarence. Where are you from originally? I'm just curious.
Oh, Los Angeles, man. I've been born and bred out here all my life, man. Los Angeles. I'm from here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Los Angeles is not where you have Hollywood and people go naked.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay,
But
it's time to put Fagoda to bed. Fagoda, come on, give your closing remarks, man. It's time for you to go to bed. You gotta get to bed.
But you guys have a good one, man. I'm gonna take off, okay?
All right, Diamond. Thank you for stopping by, brother.
Diamond guy, you don't want to hear where I'm from?
Yeah, where are you from?
You know what? I need an Excedrin after this. Something Advil, something to help me.
Where are you from?
My ears are definitely ringing at this
from a small city next to Tel Aviv. That's where I'm from.
A small city next to Tel Aviv, Compton.
Hey.
Yeah. In any case, I'm going to. It's almost 3 in. You're lucky that I don't have anything important tomorrow.
Get some rest, brother. Get some rest.
Sleep.
Okay, glad to see you today on the panel.
Come on, let's let him make his closing remarks so he can go get.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we'll go to show is yours. What is closing remarks, man? What's your closing remarks? Oh, he said ciao. Okay, he left. He said I could tell he was getting sleepy. All right. Now we got everybody that knows how to mute. Holy smokes. I don't know why Diamond decides to call us when he going to Costco, right? Get that pack of super dupers up there at the top, right? All right. All right, y'all. Wow. It's home team. So anybody can go if they want to, and then let's close it out.
Well, ladies first.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Another great stream. I can't believe that I was part of making this go longer, so I'm sorry about that. Great topic. Y'all know how I am with kids.
Absolutely.
That video is very disturbing, and you know, there's a lot of schools that, like, I'm not sure how free lunch is now, or but I wish schools would be more concerned with feeding kids instead of feeding them negative things like that. At least there's some families that think that that's okay. I'm saying for kids, regardless of what family it is, I feel like we are just really stripping them of their innocence and their ability to just really grow into understanding things the way that they can understand it. I don't believe that a child, just because a child is 4 and 6, that they don't have something that I need to hear, but I need to hear it and be careful with it, be gentle with it. Don't just take something that they say and, be, like I said, I don't want to keep bringing up my niece and nephews, but, they talk about different things that they're, oh, I can do this. I can do 100 push-ups, right? I know my nephew can't do 100 push-ups before. Now he can do them now, right? And has good form. But I don't try to take away the 100 that he could potentially be able to do later. But I want him to know that there's a time for him to decide when 100 is fair to his body. That won't take away from him being okay that he did the 13 or 14. But let them grow in that way. Right. Don't try to force something that you are struggling with, that you are still trying to learn in yourself. There's a lot of stuff that we're trying to figure out. I'm the age I am and still figuring stuff out, still stumbling, being clumsy over stuff. You think I ever want to throw that on a child? Yeah. Because I think I got it right. So I just pray that families take more of a stand on what they just allow schools to introduce their children to. I hope families that feel that certain things are okay to expose their children to really think about it long and hard. Are you trying to expose your child to something because of you? Because you want it to be where the whole world agrees with something that you believe and something that you think? And that's not fair. Don't make a child have to be this political advocate. They're not ready for it. It's not fair for them. Children have voices, but sometimes their voices are interrupted by their parents' voices, by a school's voice. And that's just not fair. And then when they get older, now they're struggling with certain things. Now in their faith, they feel they've let God down, when really adults have pushed things on them. So I just say, let's just be careful. Let's try to be more mindful that we don't overload a child with such heaviness. It's just not fair. It's not fair. I'm seeing I was Lego, okay? But I saw this little girl with her face was full of makeup. She had to be about 8.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even, listen, I don't like makeup. I may put some mascara on, but I'm only putting it on just to rub it off because I like how it feels. But you're putting all that makeup on a child. Why? I've seen a lot of kids where they have fake hair. So now they think they have to have long hair to be beautiful. That's the only way they're beautiful. Now let's just be careful of what we're taken away from our children. Any child that's around me, it's mine. It's my responsibility to just be mindful of what I'm putting in front of them. Yeah. And to just part of our ending conversation, like I said, God gets hit with a lot of stuff that people are, that people are out here doing reckless. It's not God that's showing up in these ways that when I hear people say, religion, that's people just being clumsy and being sloppy and not being obedient. Don't give that to God. That's not him. That's not him. Even when it's me doing that, that's not God. Trust me. If you see me doing something for the most part, a few minutes or, not too far after, I'm praying. I'm repenting. I'm asking to never do that again. So it's not him. It's just, I think that when you have like minds, we talk about equally yoked. Equally yoked is not just in marriages. It's in friendships.
Correct.
How you show up at work. Now that doesn't mean that you don't minister with, fellowship with someone, because like even in scripture, I'm going after the one. I'm asking God to make me strong enough where I can, one, not show up in a place and be tainted by it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can, let me go to the club. All right, now y'all start seeing me at the club when y'all see me on this panel, right? But that I'm strong enough to not be swayed, but also strong enough to stay there and let this person know, hey, listen, no, I'm here with God. I'm here. I'm advocating for your soul. So I pray that we are able to just throw ourselves away sometimes, and let God have his proper space. So don't want to ramble too much today. But
you're good. You're good.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Thank you, Vaughn, for I just love you so much. You know that.
I love you
thank
too,
you so much for thinking enough of me that I would not come up here and speak just from myself about a subject that's so important and so sensitive. So I thank you for trusting me enough to come up and share my perspective. And I pray that that it was not of me, and the parts that was of me, that people have discernment to wash that part away. But I thank y'all for wanting me to come up. Thank you.
All right, you always welcome, sis. You always, we love you. We're gonna have you up every time. Don't wait till Vaughn invites you up. Just get your brother up here.
Definitely.
I know somebody.
I was just trying to pull her coattail a little bit. I was just trying to pull on her coattail. Come on up here.
Even if nobody did anything. Even if nobody did anything, I'm still going to say somebody did something, but I want you to come up here. Come on up here, girl. Come on up here. All right.
All righty, y'all.
But we
okay,
love you,
y'all
girl.
have a good weekend, okay?
All right, you too. You too, sis.
All right, love y'all.
All right, love you, girl. All right, that's Sister Annie. Shout out to her. All right, brother. Here we are with just me and you.
Yes, sir. Wow.
What do you think, man?
Whew. Man, I mean, I just love the little bit of peace that I hear right now, because it was, it was a lot going on. Just a whole lot. When you get old, you get a little cranky sometimes.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I ask God to help me with that spirit sometimes, because I know when it comes on me.
It's between
him, but that
and
noise and all of
casino.
that man, certain things just tend to bother you when you get older, that when you were younger you didn't pay no attention to. Isn't that crazy? That is so crazy. But anyway, man, excellent show today.
Thank you, brother.
To just speak first to the first topic with the and my dog is crying a little bit if you hear him in the background, because everybody just left for a second, so he whines. But anyway, sit down, sit.
Ubu.
Anyway, sit Ubu. But anyway, just to speak to the situation with the preacher that was speaking earlier, and just totally outlandish. We have people that take scripture and they totally misinterpret it, and they just try to bend it and twist it in order to satisfy their own ideology. And that just kind of irks me a little bit, because that's not what the scripture is intended. You see what I'm saying? It's not intended for us to change the word of God just to fit our premise or our perspective. You see what I'm saying? So, so definitely didn't agree with that. And I did appreciate everybody on the panel today. Everybody did an exceptional job today, even with the sound issues and stuff like that. I appreciate hearing other people's perspectives and how they see things, how they view things, because I learn a little bit from that. Now I may disagree, but I learned something at the same time, and then to speak to the situation with the drag queen speaking to the kids. Now that's one that was really piercing me in my side. that was just very troublesome and bothersome to me. But we understand the agenda and the narrative that these individuals are trying to push. And like Brother New Growth said earlier, you see what I'm saying? It seems like they're getting more and more powerful in their efforts. You see what I'm saying? Because one thing is not working, so they go to another extreme. And when that doesn't work, they go to another extreme. See? And so now the extreme that we see them going to is to attack the children. You see? You see what I'm saying? And it's, you know, God is not pleased with this. You know, and I want to read this little bit of a part of a scripture before I get up out of here.
Okay.
And I appreciate Brother Bolo for affirming, you know, the word of God, you know,
Absolutely.
and to you know, I received what he said to me when he said it's not your opinion, it's what the truth is saying. You're speaking the truth. A lot of times we just want to be politically incorrect, or we want to be politically correct rather. You know what I'm saying, in our speaking. But this is not my opinion. This is the word of God. And it says, it's found in Romans chapter 1. It says, wherefore God gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worship and serve the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. Now listen, for this cause, now watch this, for this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. Now, see, that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about vile affections. We're talking about vile affections. For this cause, God gave them up to vile affections. For even their women did exchange the natural use into that which was against nature. Are you listening? And likewise, also the men, now listen, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and then receiving within themselves the recompense of their error, which was meet, or which was right. In other words, they're right in their own eyes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not my opinion. Thank you, Brother Bolo. This is what the flat-footed word of God said. And there comes a time and a place where, you know, where God will just say, hey, you know what? I wash my hands of you right now. You go on and do what you want to do. Go have fun. You see what I'm saying? You like doing it, huh? You enjoy it? Well, I'm going to just give you over to that. You see what I'm saying? Now you're playing with hot fire. Because see, that's the point of no return right there, just about.
Yes, sir.
You see, you got to be careful now, you know. And so, you know, with that being said, I'm going to land the plane, but Brother Clarence, you know, that it's getting out of hand now, man. You know, what we're seeing is just a tip. It's just a tip
Correct.
of
It's
what
just a
is
tip
to
of the
come.
iceberg. Yeah.
It's just a tip of what is to come. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate a platform like yours that would take time to address it, because it definitely needs to be addressed. It shouldn't be pushed under the rug. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are parents, we better get together real quick and figure out what's going to go on with our children.
Yeah.
Because this is just one extreme. You don't want to know what the next one might be. So with that being said, Brother Clarence, thank you, brother. Much love to you and all of the panelists, man. You know, you have a blessed rest of the week. I'm pretty sure I'll be sending you something outlandish.
Right on. Better.
To get you riled up. You know what I'm saying?
Right on, man. Better
get you riled up a little bit. But man, you know, I see great things, man. You know, the panel is growing and different people are coming on and you know, it's just it's really good, man.
Yeah, man, me too. I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys so much, man.
All right, Chief. That's it. Another good one, man. Another good show.
All right, love you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up here, man. Appreciate you, man.
Peace.
All right, y'all. That was Brother Von Bryant. 5 hours and 27 minutes, y'all. Rico is going to have a literal baby when the next time I see him. He's going to be fussing at me so much. A baby's going to come out of him somewhere, right? From someplace. But anyway, what y'all think about the show today? Right? Outstanding, man. Outstanding. We had a lot of good people that put in a lot of good input into the show. So let's go over what we talked about. We talked about the preachers, man. We were saying, has America really changed its position on racism, right? And I kind of brought in the preachers to kind of talk, because preachers are pretty much the churches and the faith-based organizations, usually the backbone of the community. Someone to see how they were thinking, right? And we got some church people that's like, hey, nah, man, black people stay with black people, white people stay with white people. We can go to the store and you can spend your money with us, but that's about it. We don't want to live with you, or we don't have. Now, Bolo made a great point, because the New Growth asked the question, right? Hey, was it based on a biblical interpretation as to why he's making this? Well, he was saying that, but I didn't see a scripture that he was quoting. I think he was quoting out of a book by an author, but he wasn't quoting out of the scriptures out of the Bible. Well, we know that the Bible has places, same thing in the Quran, has places where, key characters are told, don't mix in with these people, man. They off the hook. And next thing you know, if you mix in with them, you're going to be off the hook, right? So we've seen that. We've seen that before, right? But we talked about that, right? Are they right? We had to go to Deuteronomy to find out if they had a leg to stand on, right? So Vaughn said, oh, no, they don't have a leg to stand on. Bolo said, no, they don't have a leg to stand on. And I feel the same way, because it's not about the color of the person. Jesus comes to remove these barriers to entry, right? You ain't from this religion. You ain't from this culture. You ain't from this bloodline. So we can't even offer you salvation. Jesus comes to move all that out the way, right? All that's moved out the way. So Jesus comes to remove all of those impediments, right? And then it was a time where before Jesus, only the elites had access to repentance, right? Only elites had access, because, you had to pay when you went up in the synagogues, man. You had to pay. And I know Vagoda's probably turning over in his bed, right? Claire, there was no temples at that then. Okay. I don't argue with Vagoda, man. Vagoda say whatever you want. I'm not gonna argue with him. Now, if you say something that affects us, then I say, wait a minute, Vagoda, let me address it. But if he's gonna say something about them crazy, not crazy, but if he's gonna say something about something I feel like he doesn't have a good handle on the knowledge of, I'm not gonna debate him on that, because why waste a lot of time doing that? But anyway, we talked about that. We talked about the drag queen. What do y'all think about these drag queens coming into the schools, teaching your kids, reading books to your kids? What do y'all think about that? Drag queens come in, they say, hey, look, I'm a drag queen. This is when I came out the closet. I thought that was pretty weird when the drag queen would start talking about coming out of the closet to a 5-6-year-old kid. That was not a good look to me, right? Kids shouldn't even be worrying about closets at that age, right? Only closet they need to be worrying about is the closet they got their clothes in, right? Why do they need to be worrying about this closet that the gay community has to walk out of, the LGBT community has to walk out of? They don't need to know about that closet till later in life, right? In my opinion, right? There was an old show used to come on called Kung Fu. I don't know if you guys ever saw that show. The old show was starring David Carradine, called Kung Fu. So the plot of the show is that David Carradine had graduated from the monastery, was out one day and ran into his teacher, right? And the emperor's son was out there, with his true believers, right? And so the emperor's son one of the emperor's son's bodyguards, was trying to pick on Kung Fu's teacher, right? So they end up hitting him or pushing him down or something like that, hitting him and almost killing the guy, right? So Kung Fu got so mad he took the spear from the one of the spears from the one of the other security guards, threw it at the emperor's son, killed him, right? So he had to leave and go to America, right? So anyway, he's in America, and he's always having these flashbacks to when he was in the monastery. Anyway, he has a flashback this time where he was he was got caught up in something. He started lying. He was lying about everything, right? And so they finally caught him in all these lies. And he lied about stealing some people's food, stealing some people's property. He lied about a lot of stuff. So they finally caught him in all these lies. They go to him and they say, hey, so they worked everything out. They returned what was stolen. They just worked everything out, right? So Kung Fu said, why you still mad at me, master? He said the goods were returned, the money was returned, everything was returned. and the master said, yeah, but your innocence, how shall we return that? And he just walked off and left him there, left him to think about it. Like, now we done open this can of worms that we ain't gonna never be able to close. You're gonna have to have discipline now to not go after that anymore, when you didn't have to have the discipline because you didn't even know that that can existed. But now that you know it can be open, you have to have the discipline now to keep it closed. Right? Well, our children, man, have curiosity. It's natural curiosity. And when you introduce alternative lifestyles to them, you bring in the issue of sexuality. And so now they start asking you questions, right? Y'all heard the little girl ask this dude, was he gay? Is that a question a 6 or 7-year-old person should be asking any other person? I don't think so. Whether it's the truth or not, right? And the drag queen, of course, wanted to discuss, yeah, I'm gay, and this is when I came out the closet, and this is this and this. All stuff that a little kid, what does a little kid need to know all that for? That's stuff they can find out when they turn a certain age. But like I said, all of this drag queen stuff in the school system is to soften up your kids to, once they get to be adults, they will accept certain behaviors. Like drag queen, and that ain't gonna be nothing by the time. This is just preparing them for the evil that's coming later. There's some evil coming later that's just, Elijah Muhammad said, man, you can't fathom the evil that's coming. This is nothing compared to what's coming. And they're trying to soften us up so we'll accept it, right? Little by little. They little by little take a little ground at a time, and they get the people to be softened up, right? And how they do, they get the women on their side. They go to the women and they say, hey, the patriarchy is against all of us. The patriarchy is against all of us. So you got to fight with us. We ain't going to fight with y'all, but we want y'all to fight with us. We ain't going to help you get your man back, right? We ain't going to help you fight to get your man back, but we want you to help us get some more rights from the government or some more benefits from the government, right? And the sisterhood, especially, man, they just go along with it. They just rock with them, right? Yeah, you right. The patriarchy. We all against the patriarchy. And them people in the alphabet community, some of them that's just here to get what they can get. They're like, mm-hmm. They're like, mm-hmm, okay, whatever. But Vaughn asked a good question. He said, what is the big picture on this? I think the big picture on the drag queens in the classroom is just to do two things. Like I said before, the alphabet community does not have a natural way to replenish their numbers, right? That their intrinsic behavior, which is it's unable to germinate life, right? You know, it's non-conceptive, right? It's contraceptive, right? I should say their behavior is contraceptive. In you know, it's inherent in their behavior. It's just going to be contraceptive. So therefore, they have no natural way of replenishing their numbers. So they have to have campaigns to replenish their numbers. I mean, they have to. Just what must be done. Clarence, that's an evil thing to say. No, it's not. I'm just telling the truth. They cannot. Am I lying? Can they replenish their numbers naturally? Right? Part of sex is being able to replenish their numbers. Well, they cannot do sex properly where you can conception can occur. Right? They have to do this alternative thing. The way they do sex removes the possibility of conception. Therefore, if the conception is out of the picture, you can't replenish your numbers naturally. So you have to go to the crowd that does use conception, and you gotta, start selling the lifestyle as it's not that bad, it's not that much, it's okay. It's not a confusion of understanding. It's just me. This is how I live. You got to make it fair seeming and good tasting, right? What did Earl Carter say last week? The Candyman make the world taste good. So they got to make that taste good, right? I'm just being honest. It's not that I'm trying to insult the alphabet community. I'm just telling the truth. They cannot replenish their numbers naturally. So they have to have campaigns that sell it as, it's either, sell it as acceptable, or create a desire to be, or look for in those kids that are having issues with their gender identity and assignment, quickly try to encourage them to join on. Anyway, that was what we talked about, the drag queen teaching the kids. That's off the hook. Oh, you got a problem with the alphabet community? No, I don't. I wouldn't want a stripper in there. I wouldn't want no polygamist in there. I wouldn't want nobody that would raise the question of sexuality to the kids. I just wouldn't want nobody in there like that, right? I wouldn't want no prawn star in there, right? I don't want anyone that's going to, have the question of the sexuality come up. But that's me. What else we talk about? Talked about Deuteronomy, right? Moses was telling everybody what to do, man, how we gonna get over, right? Hey, this gonna happen, that's gonna happen, that's gonna happen. You're gonna have to get down with these people, you have to get down with these people, you have to get down with these people, you have to get down with these people, and these people. Right? But don't worry, God is gonna be with you all the way. You're gonna win. Now, then you're gonna have to establish your own nation. Right? So we talked about that. We talked about Deuteronomy. And what else did we talk about? The Black community, right? What can we do to improve the Black community, right? We got our children going to schools and they throwing drag queens at them, right? Let alone these molesters, right? Let alone the food they throwing at them, let alone the inferior books. Let alone we ain't encouraging our children. Now, this is us as parents. We ain't encouraging our children to go for their best self, right? We telling them to get money, right? We got to do a better job as Black men in these kids' lives, man. In these kids' lives, we got to do a better job. All right, y'all. That's it. I think that's everything we covered today. If you got a comment about something, leave us a comment, right? Leave us a comment, man. That might shake things up. But let's get to the panel. Well, let's get to the chat. The chat's where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the chat, sis. Making sure everything is spotless and A-OK out there. but we ain't had no problem, no bots, nothing like that. At least I didn't see them in the chat, right? So shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Great show, great job, everybody in the chat, and very strong performance from the chat. Very solid performance from everybody in the chat. Let's move on to the stage. First, we had Jay Takashi. Jay Takashi came up here, right? He's like, man, I can't believe what this preacher's saying, right? Right? Remember the first preacher? Some good people in slavery gave the black people a church. Not gave them their freedom, gave them a church, right? If you so good, how come you allowed them to stay in slavery? That's a whole nother conversation, right? But they got that done, right? But Jay Takashi came through. Shout out to Jay Takashi. He had some tough times the past 3 weeks, past 4 weeks. So get a brother your prayers if you can, man. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Very strong performance, very solid as always. What about Von Bryant? Well, Von Bryant, as always, man. Sometimes I got to dip, right? Because I had some stuff like today, man. I had some not nachos, but some jalapenos, man. Them jalapenos was calling me, man. I had to go. I had to go answer the call, man. So I could say Vaughn take over. See, so Vaughn is one of those kind of dudes. Bolo too. I could have probably left the show to anybody on the panel, but Vaughn stepped in for me. Appreciate you doing that, Vaughn. Yeah, man, Von Bryant is always coming with the heat. He's the one that sent me this thing about the drag queen in school. He sent me this stuff about Charleston White. I mean, Charleston White is a complete idiot. But anyway, y'all, shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very solid brother. Very strong performance. Very solid. Very, very solid. What about 84? Right? Intellectual Soapbox. DJ 84. What y'all think about him? Very solid, as always, right? He started yelling and screaming as back to normal, right? But shout out to 84, man. Good dude, man. Good brother. What about Vagoda? Clarence, you interrupted me 2 times. 1, 2. Right? Shout out to Vagoda, man. One of the things I like about Vagoda, man, he could take a joke, right, man? He could take a joke. He's not that, so his head is not that far up his behind where he can't take a joke, right? So at least from me, right? He doesn't, now New Growth is another story, right? But he knows I'm gonna tell him the truth, but he knows that I think he's a decent guy. I really think he's a decent guy. Just had to work with him to get him to understand how the show flows, and he's got it. He's gotten a lot better, right? He knows how the show flows. Who else on the show, man? Shout out to Vagoda, by the way. Vagoda, very solid performance, very strong. Vagoda's learning how to flow of the show. So now most of the time he don't overstep it. So sometimes he do, right? He get triggered with a cat like New Growth, right? Because New Growth is so solid, man. He hits you right between the eyes on just about every question, right? So you better be ready for New Growth, man. New Growth ain't no play thing, man. But nobody over here really is play thing. We got nothing but heavy hitters over here. That's why everybody just stays away from us, man, because they don't want to come over here and get bonked in the head by one of these strays. Who else on the platform today? Brother Bolo was in the house. Shout out to Bolo in the village, man. If you guys really want to go over there and see some more information about the scriptures, going over to Bolo TV, the village, man. Go check them out, man. They're always having a good show over there. And, just check the brother out, man. Get a brother a chance, right? You know what I'm saying? And he was saying that, oh, man, what Clarence do you, are you that man? Absolutely. Absolutely. That is my brother. In the living God, right? He have his methods. I have my methods, right? What works for him, what works for me, right? But man, if he called me and I can help him, I got it, and he need it, it's his. He ain't got to ask me twice. If he called me needing something and I got it, it's his, no doubt, right? Even if it's just a talking to, right? Even if it's just like, hey brother, keep going, do what you do, right? The people need you, I know sometimes it ain't a lot of accolades in what we do here. What me and this brother do, man, there's not a lot of accolades in that, right? People don't, what's the word I want to say? Ain't a lot of hand claps out here, man. Especially if you digging people out the gutter. You know what I'm saying? We the kind of guys, we let the other people, work with the people that's strong enough to come in, have a suit on already, and they sitting in the pews, and they, those people, yeah, but cat like me and Bolo, man, we charge with the dude. See that dude out in the gutter with the water running over his face? We got to step to that dude. we got to step to that dude, or this dude running around having all these issues with all these women. We got to step to this dude, right? The rest of y'all going to say, man, he's just terrible. He's a terrible person. But some of us got a different responsibility because we know where we were. We know we was once that ignorant. We was once that demon possessed. We was once on that track. And God saved us. And we look back at our lives, we say, damn, if God could pull me out of the mess I was in, I know he could pull this person out of what they doing. Let me just give them a word. Sometimes you give more people a word, might be a couple of years before it click in their head, right? But my job ain't to make it click. My job is to deliver the word. Same thing with Bolo, man. Our job is just deliver it to you, to just give you the truth. Now, what you gonna do with it is on you, man. I can't order your steps. That's not my part in the organization. Our part in the organization is to just say, hey, there's somebody that can help you. If you want that help, just listen to me. I'll tell you how to get yourself real close to him today, and you won't need me to see him. You can get to him on your own, right? But Bolo's a good brother, man. Good brother. And he had a lot of good takes today, man. A lot of good takes today. So if you guys want more information about some of these scriptures, or just in general, just another perspective on how to look at things, right? Go on over to your brother, because like I said, when I look at the brother, I don't look at he Christian. I look at a person who believes in the living God, right? And if I fall down, I know he's gonna pick me up. If he fall down, I'm gonna pick him up. I'm gonna put him right back where he's at, right? So you know what I'm saying? Only thing I require him is to just love me like I'm loving you, man. That's all I require. And so far, man, he has exceeded my expectations, man. So shout out to Brother Bolo. Appreciate him, man. But what do y'all think about what he did on the show today? Good points. That's why I like when he comes up here, man. I don't like to bother him too much because I know he's busy, man. He got his family. But I like when he comes up here, man, because he's able to give another perspective. I may give a perspective, then Vaughn may give a perspective, then Bolo give another perspective. And to me, this is how I think. There's no wrong perspectives. There's only perspectives, right? Now, you guys that's out there listening to us, you got to decide which perspective works for you the best, right? It's like we all trying to sell you a mattress, right? But we can't sell everybody the same mattress, right? Some people gonna buy a mattress from me. Some people gonna buy a mattress from Bolo. Some people gonna buy a mattress from Vaughn, right? So it just depends on where you at and what you need. What you need to get a right amount of sleep, right? Anyway, oh yeah, Vaughn Brown said, don't forget we got a fundraiser coming up. Yeah, we do. We got a fundraiser coming up. But first we got to get rid of the computer we got already, man. We got to get that computer come in, and we got to get rid of that already. And then we got another one coming up. Brother Bolo said, and I won't wait to call you. It won't take 3 weeks. Yeah, man. What y'all don't know is behind the scenes, just like I got a relationship with this brother, man. I have relationships with a lot of different people, man. I don't want to call their names out here, but I have a lot of some of your YouTubers that you look at, and particularly the black ones that you look at. I got relationships with them. However, right? I know that some of their subscribers might have an issue with me. So I don't go on their show trying to, get them. I may give them a like and just keep it moving, man. That's what I usually do. Just give a like and keep moving. But we'll talk every now and then behind the scenes and stuff like that. But me and this brother, we talk on the phone. Now the other brothers, I probably talked to maybe one or two of them on the phone. No, maybe about 3 or 4 of them on the phone. But me and this brother, we talk on the phone a lot. So shout out to him, man. He's just crazy, man. Try to call me at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what's wrong with this brother with that. When he just had these little episodes, man, where he just trying. I'm gonna call Clarence. It's 4 a.m. out there in California. I'm gonna call him, right? He lucky. I'll just be too knocked out to even answer. He even hear the phone. I'm too knocked out. But shout out to Brother Bolo, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in the Village, man, go over there and give him a try. You know what I'm saying? We talk about scriptures here, maybe here and there, listen a little bit, but over on the Village, they're a lot more in detail over there. They're a lot more, they can give you a lot more answers over there, as that's the focal point, is getting you that type of information. Here, we do a lot more spiritual and a lot more esoteric information. We can still get into the scriptures though, but they are really gonna get into them. So if you want that kind of information, go to the Bolo in the Village. But shout out to Bolo, man. Very solid performance, very solid, very strong performance, as always. As always. I'm gonna cry in the car. Sister Eddie, stop. Sister Eddie, stop. You taking over for Patrice, huh? Stop. I'm not gonna cry in the car. If I was gonna cry, I'd cry here, right? Shout out to Brother Bolo. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Well, who else is on the stage today, man? New Growth. Shout out to Brother New Growth, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul, man, get on over there and check him out, man. Good brother, and man, just a good spirited dude, man. Now he comes over here. Now, a lot of times y'all think, well, New Growth, we in New Growth is added, or we had different odds. Believe me, I understand. See, New Growth is just one of those type of dudes that just like to have the chess match of intelligent conversation, right? So I understand that about New Growth, man. He might not even all the way believe in the position that he's presenting, but he's presenting it just to have a conversation, just to go through the chess match of presenting the conflicting arguments. And I get that about him, because I'm kind of like the same way. I used to go places and do that, man, but they used to get mad at me and run me out of there, man. Like, okay, I'm done. Yeah. But shout out to New Growth, man. Go over there and check his channel out, man. It's a nice channel, man. Good channel, man. And the brother's giving out some good information. He don't always agree with me. Y'all see that. But I can respect that. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? All of these people that I brought up here on the panel, they don't always agree with me. Many times they do, but sometimes they don't. That's okay with me. I don't have no problem with them disagreeing with me. Sometimes I say something and then Bolo say, well, you know what, Clarence, let me say it like this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind if they don't agree with me, right? It just, as long as we putting out information. Now the people can go back and check, okay, Bolo was right on that, or they come back and hey, Clarence was right on that, or whatever, right? But they just, as long as we putting it out there so that people can see. And the most important thing is, even if we have a conflict, we're going to conflict in a loving way. We're not going to be like all over top of each other. Bolo, you can't come over here no more, man. No, right? It ain't going to be like that, right? You don't agree with me, you don't agree with me, man. Ain't no big deal, right? Vaughn don't agree with me. Vaughn don't agree with me. It's no big deal, right? We still going to hug and kiss and go our own way, right? It's no problem, right? But shout out to New Growth, man. Very solid dude. That is a solid cat, man. He's got a lot going on behind the scenes. I ain't gonna put all this business out there, but he got a lot going on behind the scenes, man. So shout out to Brother New Growth. Very solid, very strong performance. And finally, Diamond Axe. Diamond Axe, holy smokes. We got to get that brother some earbuds or something, man. they can hear how it sounds to us, right? He's just like, yo, man, yo, we got to go do it. And another thing, Brother Clarence, we going to do that. You know what I'm saying? You're like, whoa. You're like, whoa, man, hold on. But Diamond X, man, very solid brother, man. Very solid, very strong. Appreciate you, brother, for coming in, stopping through. All of you, everybody who was on the stage. Appreciate everybody for stopping through. But Diamond X, very solid performance, very strong. Everybody was real strong today. And that's good. That's what we want. We want to keep that energy up. And I think it's time for us to start spreading our wings, y'all, because I think the product is strong enough and it's tight enough, and we got enough chemistry to where we can even take on new guests and talk to them and still be, in a good place. Anyway, y'all, okay, that was everybody on the panel today. Everybody did a great job. Appreciate everybody. Everybody did a great job. Okay, so we're gonna meet back here next week. I don't know if it's Tuesday or Thursday. Might even wait all the way to Sunday. Who knows? That's why you gotta stay tapped in. You gotta stay tapped in, because you don't know what we're gonna do. You don't know what we're gonna do. We know we're gonna be here on Sunday for sure, right? But you gotta stay tapped in. Something might hit us. Patrice might send me something. Annie might send me something. Vaughn might send me something. So we'll see. And out of all of that, Rico used to send me something. Now Rico done kicked us to the curb because we ain't the passport bros, right? He said Rico need to beat up on somebody, right? Rico's like Gene Hackman, man. He need to go out there, go to a bar, and just get into a bar fight, and then come on back home, right? So when Rico get tired of getting in all these bar fights, he'll come back home. All right, y'all. That is Rico's good, man. Rico's good. I just talked to him last week. He's good, man. He just like I said, man, he's Rico has a lot going on as well. And so he has to definitely, and for Rico and his family, Sunday is a very it's a family day, right? So yeah, we too domestic for Rico. But Sunday's a family day for him, so it's difficult for him. And his wife, see, what Rico has done is told his wife every time he's online with me. And so now whenever she hears my name or she see him talking to me, she's like, why you always spending all your time with Clarence, right? So I'm getting the backwash. I'm getting the backwash from him doing all that, man. So but everybody's good, man. Everybody's good so far, man. Okay, this is what y'all do, man. This y'all homework, man. Go home, look at the people that you love, and man, you too, Brother Bolo. Appreciate you, man. Go home. You go home, go in your house, and to see the people you love, man, and just count how many heads that you are thankful for, and going and just thank God, man. Just take a minute and say, thank you, God, for these people, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I want us to practice thankfulness. That is not practiced a lot here. Ungratefulness is practiced a lot here in America. We want to start practicing thankfulness. We want to be thankful. Just Rico told a lie on me, Risa. Man, Rico, I tell you, man, Rico done put me in a cross, man. And his wife she hear me, she like, oh, so you spend all your time with Clarence now, right? Even just to mention my name, or if he's online, you'll say, hey, I was on phone, I was online with Clarence, right? And when he online beating up the passport bros, but he'll say he was online with me. So she'll say, oh, well, you online with Clarence? He go, no, I'm not. Anyway, man, y'all go home, man. Y'all go home and look at your family, man. Look at the people that you love, man. I got a granddaughter, right? I could never put her in front of a drag queen. Never, ever in a million years. If they told me that that the drag queen was coming to the school, I'd be one of the ones opting out of that situation. Or if I got the call, hey, they got a drag queen up here. Or my granddaughter came home and said, hey, we talked to a drag queen today. You what? I talked to a drag queen. Okay, baby. Okay. I'll be at the school the next morning. Right, I'll probably be me in a line of people at the next school the next morning, because we ain't having it. Right, I don't want nothing weird in front of my granddaughter. That's why, man, I don't even kiss my granddaughter on her face anywhere. I kiss her on top of her head. Let her father kiss her on her face. Me and my other son, we don't kiss her on her face. Kiss her on the top of the head. That's it, because we don't know weirdo nut stuff, man. Right, we don't want no weirdo stuff, man. My granddaughter would look me directly in the eyes. You can just see the love beaming off of her, right? But I don't look her directly in the eye like that. I might for a second, but not all the way. Why? Because, man, kids, like Vaughn said, kids can misunderstand stuff, man. And I don't want her to get a twisted view of what love is. I want her to recognize that there's some men that's going to love you regardless of what your sexual interest in you, without a sexual interest in you. That's me. That's my sons. That's we don't, you ain't got to perform for our love. And then there's going to be other men that you might have to perform for their love. You might have to perform for them, right? If they marry you, they're going to expect certain things to be going on. That man is going to be the one looking in her eyes like that. And I want her to recognize when that happens to her. She ain't got to say, oh, well, my grandfather looked at me like that. So, yeah, I don't know if you really love me. Or if I don't want to, if you really got a feeling for me. No, man. Nothing weird. Come on, y'all. We got to make sure we don't do no weirdo stuff out here, man. And some of us, we don't even know, right? We just moving and we think, hey, everything's cool. Nah, man, not in today's, man. We got to have, well, like Vaughn said, we got to have ordered steps. And we got to be willing to pick each other up, right? I may fall down, man. I got people around me that can pick me up, right? Vaughn will come tell me, Clarence, what you doing, right? Bolo said, what you doing? Rico be like, what you doing? Patrice, what you doing? Sister Annie, what you doing? Right? New Grove, what you doing? Come on, brother. What's going on? Where you at? Why you ain't? What's going on with you? Right? And get me right back, right? That's the kind of people you need on you. Not a lot of yes men, but just people that care enough about you, man, to tell you about yourself when you out of pocket. All right, y'all. Go home, do the homework I told you, man. Go count all the heads you've taken care of, and just say to yourself, man, even if it's just your head, be thankful for your health. Be thankful for there's people in the hospital right now, man. LeBron James' son had a heart attack. 19-year-old kid had a heart attack. What is going on out here, man? Any one of us could catch a heart attack. Just like that, your whole life changed, right? Come on, y'all. Let's get this guy some thanks. All right, y'all. We out of here. See y'all next week. Peace.